Can everybody hear me? Hello? Good morning. Good morning. Am I coming through the audio? Is audio coming through? Hello, hello. Awesome. What's up, Casey? Casey Jones, my good friend. AJ's here. What's up, AJ?
What's up? What's up, dude? Can you hear me?
I can. Can everybody
You
hear
like
AJ? Can
You
everybody
like
hear
my
AJ?
shirt?
Dude, what the heck? When'd you get that?
Dude, I've had this for years.
Dude,
I had it stored in the back of my closet. I was like, oh yeah, that would be perfect.
that is perfect.
Let's wear that for today.
That is perfect. Yeah, can
Well,
everybody
this
hear
was smooth.
AJ?
I know our last one we had a little technical issue at the beginning, but I appreciate you having me back, man.
Dude, thank you for coming. Yeah, we're just letting some people trickle in. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if I feel like when I just started my channel, I think like the algorithm was really like helping me out. So I don't know
Yeah.
if things have if it's been like you know how like it kind of reels you in like that, so you start putting more content, and then when it notices you're putting content, then it like pulls you back. So I don't know
Yeah.
if that's like I'm not really sure if my stuff is like getting impacted.
I think your mic just cut out.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I just I didn't know if um I was like it was something I was kind of noticing with my last few videos. Like I was thinking, I wonder if that's kind of like I know a lot of my other friends who like their channels, they've been experiencing stuff like that, like as their channel's been growing. So I haven't really like studied the rules really, so I don't know if I've said anything or posted anything that would cause that to happen. So I'm hoping not. But yeah.
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, you just keep doing your thing, man. Like we talked about last time 2 weeks ago, man. You're killing it. You're bringing things to the table that no one else is really. And I feel like shout out to you, Sean. Thank you so much for your help with this book. That's the first thing I'll say is that you have been a huge player in not only the hand that we reviewed 2 weeks ago, but we almost consider this a part two of everything that we've been seeing when we look at what's taking place around us from not just a numbers perspective, that always matters, but when you challenge yourself to look deeper, and truly when you look deeper, it's actually more simple. You know what I mean? Like when you start paying more attention to like the colors and the symbolism and the names and play on words, and all that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. When you really start seeing, you're like, whoa, shooting in Perry and Purdy went to Perry, Purdy and Purdue. You know what I mean? Like it's like right there. It's right in front of your face. You don't even need numbers for that. But then as soon as you apply what we know and you see how it lines up so perfectly from a numbers perspective, that's like the icing on the cake,
Yeah. I feel like so for everybody who may or may not know what he's referring to, so we're going to be watching or doing a review of his latest book. That was what we did the first time we talked. He just went over his book about the hand, and it was technically like a decode, you can consider it that, but it's also just like the telling of a story, and just like he like put this huge like puzzle together which tells the story with things that have happened through like sports and news and things in the past, things in current times. And that's what this book is going to be just as well. And the way that I am like the way that I would describe this next book in comparison to the last, it's kind of like the Chronicles of Narnia series. Like I feel like his books are they are connected, but they're different stories, but they all are connected through like one singular thing, and that's pretty much what the point of that we're trying to get across is that everything really is connected by one single thing. And um so I think there's something else I wanted to say, I forgot, but
Well, you and I talked about this yesterday or earlier this week. I mean, well, what I've learned, and especially in these last two books, right? You know, by the way, I don't have a hard copy yet of Matt on the Moon. That's currently in production as we speak. But you know, as we get into it, you guys will see how it all comes together and how it really does correlate with the hand that we reviewed. If you guys haven't seen the breakdown on the hand, go check it out. Sean posted it. We did that 2 weeks ago.
yeah.
No, but like as you and I just more and more, right? And shout out to Rambo too. He's been a huge part of this. Hey Cody, what's up, man? Thanks for joining.
Hey, Cody. Hey,
You know, I got to a point in the hand where I just started seeing the hand all over the place, you know. Carl Weathers, Chubbs Peterson, the hand, he died, hand, football, you know, all that stuff. And then when we segue now to this next book, it's just so beautifully constructed, right? It's so beautiful. like whatever's happening, who's ever doing this, whether it's completely organic or whether it's being, you know, whether something or someone is pulling strings. Sean and I are kind of outside that, you know. It's like we can speculate all day long, and the last thing we're trying to do is tell people this is what's happening, new world order, the world's going to end, you know, all this stuff. And it's like, can we just zoom out and look at how this is happening every day? And when you come to realize and see what we're going to share with you today, it truly is beautiful. And the last thing I'll say about that, I'll give it back to you. In this next book, as I started piling more and more and more, I was like, so what is this about? What is this about? And towards the very end, when I was wrapping up the book, it just hit me. I was like, this is a love story. You know, this next book we're going to read to you guys it's truly a love story. And I think by the end of it, you guys will understand why.
Yeah. And so the last thing that I'll say is what makes this so unique and is, he was saying it before, but yeah, it's totally like the opposite of my work. And it's something that's really inspiring me in a way where like I want to implement it a lot more, but it actually uses very little numbers, less than you would expect from like gematria decoders. Yeah, it like there's truly, it really shows that we can really find these connections in so many other ways besides numbers. He probably could have done this all without numbers, and maybe one day, maybe like as a challenge, maybe you will do that, because it's totally possible. But yeah, just because of that, this book is just really enjoyable, and it really makes you want to go. It will, if you haven't read the first one, it would make you want to go back and do that, because it's like when those movies, like I said, like Chronicles of Narnia or like those other movies that are sequels, like it's not one where you have to read the first to understand the second, but you could totally start with this one, but then it'll like help you when you go back to read the first one, and then you can like put the pieces together. It's like, you know, when you're putting a puzzle together, you don't have to start with the first piece. You can like start with like maybe like another piece like that comes after or whatever like that.
Yeah.
So
you know what it reminds me of, Sean, is it might not be the best example, but Black Mirror, the show Black Mirror. I don't know if you've ever seen that show.
Yeah.
Probably not the best example, because Black Mirror is very eerie and dark.
Yeah.
And you know, that is not what this book is. This book is beautiful and it's a love story. But to your point, you can watch any episode of Black Mirror, any season. Every single episode is a new story. But for big fans, there's a lot of work out there that shows in every single episode, it ties back into the other ones. And when after you see one and like the symbolism and stuff of that one, and you watch the next episode or even before it, you'll be like, oh, whoa, look, that got tied into the last episode I just watched, but it's a whole different story, but it webs in, right? So that's kind of what the hand is to where we transition to Matt on the Moon.
Exactly.
And yeah, I mean, I guess to set the stage, I titled it Matt on the Moon for a number of reasons. That's really how we open the book. But
do you want me to pull up the cover now, or do you want me to share the screen?
Yeah. If you could, pull up the document.
Yeah, you can keep talking while I do that.
Yeah. So what I've realized in all the things that tie in is that this really kind of like with the hand and Carl Weathers was kind of the main death that I touched on. Same goes for this one, but with Matthew Perry. His death was huge. And, I think most people, I saw a lot of work on, the death of Matthew Perry, but what most people pointed out is just that his name equals 64 and he died on the date, leaving 64 days remaining in the year, right? So there's something to be said about that. I kept this image because I liked the idea of Matt painted the moon as kind of an alternative headline, mainly because Matt Painter was the head coach of Purdue, who was the runner-up in this year's March Madness championship game, just like how Purdy was the runner-up in the Super Bowl. Like, just think about that connection. Purdy loses in the championship, and then Purdue loses in the championship a couple months later. Or not even. 58 days apart from when the eclipse began and the date of the championship. So that's a direct connection right there as well. Hold on a second. My dog's not. Hold up.
Oh, Cooper. So yeah, I'll just say what's up to you guys. How you guys doing today? Thanks for everyone who's here. I hope you guys are all doing good, no matter or wherever you guys are at, whatever time it is. If you guys are on the West Coast, thank you guys for being up early. And AJ has a really cute dog. I don't know, maybe he'll get a chance to make an appearance. Yeah.
Here's the little guy.
Oh, there he is.
He just spit up on the couch, so I gotta clean this up real quick before it stains. So give me like 2 minutes. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. His name's Cooper. Everyone say hi to Cooper. Oh, hey, Coffee Girl. Hey, Kathy. What's up, Jose? I wonder if Jurassic Liars would hop in. I was on his live yesterday, and Cody, I don't know if you're listening, but it was a topic of discussion that it popped up on his live that you revealed yourself. So that was pretty interesting because he was like, oh, I heard that Cody. I heard that Cody had revealed himself yesterday. So that was pretty interesting. I don't know if you're listening, but have you guys heard of anything crazy that happened today so far? I haven't really checked the news. Haven't had time. I was kind of yeah, it might have been when you were, it was last night, so you probably weren't sleeping, Cody. No, yeah, so then I was I hope so too, Cody. But yeah, it was funny because I was just watching Jurassic Light, his live, and then somebody made a good comment. Because it was about Trump, because all his work being about Trump, and somebody connected the Sydney stabbing to Sidney Powell. Remember Sidney Powell, Trump's lawyer, who said that they were going to release the Kraken. So somebody made that comment in the comments, and then I just commented it back, and then I was like, oh, that's a great observation. And then Jurassic was like, he's like, Sean. He's like, how do you say your name, Sean? He's like, I don't know how to say your name. And then I was like, oh, like I wasn't trying to get your attention or anything. I was just trying to like, and then somebody, oh man, I already forgot who it was, but he was telling Jurassic that I had a channel, and then Jurassic was like, oh yeah, like just put your link in, I'll look you up. And I was like, oh shoot, like that's not what I was really coming to do, but that'd be awesome. But I just wanted, it was just a funny story, I thought. Okay, what's up, AJ? Everything good?
Everything's good. He's acting a little funny. He spit up, and I have a bright beige couch, so there's a lot of yellow bile that I had to just clean up without getting too graphic. But okay. He's chilling now. Sorry about that, you guys. And thank you, Kathy. Cooper is adorable. Anyways, yeah, so we were just touching on just the idea of the title of the book, Matt on the Moon. You guys will better understand the moon connections. The moon is everywhere in this book, and so is the death of Matthew Perry. So that said, we can pass the introduction. It's kind of a similar introduction I always bring in, just thanking everybody for taking the time to read. I also, I guess the first thing I'll put, just if you can scroll up in the introduction, just to kind of, I put a little summary here. I said, this excerpt will cover another quadrant of the massive spiderweb of rituals that take place before our eyes every day, involving the death of Matthew Perry, the defacing of Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers painting by Phoebe Plummer on George Perry Floyd's birthday, the defacing of the Mona Lisa in 1956, Mr. Irrelevant, aka Brock Purdy in Super Bowl 58, the Perry, Iowa shooting on January 4th, 2024, the 2024 moon landing, Neil Armstrong, Matthew Painter, and the death of legendary men's basketball coach Bobby Knight, reminding of the Dark Knight, also known as Batman. And Matthew Perry oftentimes called himself Matman. There's some really strange stuff with Matthew Perry and Batman, and another character in Batman, but whether it was him doing it on his social media or somebody else controlling it, before his death, he clearly tied himself to Batman a lot. And we will later find out why. So we'll get down to chapter 1. Chapter 1, Matman and the Moon. I'm going to do my best to not have to read everything in here, but I think that the images are going to be what's the most powerful.
Do you I guess I'll just scroll slowly, and then if you want me to stop, or do you want to read?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a ton to read, but what we'll point out here is Matthew Perry. I mean, he's best known for playing Chandler Bing in Friends, right? He obviously, has been in several movies, but if we were to do a world poll on what do you remember Matthew Perry for, I can assure you 99% are going to say Chandler from Friends. Well, believe it or not, I know Cody knows this, you and Aqua and all that. What you guys might not know is that every once in a while, sometimes, these producers, executives, whatever, they'll put a fictional birthday on a character. What are the odds that Matthew Perry's birthday is April 8th? The date of the eclipse, the date of the March Madness championship game. Just keep that in mind. Chandler Bing was born April 8th, 1968. Not to be confused with Matthew Perry. We're talking about the fictional character of Chandler Bing. Same date as the championship game and the eclipse. Now, the basketball championship game was held in Arizona. And Arizona was founded on Valentine's Day, also known as the date written 14-2. What makes this really interesting is that when you measure from Matthew Perry's death date, October 28th of last year, that was exactly 14 weeks and 2 days after the 1969 moon landing anniversary. So right off the bat, you have that 14-2 connection. connecting in with love and the eclipse. And speaking of which, right, when you think about the esoteric principles of the moon and the sun, right, the mother and the father overlapping, that in and of itself is a symbol of love, right? So that's really what I mainly touch on here to open this chapter. And I really point out here, I said the last post on his Instagram page, believe it or not, was a photo, and you can show it now, was a photo of him sitting in water. In the caption, he even says, "Oh, so warm water swirling around makes you feel good? I'm Matt Man." And then, of course, he has the moon above his head. And it was reported that he died in a hot tub. I don't know if it was the same one or what, but how eerie is that, you guys? I mean, what are the odds of that? But just keep in mind, the very last words in there is, "I'm Matt Man," right? So he continues to connect himself to Batman, also known as the Dark Knight, which feeds into the death of Bobby Knight, which we'll get into later. So we'll keep it moving. Sorry, I'm going to move you over here to my other screen so I can. Sorry, hold on just a second.
Hello to the people who are jumping in right now. Looks like a few more people are.
All right, so okay, so I have it up so I can follow along as well. So the water element really matters here because the moon controls the tides. All right, I put some screenshots in here so you guys can just type in moon and ocean, and then you'll see a lot of information out there that pretty much explains that the moon's gravitational pull is what causes the oceans to bulge out on both sides of the closest to the moon and the side farthest from the moon. And those bulges is what creates high and low tides. And like I mentioned, I said the moon represents the mother in a lot of ways. But once again, it's really simple. Think about how when a mother gives birth, her water breaks. Think about the birth canal, right? Touch on this page, but then also just think about like moon and water, M and W, right? The M and the W are just reflections of each other. And it also, it's also equivalent to, you think about the M and the W with the men's and the women's restrooms, right? So even just the letter connections are really interesting. And I point out, that the zodiac sign of Aquarius is essentially, right, it's the water symbol, it's the ripples, but if you look close enough, it's also the M and W. And I think I show that farther down on the next page. I think, yeah, right here.
Or you want to read the Scorpio part first? Because this one's Scorpio.
Yeah. So what I mentioned here at the top, I said we will later dive in, pun intended. I try to be funny sometimes. To the death of Bobby Knight. But for now, be mindful that Matthew Perry and Bobby Knight both died during the time of Scorpio in 2023, belonging to the water element sign of the zodiac, and whose symbol is the shape of the letter M. Right? So that ties in right with the M and W. If you flip it, it's an M and W. And then I point out with Aquarius, right? If you look closely, you can see an M and a W both in the Aquarius sign, which I was tying that back up to the last page.
Yeah. Can I include something real quick?
Yeah, of course.
Aquarius.
Absolutely.
So that also ties into or it connects to the Valentine's Day, because Valentine's Day is during Aquarius.
Oh, boom. Yeah. I did not mention that in here.
And then also, so since we're talking about friends, when you guys look at the astrology wheel, Aquarius is associated with friendships, like friends, like Matthew Perry.
Oh,
very
nice.
Very, very relevant.
Very relevant. Nice find, dude.
Yeah.
Why didn't you share that with me earlier? I would have put that in there.
I think I did
Did you?
I think there was just so much information. I think it might have
Yeah.
there was a chance that it might have got overlooked. So because I think I remember us talking about it, but
Yeah. Shout out to Cool Gma mentioning the yin and the yang, right? The moon and the sun, the yin and the yang, black and
yeah.
white, duality, M and W, reflections, right?
And then
Um,
it's interesting. Sorry. Yeah, it's interesting because the yin and yang, they look like, I think you had mentioned before, they look like the fish of the Pisces, like the two fish.
yep.
Um,
Yep.
and that's also associated with water as well. But anyways, let's give you the floor again.
Yeah. So what I get into next, I just say take note as well that, as mentioned, the college basketball championship game was played on Chandler Bing's birthday, played by Matthew Perry in the state of Arizona, home to Perry, Arizona, in the Chandler district of the state. So Perry and Chandler are like 10 minutes drive from each other. And
Sorry.
and Perry and Chandler are like 20-minute drive from where the championship was held, right? In Arizona, founded on Valentine's Day.
Oh,
Now,
and Casey made a really cool observation right now too. I don't know if you can see it. So M and
yeah.
W overlapped gives us the 911 in Roman numerals, and IXXI is the Mercy Maria symbol. That's really interesting. That's really cool.
I'm not sure what Mercy Maria is, or like what that symbol is.
Did you?
I should look more into that.
Yeah, I think it's the one that like Madonna uses, or she used it on one of her latest tour or something. But I don't know
so got it. So the IXXI is the Mercy Maria symbol.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay.
Great addition, Casey. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Really, to wrap up this first chapter, right? The last page here, I say in the Instagram post before his last. So, right, we already talked about his last Instagram post before he died.
Yeah.
But the one before it, his second to last Instagram post, was a video that only showed the moon. Obviously, we can't click on it, but if you were to hit play, it's just the moon for like 5 or 8 seconds. But what I thought was really interesting, I mentioned, Matthew Perry posted a video of the moon. So his last 2 posts included the moon. But look at the caption. Look at the caption of what he posted. He said, "Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you? I'm Matman." And, so what I said by the end of this book, I think you guys will all at least have somewhat of a better understanding of what he was trying to tell us all. Right. And lastly, I just point out here that, don't forget that he had a memoir talking about his addictions and struggles, throughout his career. But the last chapter of that book is called Batman. And those are just a few of many, many other examples of him comparing himself to the Dark Knight. Anyway, so now we'll move into chapter 2. We already did touch a little bit on it high level before we jumped in, but this one's titled Purdy Went to Perry. And Brock Purdy matters. I mean, he was relevant in the last book, but he matters here because of the Purdue connection, right? Like we said, what are the odds that Purdy becomes the runner-up in the Super Bowl 58, by the way, 58 days before Purdue is the runner-up in the championship game, the same day as the eclipse, right? Don't forget, like I mentioned here in the title, Purdy went to Perry in Chandler. So Brock Purdy played high school football for Perry High School in Arizona. And he lost back-to-back state championships to none other than Chandler High School. And once again, Perry and Chandler, Arizona, are both in the Phoenix area where the championship was held, basketball championship, 58 days after Super Bowl 58, where Brock Purdy was the runner-up. He seems to have a lot of bad luck, He loses back-to-back state championships in high school, and then he loses the Super Bowl, right? And then that ties in just with the name alone, Purdy and Purdue, right?
Yeah.
Now, towards the latter half of this paragraph, what I got to mention is that you can't overlook the name Phoenix, right? Phoenix, which is where the championship was held. That's where the Super Bowl was held the year prior to this year.
Right.
That's interesting because when you consider that at the time of this ritual and me writing this book, the movie Joker 2 is set to release later in 2024, starring none other than Joaquin Phoenix. Right? So even the Phoenix connection now ties in with Batman. But like, what are the odds too? Let's show them that image. Not only did Matthew Perry connect himself to Batman, but he even connected himself to the Joker. And for those that don't watch Friends or are not familiar with it, Chandler, like they're all funny in their own ways, but Chandler was always the jokester of the group. Just always, cracking jokes, like sarcastic jokes and all that stuff. But the reason he connects himself here is because one of his trademarks in the show is called the Chandler dance. He does this like really nerdy dance, and so you can see that image. He connects himself to the Joker. If you guys have saw the last Joker with Joaquin Phoenix, that whole scene when he's dancing down the stairs, right? And there's got to, what I just thought of, Sean? Why was he dancing down the stairs? Elevation, right? High and low vibration. Right? We're going to get into that later. That just hit my head.
Oh, that's good.
But notice this, you guys. What are the odds that Matthew Perry died on Joaquin Phoenix's birthday? Are you serious? What are the odds of that? I mean, 1 out of 365 days in a year times 2, right? For 2 different people here. Anyways, I'll let you guys do the math on that. So we'll keep it moving. So here's another really important part, you guys. I said, with this in mind, take note that Matthew Perry's first motion picture, meaning he was like B-list characters in other movies, but this was his first not lead role, a co-lead role, right? So he wasn't the star, but he was like the second star of the movie. With this in mind, take note that Matthew Perry's first motion picture was a movie titled A Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon, 1988, starring none other than Joaquin Phoenix's older brother, River. You see, you get the connection, river, water, right? Joaquin, shout out to you, Sean. Joaquin, kind of like walking on water, Jesus walking on water, right? And don't ignore the night part and don't ignore the rear part, and we'll get to that later. But you can scroll down and show them what movie this is. But you'll see it says Perry made his film debut in this movie. And towards the bottom, you'll see that he's the second listed as, the leading cast member of this movie. So what are the odds of that too? He compares himself to the Joker with Joaquin Phoenix, and then his movie debut was with River Phoenix in a movie called A Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon. I don't know, call it a stretch, but I thought that was an incredible connection.
Yeah, it is.
So next, on next page, right? I already kind of got ahead of myself there, but I just say notice too what we've talked about already regarding the element of water and the moon, and Matthew Perry, who was in a spa when he died, just like in his last Instagram post with the moon over his head, which controls the tides. This matters because of what I mentioned. Matthew Perry's first major motion picture was alongside River Phoenix, the older brother of Joaquin Phoenix. In case you're not aware, it was said that Jesus, the Son of God, walked on water. And a lot of that is symbolism to when the sun is setting on the water, right? It's that whole reflection idea. And then that's where I show the Aquarius symbol again. This next piece is a big one, you guys. This next piece is a big one. You guys might already see it. If you scroll down just a little bit more so they can see, this image. You guys might not remember this, but this is very important. Keeping in mind that Matthew Perry died on Joaquin Phoenix's birthday, October 28th, the date written 10/28, like 1028. This reminds of when a French woman by the name of Elise tied herself to a tennis net on March 28th, 2022, during the French Open semifinal between Casper Ruud and Martin Cilic, wearing a white t-shirt that read, "We have 1,028 days left." Don't forget that she tied herself to a net as well. Shout out to you, Sean. Symbolic of using a net to catch fish, right? So, and once again, so stop me at any point if you want to add anything else.
Okay, I'm good here. I'm good for now, though.
Yeah. So this matters outside of the blatantly obvious 10/28, Matthew Perry's death date, Joaquin Phoenix's birthday. This is one of only a few examples of gematria and date numerology and date durations that really matter with this. Because remember, Super Bowl 58 was held on February 11th, the date written 2/11, right? That was one of three main numbers that I talk about in the hand, right? Now, if you scroll down, just show them the image. I'll read the top part. In light of everything discussed thus far, we will soon segue into how Matthew Perry ties directly into Brock Purdy, the runner-up of the Super Bowl held on February 11th, the date written 2/11, concluding the NFL's 104th season. Before we do, I'll mention that the date of this protest with Elise took place exactly 2 years and 11 days before the eclipse, before before Chandler Bing's birthday, before the championship game when Purdue lost, right? 2 years and 11 days before that, which was also the 104th day of Brock Purdy's age. And it was 58 days after Super Bowl 58. Well, what are the odds also that if you you punch in Elise into gematria, take a look at those numbers for Elise, 58 and 104. Sean, were these not the three numbers that we talked about 2 weeks ago?
They absolutely were. And also to keep in mind, wait, I'm not on mute, right? So yeah, so if you guys did see the review of the book from the hand, yeah, so it was those three numbers, 211, 58, and 104. And he did not start on this book yet. And he actually, I don't think he had added this part into his decode yet. So it was like just perfect. It just like when we thought of like the 10/28, it was just like, it was like we were like, our jaws dropped.
Yeah. Well, I remember like we just FaceTimed randomly. I think I texted you. I was like, Sean, I need to talk to you, dude.
Yeah.
Because I saw this connection. I was like, dude, what did we just talk about in this last book? 211, 58, 104. And Elise happens to equal 58 and 104. And she did this protest 2 years and 11 days before the eclipse, before Chandler Bing's birthday, on the 104th day of Purdy's age, who was in Super Bowl 58 days before that day, you know?
Crazy.
Once again, Super Bowl was on 2/11. So
yeah.
Anyways,
but there's one thing I wanted to add with like the 10/28 real quick. Is going off of what Casey said. He added that Matthew Perry died on the anniversary of the Gateway Arch completion, which was 10/28, and that commemorates Western expansion. Like Lewis and Clark, Perry did the film Almost Heroes with Chris Farley, where they race Lewis, and that ties in also just with the whole theme, because it's like the connection between the two opposites, the sides, you know, like from one side to the other, like bringing like just like the connecting of the two opposites. And that's essentially what the Gateway Arch is. It's like a bridge, you know, it's like a bridge between the two opposites. So I thought that was, I mean, just that fact alone, that he died on the anniversary of the Gateway Arch, and then how like what that represents, and he was in the movie that represents that too. As I think that's also like pretty mind blowing just in itself. But I think it's really cool to add it in for the sake of this whole theme with the merging of the two. You know.
Absolutely, man. Like the work is never done. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, I got it all figured out. I mean, in fact, right? But we've already talked about. It's like, damn, it's almost like the moment I put it to print, all of a sudden, like 5 other things pop up that are like so perfect, and then I'm
Yeah,
like,
and then like it's also, I mean, just to add real quick, like that whole bridge theme, like the bridging of the two sides, and then like the Francis Scott Key Bridge, that actually at the time on the time here it actually was 10:28. I know it was 1:28 a.m. over there in Baltimore, but it was 10:28 here. Like that was the time here, and then so like that 128 connection, and then people were comparing that to Leave the World Behind, and Leave the World Behind had Matthew Perry in it, and then that came out on 12/8, like 128. So there's so many connections. Like there really is so many connections with so many different like kinds of numbers. And then like that 128, obviously like the 1028 128, that's obviously like a really big connection. And it just shows like, because you're gonna see like that this whole book doesn't even mention that, but
nope.
like there're just
No,
so many there's just so many way, like it just shows that there's so many ways to connect these things. Like this book, like this was the first time that I've seen like any of these types of connections. Like I remember all these events happening. Sorry, I got muted. So I remember all of these events happening as they were happening, but this is the first time I've seen any of them connected in this way. So it makes me really curious to know like how many other ways these things all can be connected. But yeah. So what were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what other movie Matthew Perry was in? Don't Look Up.
Right.
You remember that movie?
Yeah.
I saw it once. I saw it like right when it came out, and I don't even remember him in that movie. But when I started pulling up like his discography, I think it's called, like just his work, I was like, he was in Don't Look Up, like the Eclipse. Don't.
Yeah.
And Chandler Bing died on the Eclipse. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah.
then, but Matthew Perry died on 10/28 with everything you're saying. It's like, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably grabbed Perry and they were like, hey, we're gonna give you like 2 lines here in this movie for that particular purpose, because of just how interconnected he is with like the moon and all that, right?
Yeah.
And once again, remember, Batman, I'm Matman. Batman is also known as the Dark Knight. I gotta say this, you guys. I live in Austin, Texas. I was in the path of totality, meaning the eclipse, like, as you know, it kind of strips over the US. You guys, it was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. It hit totality at like 1:35 in the afternoon. I was out walking Cooper, and all of a sudden, dude, like as it was happening, I could hear the roars of my neighborhood being like, "Oh my God, like what the like people were freaking out, dude. It was so intense." And it got so dark for like 4 minutes. It was like 4.5 minutes that all the porch lights were coming on, and we're all just standing out there like, what? And then as soon as it started passing, right, it just started getting lighter and lighter again. It was nuts. Like I had shivers running down my spine. That's how intense it was. I had to share that, but anyways. So what I mentioned here, that this is kind of the point where I realized, and actually, Sean, that this is a 100% shout out to you. I apologize for not putting your name in here. I totally should have done that. But when you and I started talking about this Elise thing, and you pointed out the net, right? She tied herself to the net, and then and talking about Valentine's Day, right? The day of the year associated with hearts and love. You and I both were like, whoa, well, isn't love part of the game of tennis? I'm not a tennis player. Like when you and I were talking about it, I was just like, oh shit.
We had to like look it up. We're like, what does it mean again?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I had to look up exactly what does love mean in the game of sports. It just means 0. But even that image I thought was interesting. Well, no, obviously the heart, but then even below it, like the two zeros, like the blue and the red, the male and female. It's almost like they're coming together like an eclipse kind of thing.
Yeah, totally.
Call that a reach or a stretch, but I thought that was interesting. Because what I wrote right above that image is I said, as we will get to later, this is a love story, right? We've been saying this for a while. And I mentioned that because in syncretism.
Okay, sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, you're good. So in syncretism, and in other practices, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the chakra system, but the heart is the green chakra. The heart, right? You have the heart chakra, the throat chakra, the crown, right? So think about that. That matters because think about this. Jordan Love of the Green Bay Packers lost to Brock Purdy on his way to the Super Bowl. Shout out to Rambo. He had a whole bit about that. It had a lot to do with the River Nile, crossing the Jordan River, all that stuff. But there's a reason why Jordan Love is the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, right? And I think I throw that in there towards the end here, but yeah. So I'll just read this little blip. I said the heart is the green chakra, and through love, we elevate up and down the chakras. When we don't have love in our lives, we are at our heels or in hell. If we are in the highest form of love, we're at our head. We're at the head chakra or the crown chakra. Heaven, heels, hell, right? That's the whole concept of the chakras, and it has everything to do with love. The more love you have, the more you move up. The less you have, you move down. And that's not just love, getting love from other people or giving love to other people. A lot of it has to do with love of yourself and acceptance of yourself. And the more that you're able to do that, you're able to elevate through love. And that's not to be confused with loving and worshiping yourself. It's about finding that true love to where, you know, like they say, as the saying goes, you can't love somebody else until you love yourself. I firmly believe that. If, you know, people that have problems with themselves, how are they going to be able to just like let go of problems and just love other people wholeheartedly if they can't accept themselves, you know? So yeah. I just wanted to kind of throw that out there for a minute.
And then I think at this point, it's cool just to, I guess, reflect on what, I guess, how we're interpreting all of these connections. Like as all these connections, you know, he's putting them together. That's what separates this from just like a regular decode where you're just like, oh, okay, like this is like, you're just trying to like prove that this whole thing is scripted. It's like, as he's like put this together, he's like, he was able to pull the overall purpose behind it all. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's how it's like got into, you know, this part, like how it's like, now it's like showing that there's more intention behind all these connections than just to screw with humanity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it makes me wonder, like, hey, there's a bajillion words out there. Why is tennis with the green ball incorporating love as part of the rules of the game, or the name for zero? Oh, why don't you just say zero?
Yeah, exactly.
0 to 1.
Oh, and 7
7
1.
Like,
yeah, 7-1 is here. What's up, 7? Did you want to check out his comment? Perry's last movie was Misery Loves Comedy.
Oh, geez.
Isn't that amazing? Oh my god.
That's awesome, 7.
Thank you for
nice addition. Like that. This is why I love connecting with folks like you guys, because it keeps me sane. That like I'm not the only one seeing this, but just the additions, man. Like the first thing I'll say is like I cannot take credit for all of this stuff. You know, I can take credit for some, but like I can only get to this point of this type of work with this networking. So once again, I really appreciate, you know, you giving me your platform to share this information and just challenge people like, hey, yeah, get to know the numbers, get to know the basics, but like it's so much more than that, right? You know,
Yeah,
Me especially, I'll speak for myself. I was only in numbers for like 2 years. And then over the last, I'd say 6 months to a year, I've really been kind of zooming out of the numbers, but keeping all of that with me. And then now focusing more on this kind of stuff, the wordplay, the symbolism, the colors, right? The timing of things, right? The movies. Anyways, next page, you can just scroll to the image. It's just recapping.
This one or the one after
Okay,
this?
well, so we already shown that, right? Love, green, Arizona, founded on Valentine's Day, etc. This is just a recap to just show Chandler Bing. Like if you Google it, Chandler Bing's birthday, April 8th. Interesting. Same date as the eclipse. Same day as when the college basketball championship was played. When Purdue lost. 58 days prior when Purdy lost in Super Bowl 58, right? I thought this was a fitting image to kind of put around this, because it really is. There is some humor in this, you know. It's a love story, but it's like at a point, right, when we get our mind blown so much, it's like half the time I'm like laughing, you know. I'm like, wow, this is incredible. It's like a, I don't know. I'm not laughing because I necessarily think it's funny, but it's like, you know, it's like a like a what do you call it? A reflect? No, geez, what am I missing? It's just like an automatic response for me to laugh at some of this stuff.
Well,
So.
honestly, I know exactly what you mean, because like those moments where when we would like think of something else, and then it would both hit us at the same time. Like those were like the kinds of reactions, like of excitement, that I would have when I was like a kid. Like I haven't had those
Yeah.
feelings in like a long time. But those are the things that I would like, that would make me feel like that, like my most memorable times of being a kid. And so yeah, like it's hard for things to really like impact me like that nowadays, but those are the things that just really do it for me.
Sean, we need to drop everything for a second after what you just said. And on this image we have of Matthew Perry. Can you do me a favor?
What's up?
Can you please go to Google?
My thing's like freezing on me. Hold on.
Sorry, Sean, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Dang.
You having trouble with your browser?
My keyboard. Like I'm pressing it. I don't know. I think maybe got unplugged or something.
That's okay. I'll just speak to it then. It's okay.
Yeah.
We'll go back. We don't want to throw us too off. But with everything you just said, Sean, I couldn't agree more. Right? I'm laughing because like I feel like a child again. Like I feel like I am passionate about this work, and right, the whole name of the game of life is finding something that you like to do, that you love to do. I love doing this. And it reminds me of a Bible verse that reads, and he said, truly, I tell you, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Therefore, whoever takes the lowly position of this child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. I'm not here to be a pastor or a priest or any of that, but I interpret that as humbling yourself, right? Most people aren't willing to do that, especially as you get older, especially when you come to receive information where you're kind of being threatened about your everything you cease to understand about the world, right? Most people aren't willing to do that, but if you are, you're essentially resetting yourself. You're becoming a child again by relearning everything. I wanted you to pull it up on Google because I'll give you one guess. What book of the Bible that quote that verse is from?
Matthew.
Matthew 18, 3-5.
That's awesome.
And like Matthew is kind of a child, like he's kind of very childish in the show, you know?
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
Maybe a little less than Joey, but not my partner Joey, but Joey in the show. But
yeah.
Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? Like with just what you were saying, it reminded me of that verse. I pull it up and I was like, oh my God, of course it's in Matthew. That's awesome. Right? Like numbers matter. Anyways.
Yeah.
So we'll get back on track here.
Or do you want me to
So yeah. So next, I touched on it very briefly before we dove in here. I just mentioned, hey, moving on, don't forget that there was a Perry middle school shooting, children, right? It was in Iowa, and that matters because Purdy went to Perry in Arizona, but he played football for Iowa State. Okay. So there's that connection right there. If you scroll down, this next paragraph, we've already touched on pretty much all of it.
Okay.
One thing I didn't mention was that, or at least yet in this presentation, is remember the Super Bowl was held in Paradise, Nevada. Sin City, Paradise, Adam and Eve, right? All that stuff. But keep in mind that Paradise Valley is also in the Phoenix area of Arizona. Okay. But yeah, we'll just share that screenshot of the map here just so you guys can see how close Chandler and Perry are from each other. And oh my God, 8.4 miles, kind of like the date of the championship in the eclipse. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think that ties into Aquarius too. I think because Aquarius is ruled by Uranus. Remember, Uranus is part of the theme too. Uranus.
Yeah.
And I think Uranus takes 84 years to revolve around the sun. Can somebody correct me if I'm wrong? But it's 84 years. That's the orbit for Uranus.
What's funny too is the zigzag. It's kind of like the M and the W.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like if you like, even if you went the alternative direction, it's literally a zigzag between Perry and Chandler.
You're right.
But anyways, yeah, like if you zoom out just a little bit, you'll see like on the other corner of the map is essentially where the championship was held.
Oh, wait, where?
If you scroll up just a little bit, like you'll see where the heart of Phoenix is, right? So it's Chandler and Perry are a suburb of Phoenix.
Oh, so it's like around here.
Actually, it's a little bit more northeast, but the point is like it's a big district of Phoenix, But obviously, we're just pointing out that Chandler and Perry are in Arizona. Guess what I just saw too, Sean? It's right there. What else do you see on that map? Right above Chandler and Perry. What name do you see?
I see my ex's new boyfriend's name, but besides that, 202?
Gilbert? Like
that's
Gilmore?
That's actually the name I was looking at. That's my ex's new boyfriend's name. But Gil. Oh yeah, we haven't even gotten to any of that yet. Oh well, yeah, that was from the last book. The last book.
Yeah. Well, so shout out Casey. He said, "You're right, Sean. It's 84 years of Uranus, or Uranus."
Oh, and then the bridge collapse was Pelosi's 84th birthday too. That's right.
Oh, geez. Miss 56. Anyways, let's keep going. So I already touched on this as well, but this is just an image for you guys to see that the eclipse, once again, the same date as the basketball championship, was held on Brock Purdy's 104th day of his age. Once again, he was just in Super Bowl 58 days prior to hitting his 104th day of his age. And that matters because this concluded the 104th NFL season, and 104 is going to come back. So keep that in mind. It's actually coming up right now. Remember when we were talking about the Joker, you guys? Matt Perry dying the same day as Joaquin Phoenix. The championship game was held in Phoenix, home of Perry and Chandler. right? Well, I did mention too that Joker 2 is coming out. What are the odds that Joker 2 is being released on 10/4, October 4th? And the word drowning equals 104. And that's what they say essentially what happened with Matthew Perry. He died in a tub. It could have been because of drugs and whatever, but he was in a tub and he drowned. Drowning, 10/4. Joker, releasing 10/4. Brock Purdy, 104th day of his age.
Yeah,
Concluded
and this is
the
this is
104th
something that,
NFL season. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, and this is something that I'm pretty sure is Casey's thinking about right now, because I think we talked about it when we reviewed the hand. So Sirius, the dog star Sirius,
Yeah.
like, why so serious?
Yep.
Sirius is located at the 104th degree, and this is just perfect for this to be like this image right here, because we have Sirius, we have Joker, why so serious, the 104, and Sirius is associated with the flooding of the Nile, like the water. So just, it's all perfect.
It's really hard to see. Since you bring that up, if you don't mind, can you please go scroll back up to where where we showed Chandler Bing and the Joker real quick? It's really, really small. But this article opens.
Where was it? I didn't pass it. Oh.
There you go, right there. Yep. So zoom in like a lot. What does it say right underneath the image? Could he be any more serious? See that? Right? No, right underneath it.
Oh, yeah.
Could he be any more serious? For anybody who watches Friends, that's just a tribute to the character Chandler, right? But like, think about that. Can he be any more serious? And then everything with you were just tying in with Sirius and the dog star and all that. Mm-hmm. Man, I just wanted to point out, like, I made sure to have that in the image for anybody to catch it. But anyway, so sorry, not trying to get too back and forth here. Let's stay on track.
Yeah. I can. I'll try to interrupt less.
Oh, no. I love those additions, dude. Honestly, this is what it's all about. To conclude this chapter, the last thing I point out, as I mentioned, you guys, Brock Purdy went to Perry in Arizona. You had the Perry, Iowa middle school shooting on January 4th of this year. Kind of like 104, right? Because in numerology, the 0 doesn't matter. So 1-4.
Oh, sorry.
But it's worth pointing out that, remember, Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey were the two star players of the 49ers this year, right? That were just in the Super Bowl. Christian kind of reminds me of Christian Bale, who was, who played Batman. I did mention here, I didn't put a screenshot in it, but that shooting took place 211 days after Christian McCaffrey's birthday. And then he ended up in the Super Bowl on 2/11 with his buddy Purdy.
Wow.
But check this out. What are the odds that the head basketball coach for the University of Iowa, right, home of Perry, Iowa, where the shooting happened, what are the odds that the head coach, his name is Fran McCaffrey, Fran like Francisco, San Francisco, and then McCaffrey like Christian McCaffrey, who plays for San Francisco. I put here at the very end, I just say, just to make it clear, you guys, Iowa State, where Purdy went, is a completely different school than the University of Iowa. But they're both very, very relevant, connected through the state of Iowa, where the shooting took place, right? So that concludes chapter 2. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Not on my end.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Then we'll keep going. So next, we're going to segue you guys into the sunflower and Phoebe. Obviously, Chandler is still very relevant with this. So for those that are, once again, Friends fans, you guys are very familiar with the character Phoebe Buffet. But things are going to get a little interesting, you guys. So make sure you're paying attention. So, we title this Phoebe, Chandler, and the Sunflower. Now that we've touched on the connections of Matthew Perry, Brock Purdy, who went to Perry and Chandler, and Matthew Perry played Chandler in arguably the most famous TV show of all time, next we will dive in, once again, to Matthew Perry's connection to Phoebe Plummer's defacing of Vincent van Gogh's Sunflowers painting back in 2002. That was the same year as Elysee's protest, right? So think about that. These are two different protests. You have the Elysie protest, which we have already touched on, and then now we have the Phoebe Plummer protest. Okay, but just look at it. What else represents an eclipse? A sunflower, right? I mean, it's so obvious. I can't think of many other things that are that symbolic to the eclipse. What I ask here, what else represents an eclipse? The Batman signal. Think about that, you guys. I never realized that until I really started connecting like the moon connections and then Batman. And I was like, oh shit, like, yeah, the Batman signal, that's exactly what it is. It's an eclipse. It's the bat over the sun, bat and night, right? So with that, I know it's a lot to read here, but I think this is worth reading to the viewers real quick. So I said, for those of you who have never watched or followed the show Friends, I will emphasize what I just said. Matthew Perry is directly connected to the character Phoebe Buffay in this show because Lisa Kudrow's character Phoebe is extremely relevant. Take note that the name Lisa means lily, corresponding with the lily flower and the Mona Lisa. Don't ignore Mona, by the way. Monday. Another painting that has been defaced and stolen over the years. For you Friends fans out there, is it a stretch to point out even further that the Mona Lisa further connects to this show, where Chandler Bing's true love interest is Monica Geller? Remember, Monday is named after the moon, the feminine, the mother, right? Well, back to very familiar numbers, Sean. What are the odds that Phoebe Buffay equals 1, 12, and 58? Kind of like how the Super Bowl was held on 1/1/2, and it was Super Bowl 58, right? And the sunflower represents the eclipse. Don't forget that Brock Purdy went to Perry in Arizona. I know I sound redundant at a point, but it's important to just be continuously reminded where you go, oh yeah. No, we've touched on that. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so let's show them the image. If you can go to the next page. So I show a screenshot here about where the name Lisa comes from. It stems from the lily flower and Mona Lisa, right? Lisa Kudrow plays Phoebe. Phoebe Plummer defaced the Sunflowers painting. And of course, her character equals 1, 12, and 58. Boom. I also included that screenshot just to show you guys what I touched on earlier, that poor Brock Purdy, he just can't win a championship. He loses back-to-back high school championships to none other than Chandler High School, playing for Perry, where Matthew Perry played Chandler, right? It's that simple. Now, what I want to point out here next is there's an episode where as Chandler is falling in love with Monica, right? Moon. They're trying to keep it a secret. And essentially what happens is Chandler and Phoebe kind of play off a fake love interest between each other to try to distract and get people to not see the true love interest between Chandler and Monica, right? So what I mentioned here at the end, once again, remember Arizona, Valentine's Day, love, all that stuff. I just say, notice in this next image we're going to show you, that right before Chandler admits his love to Monica, it's a moment where like he's just about to like kiss Phoebe, but neither of them even want to kiss each other. You know what I mean? They're like trying, like it's so obvious they're not in love. And right before he's like about to kiss her, he goes, "I love Monica." Right. And then that's when it's a big, big moment, you know? But yeah, take a look at this image, right? Let's show them that, because there's a lot here, you know, like, as you can see, right? They're both like, especially Chandler, he's just like, "Oh no, I don't know if I can do this." And then that's when he gives up, right? But like, notice the flower behind Phoebe's ear, and notice the dartboard. I mean, it's like a sun right behind her head. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Am I reaching on that? Because there's a lot there with that. But next, anyway, so back to Phoebe Plummer and the sunflowers painting.
Oops.
That took place on October 14th, 2022. So this took place a couple months after Elysee's protest back in March of this year. Well, what are the odds that October 14th happens to be George Perry Floyd's birthday, who died 2 years prior, right? Back on, what was it? Memorial Day during COVID. Really? Phoebe Plummer defaces the sunflowers painting on George Perry Floyd's birthday.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say about that. Other than also shout out to you, Sean. This next image, one of the most famous murals of George Perry Floyd, is none other than a sunflower behind him, with bricks too, which I know Joey would love to talk about.
Oh yeah.
But think about that. Just think about that. Like, what are the odds? Why would you put a sunflower behind him? I mean, if you're going to do a flower, you could have done a million flowers, but you're going to do the sunflower. Like, look, it's an eclipse behind his head.
I think there's something that might I know, sorry, it's a little off the topic of the sunflower, but I feel like it might be worth noting too, like the
I'm still here, by the way. Hold on.
Okay. How like Matthew Perry, he died like basically drowning, so he couldn't breathe. George Floyd couldn't breathe. So that's an interesting connection, but that's totally like separate from the sunflower thing. Something else I was thinking about was, I think George Floyd, I think he died during Taurus. Am I right? I think it was Taurus season when May 25th is Taurus, and he I was thinking about the bull, like the bullseye.
Oh wow, yeah.
That's what I was thinking about.
No, that's a great addition, dude. No, and I love what you were saying about that. Like, yeah, you can see I can breathe now, right? It says that right underneath George Floyd's face. But yeah, no, that's a phenomenal correlation as well.
Oh, sorry, Gemini. It's my bad.
Gemini. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Gemini are the twins, right? And he died in the Twin Cities.
Right.
So yeah, there's a lot with that. But yeah, no, great catch about I can't breathe. You know, when you drown, you die from not being able to breathe, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I just wanted to show the image here. This is when it took place on George Perry Floyd's birthday. Phoebe Plummer threw tomato sauce on the sunflowers painting. Oh yeah, Roman Reigns' birthday. That's a good find. Anyway, so we're about halfway through. Next, we're going to segue into the death of Bobby Knight. Okay. By the way, I was meaning to ask you, did you change your thumbnail on YouTube because of Moon Knight and what we've been talking about, or you've had that for a while now, right?
I've actually had it for a while, so it was just another like perfect scene.
That makes it so surreal because, you know, shout out to Rambo once again. He's the one that brought that connection in, and we'll touch on that in a minute. But think about this, you guys. So I grew up a huge basketball fan. And for those that don't follow college or pro, all you got to know is that Bobby Knight died 4 days after Matthew Perry died. And Bobby Knight is, you could arguably say that Bobby Knight is on the Mount Rushmore of college basketball coaches. Okay, arguably one of the top 5 best ever. But let's just start there with the last name Knight, right? Knight, like the Dark Knight. But the number 4 matters, right? 4 days apart from each other. I point out here at the beginning that the number 4 is very voodoo in the Mandarin language, because the number 4 is pronounced the same way as the word death. So kind of like here, you know, in the US at least, sometimes you'll notice that there isn't a 13th floor because of that whole voodoo thing. It'll go from, you know, floor 11, 12, 14. Well, if you're on floor 14, you know what floor you're really on. but anyway, so just keep that in mind. That, you know, I thought that was really interesting. Just the number 4, like 4 days apart from each other, associated with death. They both die 4 days apart.
Dude, I totally forgot that that's also a golf term for.
Oh, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. Wow, I didn't even think about that.
Can I give you a second to I'm gonna get something real quick, but do you want to just elaborate and just, well, I'll be back.
I'll just read this opening. You do your thing. So after we touched about the number 4, I just point out that it was reported on November 1st of last year that legendary men's basketball coach Bobby Knight passes away, reportedly suffering from pneumonia. To make sense of Bobby Knight's connection to what we've already discussed, the simplest connection is right in front of your face, right? Just his last name, Knight, the Dark Knight, Batman, right? Now, once again, shout out to Rambo for adding this addition to it. But with this in mind, I've also already pointed out Batman's connection to the moon and the eclipse, right? With the Batman signal. But what if we told you that there's a Marvel Comics character named Moon Knight? Wow. Just to clear the air, you guys, I'm no comic expert, but Batman is part of the DC comic series, and Moon Knight is part of the Marvel comic series. So 2 different publishers, if you will, but still extremely relevant.
And it's so funny because I don't know if a lot of people agree, but I've had a lot, like, there's been so many people telling me that, like, I'm Oscar Isaac's doppelganger. I've had, because he's the one who plays Moon Knight. I've actually had people stop me in public to take a picture with me, because not because they thought that I was him, but they're like, you look just like him. Like, my friends love him. Can I please get a picture with you?
Is that why you made that your thumbnail?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Dude, I don't even know. I mean, I can't tell because he's wearing a mask.
Oh,
like we wore masks in coronavirus and all that stuff. Corona, crown.
Oh, nice.
Anyways, but wow, I didn't know that, dude. Can you got to send me a photo, or I'll look at it. What was his name again?
Oscar Isaac.
Oscar Isaac. Okay.
Yeah.
That's funny, dude. Okay, so I just touched on Moon Knight, so keep that in mind. Moon, eclipse, Batman, Moon Knight, comics, all that stuff. Yeah, shout out Captain Flat-tastic. That's funny. The word 4 sounds like the word death in Mandarin. It would make sense why a golfer yells 4 to anybody who might get hit by his ball. He's yelling an outcome if you don't watch out. I mean, is that the true like reason why people say 4? I wonder. I don't know.
Yeah, or it kind of sounds like it's just like a good connection. Like,
yeah,
I don't know if that's exactly what it is, but that's pretty clever. That's really clever.
No, that absolutely. I like that. All right, so moving on. So check this out, you guys. So Bobby Knight, he won, I don't remember how many championships he won, but he's extremely popular at the University of Indiana. That's where he was doing his thing when Indiana was winning championships. But Bobby Knight is notorious for a very, very short temper and being very aggressive. just big dick energy. It's the best way to put it. Like, he was a total asshole. But that's why people like loved like watching him, right? Like, mainstream media just has a field day with him because he gets so mad all the time. And he got in trouble for like pushing players and like hitting them and stuff and all that. But we'll get into that soon. But he was known for a lot of quotes, but one of his most popular quotes, I quote, "When my time on earth is done and my activities here are past, I want them to bury me upside down so my critics can kiss my ass." Well, that's interesting with everything we've talked about Moon Knight and Batman and Bobby Knight. It's pretty funny considering when you show someone your ass, when you go kiss my ass and you show them, you're technically mooning them, right? That's where that whole play on words comes from, right? But what's another name for your butt, your ass, right? Kiss my ass. But it's also your rear end, taking us all the way back up to chapter 1 about Matthew Perry and a night in the life of Jimmy Reardon, the moon. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, you can just show them that image here real quick. And then, Sean, just a side note, you and I were talking about the upside down part's really interesting because, that ties right back into St. Peter's cross, the upside down cross, tying right back into the hand, right?
Yeah. I was also going to say that it's also worth noting like that this movie coming out in 88, like the 88 is the analemma, like the paths of the sun and the moon. I think most of the people.
Well, yeah. You and I talked about, hey, there's a reason why the eclipse took place on the 8th, right?
Yeah.
Like an 8 is
the 2 circles.
It's essentially an eclipse, right? It's a merging of 2 circles right before they start overlapping, right? It's also the infinity symbol and all that. But just think about that, the 8.
Yep.
So of course Reardon came out in 88. Now, next, another really big thing that Bobby Knight was known for, arguably the biggest thing he was ever known for besides winning championships for the University of Indiana, was a moment in his career when he threw a chair onto the basketball court after being given a technical foul as Indiana's head coach. And that was back on February 23rd, 1985. Against none other than their rival, Purdue. This was like his moment, man. Like when he threw the chair, like it was like the biggest deal ever. I mean,
and I just thought something too. Like, I don't know, I don't remember if you put it or not, but what's the connection with everything you're talking about with the rear and a chair?
Well, I mean, you put your rear in a chair.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So of course, I mean. Yeah. He could have thrown a water bottle. That would have been relevant. Yeah. He could have thrown, I don't know, whatever. But like he threw a chair.
Yeah.
Right.
No, yeah. That was the whole point of what I was trying to make. But that's like it's just another like perfect like connection to the whole thing.
How perfect that Bobby Knight that says "kiss my ass" throws a chair where you sit your ass in a chair, right? But don't overlook that happened against Purdue. Now, besides Purdy and Purdue, okay, that's an obvious one. How does Purdue tie into the moon? Well, Neil Armstrong, who apparently went to the moon, he went to Purdue. And shortly before the eclipse, back on, I want to say February 22nd, which is interesting. It's one day off from the date of Bobby Knight's chair throw or the anniversary of it. But apparently we just landed on the moon again recently for the first time in 51 years, where moon equals 51. That's funny. But anyways, just to keep it simple, just keep that in mind. How does Purdue relate to the moon? It has everything to do with Neil Armstrong. That's where he went to school. So a lot of this stuff is just me kind of repeating and retying everything in so people don't get too lost about the connections. But if we scroll down here, so check this out. So Purdue, yeah, that screenshot right there, 1969. Back on April 8th, the day of the eclipse, Purdue appeared in their second championship ever. The first time that they were in the championship ever was in 1969. The same year that apparently Lance Armstrong, Mr. Purdue, went to the moon. How perfect is that? The year that Lance Armstrong lands on the moon, Purdue is in the championship. You know what I mean? And the next time we land on the moon, Purdue's in the championship. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then, sorry, I forget if you put it, but that's also the same year that, not Chandler Bing, but Matthew Perry, that's when he was born, 1969.
Yeah, I think Chandler Bing was 68. Yeah, but that's a great addition, of course. So Matthew Perry is born the year that we land on the moon, right? Moving forward, don't ignore that chair throw took place in the year 85. That's huge. This was the reason why I loved Purdue to at least make it to the championship game this year. It made so much sense, especially when you just look at in the base ciphers of gematria, basketball 85, Purdue 85, Purdue University 85. That chair throw was in the year 85, which was also the same year that the March Madness tournament began. There were college basketball seasons prior to 1985, but 1985 was the first year that college basketball started to form this tournament called March Madness. Okay. So basketball in 85 is huge. And this is the 85th. This was the 85th college basketball season. So how perfect for Purdue 85, Purdue University 85 to be in the 85th college basketball final. Yeah. Doesn't mean they had to win. Obviously they didn't. You know, that was a big thing when I was talking with Rambo. He was like, oh, so like, don't you think this is a sign that Purdue's going to lose? And I was like, well, yeah, if history repeats itself, Purdue loses and then Purdue loses, you know? And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah. And especially like how you were, oh, you just said that with Purdue and Purdue. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. It's like that simple. Purdue loses, Purdue loses. Same year. Next, what I get into here, another reason why there was a glimmer chance that Purdue were to win is because Purdue the year prior lost in the first round as a 1 seed to the 16 seed. I don't want to get too hairy on this, but it's only happened one other time in history of March Madness, when Virginia back in, I believe it was 2018, should have it in there. Yeah, 2018. Virginia lost as a 1 seed to the 16 seed, and then they came back and won the whole thing the following year. So Purdue had the shorter end of the stick where they lost in the first round last year, and then at least they made their way all the way to the championship the year prior. They didn't lose or they didn't win. They can thank Brock Purdy for that. But check this out, you guys. If you can scroll down to that image, the next image, yeah. So Purdue, this is last year, you guys. Look at that date, March 17th, 2023. Okay, so this was the game when Purdue lost as a 1 seed to the heavy underdog 16 seed. Look how many points they scored. 58. And then Super Bowl 58 happens 58 days before the championship game that they ended up in. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't ignore who they lost to. The Fairleigh Dickinson Knights. They lost to the Knights. Bobby Knight.
Crazy.
Mr. Indiana. Purdue is in Indiana. There's a big thing about Indiana, but I'm just going to keep it there. Just think about that. They lost to the Knights with 58 points. And then the next year, they end up in the championship 58 days after Super Bowl 58. All while, by the way, yeah, so Bobby Knight died later in this year after they lost. Okay. Now, it doesn't stop there. I actually had to create a whole separate chapter about this elevator thing. Remember when you and I started talking more about that? It was like, dude, there's just too much here that I can't ignore.
Yeah.
Now, what really stood out to me as I was really paying attention to, what I feel has, what teams I feel have a great riddle to go deep in the tournament, at least. If you can show them that screenshot, something really weird happened on February 15th, funny enough, the day after Valentine's Day. This same Fairleigh Dickinson men's basketball team who upset Purdue the year prior, there was this weird story that came out that they got stuck in an elevator on their way downstairs to start warm-ups of the game. So like they had to delay the game like 20, 30 minutes because they were stuck in an elevator. And I was like, that is so bizarre. Like that doesn't happen every day. Sure, it happens, but an entire basketball team is stuck in an elevator. There's a whole video where like they couldn't even get the elevator back up in full so they could just walk out. They literally had to like pull them out of this, like, I don't know, like 3-foot crevice. They like literally had to pull them out of this elevator. It was so strange. But that was leading up to Selection Sunday a month later. So I was just like, wow, the Knights are in this again. Bobby Knight just died. The Knights upset Purdue last year, scoring 58 points. The championship is 58 days after Super Bowl 58, featuring Purdy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it got me to think of, honestly, that this didn't hit my head originally, but it kind of did as soon as I did a Google search. If you can scroll down, check this out. This got me recalling a similar event that took place on February 12th. Keep that in mind. February 12th, 212. During the 2002 Women's Hockey Olympics hosted in Beijing, where it was reported that Team USA star Hillary Knight was crunched by an elevator door. So now we have two examples of the Knights and the elevator. I was like, that's really strange. Where it gets even weirder, you guys. This is just kind of a side note. When I was doing some research, if you can scroll down, Sean, what are the odds that there was an artist? This was an American roots singer. Her name was Phoebe Snow. She had a song called Ride the Elevator. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
There's not much else to say about Phoebe Snow other than her name and the elevator connection. But this is all going to come together in a minute. What I mentioned here, and I'm going to read this part because this is important. As if that wasn't already bizarre, I also recalled an episode of Friends when Chandler Bing, played by Perry, who connected himself to Batman, the Dark Knight, there's a scene where he stated that someone he was once romantic with asked him if he ever wanted to have sex in an elevator. He was surprised by the question and asked the group, "How do you know if you want to do it in an elevator?" Among the entire cast in this scene, and of all the characters, Phoebe is the one that replies. And she replied, she said, "Oh, you just know." She said, "Oh, you just know." And then she takes a sip of her coffee. Chandler looks at her kind of weird, like, "Whoa, you're a freak." And then the scene ends. But get this, you guys, that scene took place on an episode called The One After the Super Bowl, Part 1. It was also season 2, episode 12, 212, the same date that Hillary Knight tweeted out that she got crushed or crunched by an elevator door. So you guys see that season 2, episode 12. If you scroll back up, you'll see the date of Hillary Knight's tweet. See that? 212, February 12th. And if you can just show them, that little screenshot right there. So that this was the scene I'm talking about. You guys can go back and pull it up and watch it yourself. It's called The One After the Super Bowl, Part 1, Season 2, Episode 12. Chandler asks, did you ever want to, or Chandler explains that a gal asked him once, did you ever want to do it in an elevator? How do you know if you want to do it in an elevator? And then Phoebe, of all the other characters, says, oh, you just know. They could have Ross or Joey or Monica or Rachel. They could have any of them say it, but it was Phoebe.
Yeah.
It was Phoebe. I mean, Phoebe was kind of the freak on the show, so it makes sense. But just think about that. Like, there's a reason why she was the one that had kind of the punchline of that scene.
Mm-hmm.
But very relevant with everything we're talking about with regards to the elevator and the Knights and Hillary Knight, and now tying everything back in with Matt Perry and Lisa Kudrow, Miss Phoebe, right?
Yeah.
Anything I'll just pause here for a second. I feel like I'm kind of steamrolling here.
Well, there was a really cool connection with like the Super Bowl. Casey made it. I just wanted to read it just because it's just crazy how like relevant it is. So Super Bowl 58, the anniversary of Whitney Houston. That was the anniversary of Whitney Houston drowning, and Whitney equals 104.
Houston. Wait, what was the anniversary? Sorry, what?
Oh, Whitney Houston drowning.
What was the anniversary though? What date was that?
The Super Bowl 58.
Wait, Whitney Houston died on February 11th, you're saying?
Yeah.
But years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
And Whitney equals 104. Drowning equals 104. Houston equals 112. And star equals 58. And the star tarot card is associated with Uranus and Aquarius. And it depicts the water bearer. So just like perfect. Those are the only two.
Well, for the sake of this presentation, you should pronounce it your anus.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Let's really sell it here, because
your anus, yeah. But it's crazy because those are the two. Like, we were talking about the planet Uranus and then the sign Aquarius. So that's a crazy connection, and it depicts the water bearer. So it's just wild.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So what I realized with all this, right, when I started seeing all these elevator connections and night and the Knights and whatever, I was like, what's this elevator thing about? And then it just clicked. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Like, it's about love. And with love, you rise up or down the chakras.
Yep. Okay.
Right? When we're level, we're even. But as we elevate and receive love, we move up. Or if we receive less love, even for ourselves, we move down, just like an elevator. Going right back to Joaquin Phoenix's Joker dance down the stairs, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So just think about that.
That was a really good addition.
If an elevator is broken, you have to take the stairs. You know what I mean? Up and down. So, and then once again, I just reiterate, remember, Arizona, Phoenix was founded on Valentine's Day. Okay. Next here, I just give a little shout out to Rambo because he added an incredible addition here. Once again, Sean, I'm sorry, man. I feel like I should have shouted you out here in this book. I feel really bad about that.
Don't worry about it.
But because once again, you've been a huge part of this book. For anybody interested in Rambo's work, I do have it at the end of this book. And Sean, I don't know if you want to just put in his information so people can find him.
Yeah, we can do that.
But anyways, check this out, you guys. In light of everything discussed thus far, the incredibly ironic or convenient connections and synchronicities between Knight, Perry, Phoebe, and the elevator, go look up the song titled Love in an Elevator by Aerosmith, written by none other than, wait for it, Joe Perry. Do I need to keep repeating myself? It's just like, come on. Joe Perry writes a song called Love in an Elevator, and we just talked about a scene from Friends where they're literally talking about making love in an elevator. Yeah, Joe Perry. Joe Perry alongside Steve Tyler. I mean, whoa.
This was like around the time when like so many things just kept adding on more and more, and we were just getting like tired. We're like, please just make it stop. Like, you know, when you're like, when something, it's almost like when you're watching something that's like so funny and then you just can't stop laughing and you're just like, oh god, like I just wanted to stop. Like,
right. You're like, dude, I can't breathe. I'm literally like, I'm about to die. Like, please stop, you know?
Yeah. Like,
because it's all so relevant. You know what I mean? To me, I don't put anything in here that I don't think is like gold, you know? Yeah. There's other stuff where it's like, oh, okay, like I could throw that in there, but you know what I mean? Like it's relevant, but it's not substantial, you know, and I'm trying to bring things forth that are very substantial. And what's so funny is like Rambo said, like we were texting about this whole elevator thing, and then like just so nonchalantly, he's like, "Oh yeah, no, it reminds of Aerosmith's "Love in an Elevator" by Joe Perry," and I'm like, "What?" You know, it's just like, what? It's this. God, it's like just when I thought like it was like, wow, dude, like I got it all put together, and then I reach out to Rambo, and then I get humbled real quick. He's like, "Oh well, did you think about this? Did you think about this?" And I'm like, "No."
That's probably like when you were. That's probably like in your last book when you were talking about like the Church of Satan. He's like, "Oh, like the new like headmaster."
Yeah. No, exactly. That was the other like big one. He's just like, "Oh yeah, no, with everything you're sharing with me, absolutely. That reminds me that Peter Gilmore is the new high priest of the Church of Satan." And I'm like, "What the?" Like, thank God that like I have Rambo to like share those things with me, because I would be so upset to like not have that included because it's so relevant, you know? But anyway, so let's keep it moving. We're on page, we're about to hit page 30 out of 40. Notice that we've only hit gematria in numbers like what, once, twice?
Yeah.
You know? But don't overlook the whole Aerosmith part too. You and we've talked about that.
Yeah,
because
I was going to bring up like I guess a connection with like Cupid, with Valentine's Day, and then Aerosmith, like with an arrow.
Yeah, whoa, nice. Aerosmith, yep. You know, think about how the Chiefs just won, which is an arrowhead. Their logo is an arrowhead.
Yeah.
And they won in Vegas, Sin City, but Paradise, all that stuff. But they won the year before in Arizona, in the same stadium as this year's past championship.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know?
And that was the same year that the Las Vegas Knights won the Stanley Cup.
There you go. Exactly. I do want to read this paragraph right here. I think it's important because, you know, we've briefly touched on the chakra system, and I'm not here to, you know, be talking about meditation and all that, but it's very relevant in the world of esoteric and syncretism. I say, before we move on, this brings us to one final point. Most people are not familiar with the chakra system. I'm no expert either, but I'm learning. But what I do know is that it is said that the highest level of vibration or elevation, like an elevator, is located in the head, heaven. And the lowest is located at your heels, hell, right? We touched on that. But the head chakra is formerly known as the crown chakra. The crown, the corona. When the eclipse, that was a corona, crown, elevation, right? And when you think about the color purple, it heavily reminds me, at least, of royalty. The prince and the king and the queen, they all wear crowns, right? Kind of like princes, you know? Well, what are the odds that the artist, formerly known as Prince, who had Purple Rain, right? He died in an elevator.
Yeah.
What?
I know.
What? He died in an elevator. And yeah, and we got to show this image. Like, this is the image that they show you in the news.
Let me see
of Prince, who died in an elevator. What are the odds that he's laying on top of a sun?
Hey, Joseph.
What's that?
I said, hey, Joseph.
Oh, okay. What's up,
And
Aqua?
yeah, there's this. Yeah, here's
Yeah.
the description.
Yeah, so I just say, notice that the image that they have of Prince when he was reported dead, he's in front of an elevator and he's laying on top of a sun with rays protruding outward. And like we talked about, corona, crown, when the moon goes over the sun, it's a corona, which is a crown. And everything we just talked about with the elevator stuff. Prince, the crown chakra, dies in an elevator, but they show a photo of him right outside of it with the sun. Like that's a really misplaced sun, by the way. Whoever put that sun there, like what they should be fired. Like
I know. They're like, this isn't centered at all.
Yeah, I was like, what? Like, what is this? But like, what are the odds of that?
Yeah.
Remember, Jesus is known as the King of Kings, right? The Prince of Peace, crown, corona. Prince dies in front of an elevator. You elevate up to the crown chakra, and then he dies with this photo of him on top of a sun. You know what I mean? There's so much about Prince's death, but
yeah, and
for the purpose of this,
also the purple, connecting to the theme of the merging of the opposites, like you have the blue and red making purple.
Yeah, I mean, shout out Aqua. I mean, yeah, exactly. There's so much about Prince. He has a song, "I Would Die for You." He died on 4/21. For you is 4/21. He released that in the year 83. Murder equals 83. But I mean, he spelt it, the number 4, the letter U, way before texting was out there, way before people were ever like typing words and numbers like that.
Yeah, and then I was waiting for that too. Yeah, so like, I remember Casey he mentioned in our group that his death to the eclipse was the 421st prime amount of days, like perfectly. So it was like there's a really interesting connection with Prince's death and the eclipse. I don't know if you guys want to. Maybe we could look at it later, but yeah, there's a really crazy connection with his death and the eclipse.
No, I believe it. I'm seeing Cody and Aqua are sharing some great stuff in here. Mm-hmm. Appreciate you guys joining.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks everyone who's here. Thank you so much.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, the fact that people like this work and see value in it, that's all I care about.
Well, dude, you did a great job here. I just wanted to, and I said it a bunch of times, but this is like such great work. Like,
I really appreciate that, man. I really do. So you guys keep in mind what we've talked about this being a love story and elevating up to your highest level of vibrations. And you can only do that through love of yourself, not worshiping yourself, but loving yourself, like who you are, right? Which allows you to love others. But remember, green, the heart chakra. We talked about that with tennis, love, the green ball, love, right? And purple, the head chakra, the crown chakra. How do we elevate? We move from the green to the purple, right? So check this out, you guys. What are the odds?
Thank you, Kind of Kosher. Thank you.
So remember what we talked about. First of all, shout out Sean, Arrow, like Cupid, Arrow, Smith. Arrow Smith. Don't forget either what I just shared regarding Aerosmith's song Love in an Elevator, because this relates to Will Smith, Mr. Philadelphia, born in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, right? The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. If you're not already laughing your ass off, wait for this one. Go look up the Daily Mail article directly connecting the musician Prince to the actor Will Smith because of the Philadelphia connection, while it also includes the word elevator. Love, chakras, elevate, up and down. We are green, heart, when we are level, trying to move upwards to purple, which is the crown. Princes wear crowns. Purple is royalty. Like, look at the headline of this from the Daily Mail. The lonely last hours of the purple one. Prince, 57, died in his Minnesota state estate elevator after speaking to Will Smith. Oh, that's convenient. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is just talking to Prince before he dies in an elevator. Okay. I mean, that sounds pretty convenient.
Yeah, dude. That
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But once again, you guys, like, so if you can scroll, Sean, I'm not even going to read this next part, but just look at
The picture?
just look at the font of Fresh Prince and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. What are the two colors that they show?
Green and purple.
Green and purple. Green, purple. Green, purple. Love, brotherly love, Prince, crown. See what I'm saying? It's right there. Like this is a perfect like color symbolism example with everything we've talked about with love and elevation and the chakras and how all that works. I mean, this is like esoteric stuff that the vast majority of people don't really pay attention to.
Yeah, and then like how Joseph brought up about when he slapped Chris Rock, and that ties into all the what we were talking about earlier with tennis, because that year he won an award for King Richard, where he was the parent. He played the father of Venus and Serena Williams. So that was a tennis movie, and King Richard, another more royalty symbolism. So,
well, yeah. and what do you use when you slap someone?
Oh, your hand.
Your hand. What do you do when you do the Pledge of Allegiance? You put your hand over your heart.
Yep.
Why? Why do we put our hand over our heart? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but that's like crazy because like just like that simply just connects your two books, the hand, and it's like,
or think about when someone goes, or like I've never done it, but I've seen it in movies and shows where they go, "I love you," right? Where they like put both their hands over their heart like this, and they say, "I love you." You're putting your hands over your heart. You know what I mean? Like I can't speak any further than that. Why does the hand connect with the heart? Mm-hmm. Other than because a lot of the last book was about the hand represents time, right? The hands, the hands going up and down. But like, why do we put our hand over our heart? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? I don't know. Like, just there's a reason why you put your hand over your heart. And I can't speak more to it other than, isn't that interesting? Will Smith, Mr. Brotherly Love, smacks Chris Rock with his hand.
Why don't we put our hand over our eye? I'm just kidding.
I'm not even going to pantomime that, because then someone's going to screenshot it and say I'm in the Illuminati.
Happened to me.
But yeah, like, once again, the color symbolism right here, like we talked about, the green chakra and the purple chakra, how perfect. Prince, Fresh Prince. He just so happens to talk to Prince right before he dies in an elevator, right? Like that's the main thing I want to emphasize here.
Oh, well, Cody. So Cody mentioned that in WrestleMania, which was in Philadelphia this year, the day before the eclipse, it was two brothers fighting and a woman named Bel-Air.
Get out of here, Cody. What the hell? Shout out to you, Cody. I know Sean's been telling me, man, that like you put a lot of focus on WrestleMania, and I do know that WrestleMania has a lot to do with everything.
Yeah, I
just have not, like, I don't know. Wrestling doesn't do it for me. I don't really get it, but like I do. I mean, especially with a comment like that, like I need to spend more time in WrestleMania, because I'm very confident I would find things.
Dude, no, I recommend it, because I never really I never thought about wrestling either. Like I remember, because I used to watch it, and then once I like learned, like, I just didn't really take it seriously at all. But then he was like one of the first people that was like breaking down this, like, the symbolism, and it's really like I would really look into it. I'd recommend it, because like after seeing some of the things that he's shown, even there was something he shared yesterday about like a really eerie teaser that like is really relevant to like some of the things going on like now and like soon. Yeah, like he made a post about a teaser they posted with like Pluto symbolism. So yeah, he's like I just recommend. I really recommend like checking out the WWE.
I absolutely will. Honestly,
Yeah.
that's with my Patreon and just the work I look at, I stick to the main sports. I mean, wrestling is. I mean, professional wrestling. It
Yeah, no,
reminds me of that
that's what's
video.
funny about it. That's what's really funny about it is that it like it's one of those things too. It's kind of like it in the exact same way that like Happy Gilmore, how that is such a funny movie, and you would think like, oh, like you wouldn't realize that it's connected to such a deep, like long,
Yeah,
like story of symbolism. And that's exactly how I would describe the WWE is like because that is comedy to I mean to people to most adults like it's comedy, but
yeah,
then like it has like really deep symbolism that like it's hidden by the comedy, but it's you can tell it's strategically done like that. So that's just what I want to say about that. But yeah, it's just in the same way that like they use comedy movies um to put like symbols too. So it's almost like nothing's off the table. It just seems like
yeah. I mean, Cody said that it's literally archetype characters. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
that's what like professional athletes are. It's
Mhm.
just in a different lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, just think about how like my dude. I'm so sensitive. Like every time I watch the movie Hardball, for example, with Keanu Reeves,
Oh, I love that movie.
by
I
the end
love
of it,
that
when
movie.
G Baby dies, I swear to God, I
Dude,
cannot hold it in. I can't. I cry every time. You
dude, we
know,
have such
like
similar dude, we have such similar tastes. It's crazy.
yeah, but think about that. It's like I know this is a story. I know that they're acting. I know all those things, but you get invested in the story and then you get emotional about it.
Yeah.
That's what that's what everybody's doing when they watch professional wrestling or the NBA or college basketball or golf, whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Um, so much energy harvesting.
Yeah.
And, so I appreciate you sharing that. That was very well said, Cody. They're archetypes,
Yeah.
archetype characters. So I wanted to, like, I put this image together, circling back really quick to the final four, which is essentially the semifinal for you guys that don't understand what the final four is. It's two different games with two teams that are playing to go to the championship. Well, what we were able to see unfold during the tournament was that this is a moon ritual. There's a reason why the championship was being played on the date of the eclipse, when the moon eclipses the sun, right? In totality, which is very rare. The next one I think is in like 2045. But once again, this is very simple, right in front of your face. There were four teams left in the final four, obviously. UConn, who ended up winning, they're the Huskies. They went back to back, just like the Chiefs went back to back. And back to back equals 24 and all that. But Huskies, what do Huskies do? They howl, right? Huskies howl at the moon. You also had the North Carolina State Wolf Pack. What do the Wolves do? They howl at the moon, right? So two of them right there are, dog/wolf symbolism where they howl at the moon. Then you had Alabama. They were the Crimson Tide. And what have we been talking about? The moon controls the tides. How perfect. And then the Purdue's the most obvious one. While in my opinion, I think most people would be like, I still don't get the Purdue connection. Neil Armstrong went to the moon and Purdue, right? That's the connection there. But yeah, if you can just show them the image, I tried to put something together to just kind of show like how perfect all of these matchups were. Like there's a reason why these four teams were in the final four playing to go to the championship on the date of the eclipse. So in other words, any four of these teams would have made sense to be in the final. And in the
it's
world
crazy
of
because
sorry, go ahead.
I remember when you went live with Rambo on your Instagram, and he mentioned like yeah like it's usually the top four teams that make sense for the overall riddle, but after that um it there's not really like you can't really tell from there, like not like as obvious, but they usually do it to where it's like the four teams are they make sense for the overall
Yes.
team. And
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
exactly what that you just and you that was before. That was like that was you guys talked about that before.
we did that on Selection Sunday.
Yeah.
We started the live about an hour before Selection Sunday started, which is the 2 hour ESPN release of what the seating is going to be for the tournament. So like the seating wasn't even released yet when we started. But the biggest thing that Rambo talked about, he said, well, I can assure you that, whoever ends up in the Final Four and in the finals, this has everything to do with the moon. And sure enough, boom. I mean, it's so simple. Wolfpack, Huskies, Howl at the moon, Purdue, Neil Armstrong, and the Tide.
Yeah. And
I mean,
yeah, I remember
smokes.
you guys were like, even during that live, you were talking about Purdue.
That was the only thing I was talking about. Like, we didn't do that live to like give out future picks, but I did have a little excerpt about why I really liked Purdue. I mean, granted that they were a 1 seed, right? So, the dummies are going to be like, oh, it's easy for you to pick Purdue to go to the final. It's like, well, there's 68 teams in the tournament and they call it March Madness for a reason, where teams are dropping left and right, upsets for days. That's why they call it March Madness. But Purdue was still like plus 300 as a future. I mean, for them to win, which they didn't, but you could even bet on them to just make it to the final. Right.
Yeah.
To me at this point, when it came to the championship, I was like, dude, the ritual's already done. I mean, the fact that Purdue's here, the fact that UConn's here, I mean, the Final Four, it was like, it's already done. However it plays out, like it makes sense both ways.
Yeah. And then,
but
because you guys like, well, it's not even that you were saying generally that like the 4 teams would make sense somehow, but you guys were talking about the moon. Like you were talking about the moon symbolism that day, and like you're saying like the 4 teams are probably gonna connect to the moon, like because I think I think thinking about Purdue, and then I think you you guys thought about other teams that would connect to that and how that connected to this year. So you guys totally like, I remember you guys specifically saying that the 4 teams would have to do with the moon. Also,
we didn't know it was going to be this obvious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, but it was like so spot on.
Yeah, because NC State, the Wolfpack, they were an 11 seed in their bracket. I mean, that is super low. And if you look at NC State in their conference, they were actually in the lower half of their entire conference, which is like 12 teams or something.
Wow.
They were able to squeeze into the tournament and then make it to the Final Four. I mean, like, yeah, there's a lot to be said about it, but I wanted to take a minute to just show everybody this image because I tried my best to like visualize how each team connects to the moon and the eclipse. That these teams were once again fighting to go to the championship, but it would make sense for any of these teams to make it. And sure enough, the 2 1 seeds play each other, right? But the ritual is done, right? Like it's already coming together. And I mean, in my opinion, the reason that the Huskies won is because back-to-back equals 24, just like how the Chiefs went back-to-back in the year 24, just like how UConn went back-to-back in the year 24. And they were a better team. I'll just say that.
And then, we can move on from here, but I just wanted to read Casey's comment. He was talking about the moon tarot card, and he said that's a dog and a wolf howling at the moon. So that's like just perfect too.
Wow. Yeah, I have a tarot deck. I don't practice tarot. I'm not practicing witchcraft. I have it for like reference, but like I haven't been like paying attention to the tarot part, but like I should, because that's so relevant. You know what I mean? Like the moon card, the date of the eclipse, the championship, the moon card, just look at the moon card of the tarot. It's telling you what the outcome was going to be. What we put out to our Patreon and what I was talking about with Rambo in the championship game, it was pretty much like, hey guys, is this a howl at the moon ritual or a man on the moon ritual? Take your pick.
Right.
Either one fits, you know?
And Cody made a great point right now too. He said that Lupercalia and Valentine's Day is like they overlap, like they're the same. Like, well, I guess like Valentine. it's like they're two different festivals, or like Valentine's Day comes from Lupercalia, but regardless, Lupercalia is associated with the wolf, and we're talking about Valentine's Day. So that's another really good connection too, I think.
Yeah. Arizona founded on Valentine's Day, where the championship was,
Yeah.
date of the eclipse.
Yeah.
Moon, father and mother, moon and sun, love, right? Anyways, yeah, so we'll keep it moving. Like I mentioned at the very beginning of this, I kind of liked the title idea of Matt Painted the Moon. I just thought that was kind of a cool name. But Matt on the Moon, I think, is a little cleaner. But the reason why I thought about that was, keep in mind, you guys, Purdue, even though they lost, what are the odds that the head coach of Purdue, his name is Matt, like Matthew, Perry, Chandler Bing, born on the date of the eclipse, the same date of the championship, and Matt Painter just happens to be there. And yeah, there's a lot of symbolism about just like painting the moon. There was even a movie. This was totally organic. It was so weird. Like, as I was working and stuff on all this, my wife was in the other room watching a movie called Man in the Moon. And she had no idea what I was working on. And I was like, what is this? And she's just like, oh, this is Reese Witherspoon's like first debut movie or whatever. And I just thought it was so weird. I was like asking more questions. So what is this about? And apparently there's a lot to be said about the idea of like, when you look at a full moon, there's like a face in the moon. And that's where the whole man in the moon comes from. And then you have man on the moon, like Neil Armstrong, Purdue. And how, the moon, the sun, paintings, all that stuff, right? Just think about that. Painter. What have we been talking about? The sunflowers painting, the Mona Lisa painting, right? Tying right back into Phoebe and Chandler, played by Matt Painter, right? How perfect. Just his name alone, first and last name. Perfect with everything we've been talking about.
Yeah, and then I guess there's a lot you could say about like the Mona Lisa painting too, like with the whole theme, because that painting is known for like, it was painted in such a like perfect way that like it has both feminine and masculine, like one side of the face or one side of the picture is feminine and one side's masculine. Like, have you ever looked into that detail about it?
I have not. No.
Yeah. So it's painted. It's like painted in such a way where it's like one. It's like perfectly blended. It's You look into that later, but I just thought that was interesting to add, because that's pretty much what we're talking about, like the merging of the two opposites and all that.
Right.
So.
Yeah, male and female, moon and sun, right? This next part blew my mind. That's why I put it in all caps. I said, you cannot make this up. Is it also a coincidence that Purdue University was founded on the same exact date out of a 365-day calendar year that the TV show Friends series finale was released in 2004? May 6th, 5/6. And it was the same date as Chandler Bing, it was held the same date as Chandler Bing's birthday. It's technically on the 56th day of Chandler Bing's birthday. So let's pull up the image here. Look at this, you guys. Purdue, right? We've been talking about Purdue and the moon and Neil Armstrong and Matt on the Moon and Matt Painter and all that. Purdue was founded on May 6th. The final episode ever of Friends was on May 6th. Okay, so right there, what are the odds? What are the odds of that? But then when you measure from Chandler Bing's birthday, April 8th, 1968, to the date of this last eclipse when Matt Painter was in the final with Purdue, what are the odds that that was Chandler Bing's 56th birthday? And Purdue was founded on 5/6. And the last episode of Friends ever was 5/6. This is where, like, when you just start looking at the numbers, this isn't even gematria. This is just a simple date duration. And if you understand how to like write dates frontwards and back, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's like it's one of those things that's like, it looks so simple, but then when it clicks, it's really mind blowing.
That's why Matthew Perry still matters in all this.
Exactly.
We're
Yeah.
now going back to Chandler Bing's birthday, the date of the eclipse, date of the championship, on the 56th birthday of Chandler Bing. And Purdue was founded on 5/6. The last episode of Friends was on 5/6. Wow. So moving on, if you don't mind, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. If I can take like a 2-minute break, okay?
Yeah.
And then you can touch on, whatever else you'd like to. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Oh, I don't want to ruin that yet. What's up, everybody? So yeah, these connections are crazy. Like with that Joseph brought up, like Matthew Perry died. It was in his 666th month after Chandler Bing's birthday. Last episode, Friends, season 10, episode 18, Luke 10:18. 2 hours and 22 minutes long. Casey says the gateway arch on top of the Masonic arch is the sign of Cancer ruled by the moon. Yes, exactly. Like that's another part that like just there's so much more to say about all this stuff, but like that's 100% relevant. Like the arch and the Cancer, leave the world behind. The son's name was Archie. That came out on the anniversary. It came out 3 days after the anniversary of the Gateway Arch, but 48 days after his death, ketamine equals 48. Chandler Bing's birthday 4/8, eclipse on 4/8. Bing 192, eclipse 192, leave the world behind 192, Obama 192. Like Joseph, man, you just have so much, and also Joseph, the stabbing video you made, like that was insane. Oh no, I think it was sorry, it was the trial one, the one with Trump's trial, with the connections with him and Alvin Bragg. Man, sorry, I was a little off topic, but I just had to say that. So the eclipse was 249 days after Obama's birthday. Matthew Langford Perry equals 249. Oh wow, you probably said that one before, but I don't know if that's the first that I've seen it. And Perry had a man crush on Obama. That's a great connection. Perry's cause of death revealed 249 days before his birthday. Wow. Matthew Langford Perry equals 249. It's crazy. Have you guys looked at the Civil War movie yet? Did it come out yet? The Civil War? Is it as crazily coded as Leave the World Behind? I mean, I know like the release of it already was, just the release in itself was pretty crazy. But welcome back.
Sorry, brother, to leave you hanging.
No problem. Yeah, we were just chopping it up. There's just so many things to. Joseph left a bunch of comments about like Matthew Perry if you want to check him out afterwards. But yeah, Joseph. Joseph and Cody. I remember they did so much stuff on Matthew Perry and Leave the World Behind and all that. So if you ever want to check that out, you can do that.
Absolutely, yeah. I know that Aqua has touched a lot on, about Matthew Perry. Chandler Bing being born on April 8th.
Yeah.
I mean that is like a linchpin in this whole presentation. Is that most people that are in this work, they'll look at the actors or actresses' birthdays, but don't spare yourself 5 seconds to search a birthday of a fictional character that they play. It's not common, but it happens.
Well, I mean, yeah, this was like
to keep that part out of this, like, really deflates a lot of what we've already been talking about, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everything that we've found pretty much confirms that it's pretty important to look, like what you said, look up the characters' birthdays and stuff too in there. Yeah, just stuff like that. Like, I'm pretty sure this isn't the first time that it's been relevant. So
Yeah, absolutely. So we're now going to throw a curveball in here. This is the final chapter, you guys. Only a couple pages, but extremely relevant. You know, between the last two books, right, we've mainly touched on the deaths of Carl Weathers and Bob Barker in the first book. This second book, you know, mainly touches on Matthew Perry and Bobby Knight. But there was also another big death that happened shortly after Bobby Knight and Matthew Perry died. It was an actor by the name of Andre Braugher. I don't know Andre Braugher, like, his work that well at all, but once again, like, just like with Carl Weathers, I didn't know what else he was in other than Chubbs and Happy Gilmore, and then that's kind of where it started. But when I found out about the death of Andre Braugher, that hit me because I only know him in one thing, and it's a TV show called Brooklyn Nine-Nine, which is kind of funny because Adam Sandler, right? The Super Bowl was held 211 days before his 9/9 birthday, but that's a whole different story. But yeah, we'll just read this first blip here. On December 11, 2023, it was reported that Andre Braugher passed away at the age of 61, exactly 44 days after the reported death of Matthew Perry, reminding that the words kill, execution, shooting, military, bullets, they all equate to the number 44 in the base ciphers. This is relevant when you recall that Braugher was known for his role as Captain Raymond Holt in the TV show Brooklyn Nine-Nine, a police chief, right? He was a police chief. What else equates to 44? The words cancer and chemo. And he died from cancer. He died from lung cancer. That goes right back to what you were saying about the whole I can't breathe thing, you know?
yeah, and then also the tying into the Cooper tying into the moon aspect too, because Cancer is ruled by the moon. Just another thing to add on to all that. He died 122 months after Brooklyn Nine-Nine began. Andre Braugher equals 122. Wow, that's wow.
So, okay, so we touched on the 44s. He died 44 days after Matthew Perry. Kill, execution, shooting, bullets, military, all 44. Braugher played Captain Raymond Holt, a police chief, right? So all that's relevant. He died from cancer. So if you can show that screenshot, cancer, chemo, 44. He died 44 days after Matthew Perry. And like I said, like, I can't breathe, right? With lung cancer, I can't breathe. George Perry Floyd, drowning, can't breathe. Matthew Perry, right?
Did you emphasize, because I know you emphasized it with me, but did you emphasize it here with like how his name Raymond was like a mix of the two, like the sun rays and moon?
Yep. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I get to.
Sorry. My bad.
I say this all comes together when you observe that one of Raymond Holt's most popular catchphrases from the show is Bing pot. Bing pot. Chandler Bing. Chandler Bing. Bing pot. Right? What are the odds that April 8th, Chandler Bing's birthday, was the 99th day of the year? Like Brooklyn Nine-Nine. By the way, Bing pot will be like, people be like, what is Bing pot? First of all, Brooklyn Nine-Nine is really funny. If you guys want to laugh, it's a funny show. But there's a scene when Raymond Holt and some of his team, they're trying to figure out an investigation, and then they finally find what they need, and then he goes, "Bing pot," and then that kind of becomes his like running thing. And for anybody asking, it's bingo and jackpot, right? It's just kind of like, you know, him merging that together. But dude, Bing pot, really? Bing pot, Andre Braugher, Chandler Bing. Chandler Bing's birthday is the 99th day of the leap year this year, the same day as the eclipse. Bing pot. So I wanted to point that out. Right below it, it'll show the image that I try to show you guys. Yeah, see, like if you just type in Raymond Holt Bing pot, you'll see all kinds of memes and all kinds of stuff. Like this was his line of the show. So what are the odds that Chandler Bing was born on the 99th day of the leap year? Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Bing pot, right? And he just so happens to die 44 days after Matthew Perry, like everything else we talked about. And then, okay, yeah, so we're really wrapping it up here. Notice that if you can scroll back up, Sean, notice how they spell the TV show. It's Brooklyn Nine-Nine written out as words. Well, what are the odds that 9 equals 84 and 48? Just like Chandler Bing's birthday.
You write it both ways.
Either way.
Yeah.
9, 84, 48. Boom. Next, I segue here into what you're asking. Don't overlook Braugher's character's first name either. Raymond, or Ray for short, reminding of the rays of the sun, and to be blocked out by the moon on a Monday during the eclipse on the 99th day of the year. Raymond was the captain police chief of the 99th precinct of Brooklyn in the show Brooklyn Nine-Nine. This becomes all the more interesting once I show you that Braugher's character, Raymond, is at the forefront of an episode titled Honeymoon. Honeymoon. Once again, or what? Once the sun goes away, typically people go to sleep. And I just thought that this image of him was very interesting. Like when not every article showed this photo of him, but many did. So it's just interesting that they show him posing, going to sleep as they report his death. So I say, besides the name of this particular episode, Honeymoon, it's also very interesting that Raymond Holt is seen multiple times in a body of water in this episode, a pool and a tub, more specifically, reminiscent of Matthew Perry's last Instagram post of him in a hot tub with the moon above his head, right? So if you can scroll, I made it a point to watch the episode and show two different instances where Raymond, notice that first one too. Notice that first one in the background. I kind of cut it off, but like you can see the sun in the water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The sun in the water behind him as he's sitting in water. And then later in the episode, he's seen in a pool with these other two characters. What I point out is that, well, okay. So with people that haven't watched the show, this particular episode, Honeymoon, is about these two other characters, Andy Samberg, and I don't remember the other girl's name, but they have a love interest and they got married and they're on their honeymoon. And those two characters report to the captain, Raymond. And the joke about this episode is that Raymond just so happens to be on vacation as well. And he just so happens to be at the same hotel that they're staying in for their honeymoon. And then now they feel obligated to hang out with him and stuff. But they just so happen to be hanging out in water quite a bit of this episode.
Yeah, and I know what you mean. It's like it seems pretty deliberate. Like it doesn't seem like
yeah, I mean, like
especially considering the name of the episode and the whole.
They could have had them doing all kinds of things for like a honeymoon. You know, I understand tropical, you know, whatever. Like it'd be, I don't know. It just, in watching it, I was like, wow, they have him in a lot of water. That's weird. On honeymoon, moon controls the tides. Remember, right? Raymond, Bing pot, Chandler Bing, eclipse, Bing's birthday, right? So in closing, we're right here at the tail end. I just say, in other words, in this episode, Raymond Holt was getting in the way of a love interest. He was getting in the way of a love interest, a newly married couple during their honeymoon. Don't forget what I mentioned at the beginning of this book, that the basketball championship was held on the same day as the eclipse in Arizona, whose state flag is the rising and the setting sun. I mean, however you want to interpret it, it's essentially a sunrise or a sunset. I mean, well, what's the blue? Is that water? There's not a lot of water in Arizona. It's kind of weird. Yeah. But like, you get the point, right? Mm-hmm. And then lastly, I touched on this earlier about Jordan Love. I just said, ultimately, this is a love story. As Brock Purdy passed Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers on his way to his first ever Super Bowl in 24, where the color green is the heart chakra. And Super Bowl 58's logo incorporated the color purple, if you notice that. It was actually ultraviolet light and infrared. And Rambo had a ton of great work on that, about it representing the light spectrum, right? Mm-hmm. And how we can only, like, we as human beings can only take in like 0.0098% of like all the light that exists. And we always talk about like, man, what if I got 0.001% more? Like, what would that look like? Don't give me 100%. Trust me. Like, I don't want 100 at all. I don't even want 1%. But like, just think about that. Like, just based off of how much light we actually take in, there's so much more out there. But anyways, yeah, like it just ties right back in. City of Brotherly Love, Will Smith, Prince, purple, crown, elevating from the green to the purple, right? Chakras, the purple and green are the colors in the text of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and Will Smith just so happened to be talking to Prince right before he died in an elevator. And then and then we could just rewind all the way back and be like, oh my God, look how tied in this all is. Mm-hmm. But that's it, dude. That's it. This was just the last thing I wanted to point out, is just, keep in mind, there's a reason why Jordan Love is on the Green Bay Packers. And it has to do with the chakra system. And that's why ultimately I felt that this was a love story. So I appreciate it, dude. I really enjoy talking to you about this stuff, and shout out to everybody in the comments that have been watching and contributing. It's been awesome.
Yeah. Thank you guys all for being here. And yeah, AJ, you did an amazing job. Like, just being able to, I mean, you just have a huge gift for like presenting and teaching, and like you could follow, like, I could probably listen to you all day. To like, if you were to write a huge book and it took all day to listen to, I'd be able to do it all day. Like, I learned, I just learned a lot just from your teaching abilities and stuff. And I guess for people who are familiar with my work, you can see how different this, or at least the work that I've put out thus far, you can see how different this is in terms of how I make connections. And this is like something that I'm like gonna be really implementing, just connecting like symbolism and themes and stuff like that, and just using the numbers just as a way to cement all that.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. I mean, I'm not here to tell anybody how to code or look at stuff, but just that this work has gotten so much more beautiful when you really just, if you're interested in looking more into something, like really looking at the wordplay and the symbolism and just the esoteric connections. And when you start seeing that organically, I can promise you, if you even have elementary understanding of like the numbers and gematria and date durations and all that, you are going to find things that will just blow your mind and further cement and or prove like, no, there's something here. Like, I don't know what else I need to show to like get people to at least be like, okay, there's something here, right? I'm not necessarily trying to get somebody to believe in something. I'm just trying to get them to be like, whoa, like, no, I had never thought about any of this. And it's always right underneath our nose all the time.
Yeah, and
thank you,
like,
Cody. I appreciate that, man.
like it's crazy because I guess the trail that we follow, it shows that like something else will happen and just confirms that like what we were following was like valid. Like for one, it's so interesting that he like we he was working on this, and I was like I was able to see the behind the scenes for this book and the last book. Like, keep in mind the number like 104, how and his last book was about Happy Gilmore and golf. And then OJ Simpson, he died right when as the Masters was happening on 10/4. On 10/4.
Let's talk about that. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I mean, your whole book was about the hidden hand and how golf was related to the hidden hand, and then the whole thing with OJ Simpson, like that was a huge part of the whole trial was the glove. And then you pointed out, you can say it because you're the one who like connected it, but how that connected to golf with his like the last. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, no, what I was going to say is like, and this goes back to us just having a laugh about this at some point. Like you and I, we did our live doing a read through of the hand on April 2nd, the day before what they tell us is the date that Jesus was crucified. But that was a week out essentially from the eclipse. And I always appreciate the kind words, you guys, but like, you guys got to check this out. Yeah, we touched on a lot of things with the hand, but it had everything to do with Happy Gilmore and Chubbs and his wooden hand, and then the hidden hand and Freemasonry and all that stuff. But then, Sean, shout out to you, because I then really started diving into this book. So I was kind of, tunnel visioned, where I wasn't paying attention as much to like the latest news. But then you reached out to me like 2 or 3 days later after we did that. Twice, actually, about 2 different deaths that happened right after we talked about this. Joe Flattery. He was the hey Gilmore, you suck, you jackass. Right? Like that guy dies then right after our live. And then who else died? Mike Colon, the linebacker for the Miami Dolphins, in the Sea of Hands play, which we talked about in that with the Oakland Raiders and the Miami Dolphins. And Travis Kelce hurt his hand against the Dolphins on his way to the Super Bowl. And then Travis Barker hurt his hand. And then Bob Barker hurt his hand. And then Adam Sandler hurt his hand. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, oh my God. Like, it's so obvious.
Yeah. And then I believe I saw in one of Rambo's decodes yesterday, like OJ Simpson also hurt his hand, or I think he hurt his finger.
Yeah, like when he was holding up. Yeah. Well, and then him in the glove, right? And we talked about that too. In the hand, we talked about how, yeah, in golf you wear a glove when you golf.
Yeah.
And then, sand and sand trap and Sandler and all that crap. But
yeah, I don't know if you guys have heard this phrase. This was a phrase I brought up to AJ, but he wasn't familiar with it. But they're like, when they would promote like safe sex, they would say no glove, no love.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I don't know if anyone else is familiar with that phrase, but I remember hearing that a lot. So I was like,
that's incredible, dude. No glove, no love. Jeez. Wow. You know what? The other thing that we didn't touch on, which once again, this was something that hit our heads after I put the book to print, which I don't have in hand yet. If anybody's interested in getting a hard copy, just send me a DM on Instagram and I can at least, I'll mail it to you. I'm not asking for money. I always appreciate any donation. Obviously it costs me to pay for it to go to print and then ship it to me and then me to ship it back out and all that. But I'm not doing this for money. If you guys want it and can't afford it, that's fine. I'll send it to you. No big deal. But I always appreciate if anybody wishes to donate whatever they think is reflective of the work. And or I can always just email it to you. So just send me a DM with your email, and then if you want a hard copy, let me know. All I need is a name and an address to ship it to. But with that said, Sean, what was the other thing we talked about just the other night about Phoebe Plummer?
Oh yeah, break it down.
Like I really wish I had this in the book too, because it's so relevant with everything we talked about with Bobby Knight and Kiss My Ass and mooning people and Moon Knight, right? Well, two things.
I keep talking. I'm gonna try to fix my keyboard, but I can hear you still. So just
No, you're fine.
continue.
You're fine. So, Sean, I'm going to give you the last part of this, but really what Sean and I started talking about after I submitted the book was, wow, in this whole presentation, we never even looked at the last name Plummer. Plummer. Sounds a lot like plumber. Plumber, like a plumber. What does a plumber do? They fix pipes, but ultimately they are responsible for the flow of water, right? If you have a busted pipe, you need a plumber to come in and fix and stop the leak. You know, if you have a clogged toilet and you can't plunge it out, you need a plumber to do that. So a plumber alone is very much associated with water. But on top of that, and once Sean figures this out, I really want him to take this one. But just think about like what's it called? The just the commonality of what people think of a plumber. First of all, plumbers make great money, by the way. But the whole concept of like a plumber underneath the sink, and then he has his ass up in the air with like his butt crack being shown. You know what I'm saying? So then there you go. You got the moon connection again with a bare ass and the moon and water, right? And then when I shared that with Sean, I caught him at a perfect time because Sean, I'm pretty sure you never seen Happy Gilmore until like just a couple days ago, right? Like after reading the book and stuff, you decided to go watch it.
Yeah, like it was right. Yeah, literally like 2 days ago.
And then you reminded me, what did you say when I told you about, dude, plumber? Like, why didn't we talk about this? Water, plumbing, all that. You mentioned, you're like, dude, I just watched Happy Gilmore, and
Yeah, there's in the beginning, he's showing like the different jobs that he did before he or just like the different jobs that he did growing up, and he did like different like those kind of I forgot what all the other ones were. It was like but the last one that he showed was a plumber, and they like heavily emphasized like they panned over him to him, and it was like just like completely full on like moon.
It was just bare ass. It wasn't a crack or anything. It was literally him like being a plumber, and like it's just he's straight up mooning the camera. It was funny, but like holy smokes, you guys. Phoebe Plummer, water. Don't forget the next big movie that Adam Sandler was in was what? The Water Boy. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole other thing. I haven't even gotten into that, but yeah, that was just another mind blower to me, because that would have been cool to put in here to tie it right back to the hand and Happy Gilmore.
Totally. There's just so much more like we could all add, but I was gonna say, do you want to like take a little bit of time to maybe open up for someone to join? Maybe.
Yeah. I'll say this. I got like 20, maybe 30 minutes left. But yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. So Cody, I know that you said you might be down. Are you still around? Are you still down to come through? I could just put I could put the link in the.
Because if anything, if I have to jump off, then at least other folks can jump in and chime in and share what they'd like to share.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, that like, Phoebe Plummer thing, dude. Oh my God, plumber, and then Happy Gilmore was a plumber before he tried to become a pro hockey player and all that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they're just cool. Yeah, Cody said he's down. I don't know if anyone. I don't know if Casey's available. I know Casey. He's usually driving around. But again, thanks everybody for being here and for tuning in for so long. Yeah, I'm excited for your next book. I can't even imagine what that's gonna be. Do you have any?
I don't.
Yeah,
I have no idea, man. Like these last two really kind of all happened. It was like as I was doing the hand, I was like, oh wow, and then look at this whole thing going on. So it took a lot for me to prioritize and really just like finish one project before I go to the next. I feel a little burnt out, honestly, at the moment. So I don't know like when my next book will be or what I'm working on next, but I'm confident that something will give me that spidey sense to be like, oh, whoa, this is interesting. Let me look into it.
yeah, yeah. And then so yeah, I'm still, for everyone here, like I'm still growing my channel. But I do want to make, like, if you guys have seen Zach's channel, like he used to do the thing with like Rambo's Corner, and as of now, like like
What's up, Cody?
What up, man? How you doing?
Nice to see that beautiful mug of yours finally.
Yeah, everyone's been joking with me about that for the last few days, and yeah, because I had my channel now for 2 years, and I just decided to show my face for the first time, and mainly because my camera on my computer that I have has never worked, so I never used it. So, but yeah, it's thanks, I appreciate it, and I just want to say, the decode that you put together is amazing. I mean, with the Matthew Perry connection, with the moon connection. Yeah, just everything, how you wove it together and how you tied it in with your last decode. Yeah, it's amazing, man.
I really appreciate that, Cody. I've been familiar with your work for quite a while, and this is actually the first time you and I have gotten a chance to meet and talk in person. So, I'm behind the scenes. I'm very familiar with a lot of other people's work, but it's always nice to connect with someone like yourself that has quite a following and provides work outside of, kind of the basics, if you will. And I just try to challenge myself to like ultimately just make things more interesting, because like I kind of got bored of the numbers after a while, but when I apply the numbers, when it really ties this stuff together, it's like that's when it's like so powerful. You know what I mean? Where it's like, I can make a whole book, and I've done it with just numbers. Like it's just numbers, and it's like, okay, if you can keep up, then that's for you, but it's not for most people. So that's why I feel like the Rambo's work, by the way, Cody, I don't know if you follow Rambo on Patreon. I think that's only where he's at right now, but it's $5 a month, and his videos are just absolutely mind-blowing. Just mind-blowing.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I was following Rambo when Zach was bringing him on a long time ago in the very early days of my gematria. That was in 2020. I remember one of the first decodes I saw from Rambo was a Lupercalia decode about Kamala Harris and the House of Cards. And my whole channel is actually a lot about Kamala Harris, and a lot of the stuff I learned was from Rambo. And I'm glad you mentioned that, because I need to get on his Patreon, because I haven't gotten on there, mainly because my money's been tight, because I've been traveling all over the world, because I've tried to stay with my girlfriend, but yeah, $5 a month isn't much, but I definitely want to get on there and watch his stuff, because I really miss his videos, and he taught me a lot of the stuff that I've learned in the beginning was from him. So I definitely need to get on there and see what he's posting, because
I'll tell you this. I've been very fortunate to actually have a direct connection with Rambo. I never thought that could happen, but shout out to, my partner, Joey.
business partner.
Yeah, business partner. Yes. Thank you for making sure that did not get misconstrued. But yeah, Joey's a networker. He was kind enough to give me Rambo's number, and to just talk to him directly has just been unbelievable. He's like, I mean, and like you, Cody, and talking with Sean, I mean, I just really appreciate connecting with people in this community that are cool, calm, and collected, and don't get really tied up in like just the drama and the ego stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and like Rambo is the epitome of that. Like he doesn't have 1 ounce of ego in him, and he's like the most incredible mind I've ever talked to ever. But in a way, it sounds like you guys are kind of living similar lives right now. He's not traveling the world. He's just trying to find the next place to live. Like he lives extremely minimal. And that's why Joey and I have been honestly encouraging him. I'm like, dude, you could at least ramp this up to $8 or $10 a month. Cause like $5 a month, I mean, it's cents on the day. And for him to post a video every 2 or 3 days, you watch it 10 minutes, 30 minutes, you watch it and you're just like, holy smokes. When you take that information in, then I'm like keeping that in mind when I start looking at what I'm looking at, you know? And so that's why it's a big shout out to Rambo, where he really, this is where my last 2 books have like really kind of taken flight to a different direction, but it still incorporates gematria in the numbers.
Right.
Anyways.
Well, what I remember about Rambo, you know, like I said, his decoding, he was probably my favorite decoder for, you know, a while. I mean, he still is, but I haven't seen his stuff for a while. But again, what I liked about his decoding was that he didn't always use so many numbers, right? It was more, he always threw the numbers in there when it was almost perfectly placed, and it was perfectly. And I've tried to do that a lot more as my channel has grown, as I've tried to mature with the gematria. It just depends on the decode too, because sometimes I see just amazing number synchronicities, and I gotta throw it in there, you know. But like a lot of times recently, I've been really trying to. Most of my decodes recently on my channel have really been like, each video really only has a few numbers in it. Like I try to focus on how the numbers are all woven together with either 1 or 2 numbers, and I don't like to make it so complicated, mostly because a lot of my subscribers probably appreciate when I don't do too much of the crazy stuff. But I mean, I can get crazy if I want, but again, I just try to be like, I don't know what the word would be. I just got to be considerate and kind of thoughtful about how I approach the gematria. So, but yeah, the way you're doing it is very Rambo like. I can see the inspiration there, you know. So
I really appreciate that. You know, it's like when I got connected with Rambo and I started talking to him, and just, I mean, the fact that he even gave me his time, like I was so appreciative. You know, when I asked him if I could talk to him, he said, yeah, sure, let's talk tomorrow or whatever. And I had no idea he was going to give me 2 hours of his time. Wow. I was on the phone with him for 2 hours. So like, I thought I was going to get 30 minutes and like, hey, I got to go, whatever. And like, we had just a very heart to heart conversation. And before we even started sharing gematria and all this stuff, like we just started talking about each other's lives. Hey, I want to get to know you a little bit, you know, whatever. And yeah, like one of the most humble guys I've ever met. Shout out to you again, Cody. You as well, Sean. I mean, like you guys are, well, we're cut from the same cloth, where we're seeing the same things. And if anything, I would guess between the 3 of us, I probably have the shortest fuse. So there's probably a little Zach in me sometimes where I can get a little annoyed and, you know, not be so nice, but I do my best to keep myself, you know, away from being just emotionally invested by, you know, the trolls and the dummies out there that just like, hey, you know what, this isn't for you. Okay. Just move on. This isn't for you. You know, like that. At the end of the day, you know, it sounds like you, me, and Sean, we actually came across this work through Zach, like really roughly around the same time, within the last within like a 6-month period. And yeah, just with that, you know, I've been doing this for like 3 years now, and I've seen highs and lows in so many different ways. It really does bum me out that like Zach and Rambo can't figure it out. I know that, you know, Zach has some things to say about you and Aqua and whatever, but you know, at the end of the day, it's just like, well, what's the point? Like, what's the point of talking shit and doing all that stuff? Like, like we're all on the same team, but it's when those egos get involved and, you know, my work's better and whatever. It's like, I'm just trying to differentiate myself like Rambo does, because his work is just so profound. Like it's a next level. But it incorporates what we know. Like, I mean, at this point, I would consider all of us close to experts when it comes to gematria. I mean, I don't know all 87 ciphers that are on the Gematrinator, but you get my point.
Well, the big thing I think with this community is that it really is a place, a haven for people who are just open-minded, and at any rate, we become a family. And what I always wanted, and what I really am at heart, is like a peacemaker. I've always been that. I hate when people fight. My whole life I've been somebody that I hate when people are fighting. I always try to like really mediate. And when I came into the community, you know, I didn't expect there to be all kinds of drama here, but of course I probably should have. I was a little bit naive, I think. But you know, with everything that went on with Zach, and I'm not going to ever say anything bad about Zach, even though he probably would say bad things about me. But the reality is that his work helped me, and his work helped me start my channel and helped me find my girlfriend, and basically changed my life. So I could never repay him for that. But at the same time, I realized how Zach is. I just let him be him, and I just don't get in the way, you know. And right. When Rambo left, you know, when him and Rambo separated, I was really like, man, this has got to be something. Like you said, Rambo doesn't seem to have a bit of ego in him at all. And the fact of how he even dealt with the situation, where he just kind of disappeared and just let it be, you know. And you know, me and Rambo, I think, are a lot alike. I think we're both Geminis, and I think the reason we're always bouncing around is because that's kind of a Gemini thing to do, all over the place. And I'm also the kind of person that would just kind of bounce out too. Like Zach had one stream where he talked bad about me, and I just never said a word about it, because I don't want the drama at all, you know. So
yeah, because it's unnecessary, right? At the end of the day, it's like, you know, in a perfect world, it would be awesome if we could all link arms together and just appreciate the different ways that we present this information. But to your point about, you knowing about Rambo being a Gemini, one thing that I learned just last week, Rambo shared with me, he's a twin. There's two Rambos. Really? Yeah, it was on, wow. Actually, not just last week. It was when it's on my live stream on Instagram. Rambo talks about that. He says crazy. That he's a twin, and he's like, and I'm a Gemini. Gemini is the twins, you know. And yeah, I feel like a baby every time I talk to him, but I really appreciate when he like validates what I'm sharing, or he's like, whoa, that's a really good connection. You know what I mean? It's like, it helps motivate me to find something else.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, Aquaviva is a Gemini. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm a Pisces. I'm a Pisces, which is the fish. It's kind of like the Gemini. It's like two of them, you know, but
I think Derek from Gematrinator is also a Gemini.
That's creepy. How many Geminis are in this community?
If you think about it, it's really interesting, because the word gematria starts with gem.
Oh yeah, whoa, yeah.
And
I didn't even think about that.
The twin is being known for being able to see both sides of stuff. Also being able to, there's just a lot of interesting things about being a Gemini. I can't even explain it, because I've always felt different my entire life, and I think Rambo would probably say the same. It's just and not that every sign doesn't have its own like uniqueness, but it's just, being a Gemini is weird, especially like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. I feel what Rambo also feels, but like, you know, it's interesting that the whole gematria thing is connected with the gematria Gemini, and Gemini equals 33 too. So, yeah, there's just a lot of.
So you're a Mason, is what you're saying, Cody?
Yeah, I'm a 3 degree Mason, man. With my,
yeah, in that same breath, Cody, I'll just share this with you. I found this after really coming across Rambo's work and thinking about the Zodiacs, and I am so bad with the Zodiacs. Like I got to get a lot better with it, but I'm getting there. But for me, I was born March 15th, the Ides of March, the date that Caesar was stabbed and all that.
Oh, wow.
But I grew up Catholic. I went to a Catholic grade school, Catholic high school, and in high school, I was voluntold. I did not raise my hand for this, but I was voluntold to play Jesus in a skit in front of the whole school. And that's really interesting, because Jesus was a twin as well. I don't know if you know you've come across that, but there's the whole idea that Jesus had a twin brother named Thomas. Thomas means twin.
Yeah.
Right. But the big thing is that I was born March 15th, written 1/5/3, like 153, reminding of the miracle catch of 153 fish. And I'm a Pisces, which is the fish symbol.
Right. Yeah.
So like fast forward X amount of years later, I was a senior that year to now, like 2 years ago or something, when I found that, I was like, oh my God. And my best friend, his name is John. John was a fisherman.
Wow.
John led Andrew, which is my first name, to Jesus. You know, and I'm not trying to turn this into a big like, you know, Bible verse kind of thing. Like I'm just saying, it's just like, you know, when with what we understand, it's just incredible how you can apply this to your own life and look back and see truly how the numbers organically align to you when you understand it. And then when you look outward about what's being fed to us, you're like, yeah, see, look, like it just lines up every time. But like for me, it was like that inward, when you did it inward, I was like, holy smokes, like just looking at your own life and how it all lines up. It's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that's insane with the fish and the Jesus fish, you know, because often you see the fish with the Jesus inside of it, you know, and I touched on that a bit.
Pisces.
Yeah. I touched
The
on that a bit.
Vesica Pisces or Pisces, right? That's where that comes from.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No problem. I think it's just crazy when, like you said, when you look at the organic sinks and just, you know, especially with, you know, my life and how I'm synced with my girlfriend and how, you know, just as I look back on my life now, it's so much. It's just like I told the story of this hat I'm wearing right now in my video the other day. You know, how I just happened to be like living out of my car in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. And I went to a Colorado Rockies game and I got this hat in 2018 with my initials on it, CR. This is my initials, CR.
Oh, that's cool.
And then it happens to have the 47 on the side. I don't know which side it's on. I think it's on. I showed it in my video, but it happens to have the 47 on the side. And that's my gematria of my name, Cody. So,
yeah.
And that's why I wear this hat all the time, because it's like, I told my girlfriend the other day, I'm not getting rid of this hat ever, because it's my, like, it was just a sign I was going to find gematria, I think, before I even found it. And then there was this whole thing being with WrestleMania this year with Cody Rhodes, whose initials are also CR, and how he was connected to, and he won the championship against Roman Reigns. And I felt really connected to that. And I was a bit emotional about it, to be honest. And then like the whole thing with King Charles becoming king, and his cipher is the CR. So, and he was super connected to King Charles, Cody Rhodes was. It's just insane, you know. But like you said, so many organic connections, and just really being like children. You mentioned it earlier, you know, being like, I really feel like a child. I mean, a lot of people call me kind of childlike because of the way I live life, how spontaneous I am, how just excited I get about even just little things. I'm just somebody that gets excited. I think people can tell just from my channel and how I am. I've always been like that. I get excited about just any random little thing. And I really try to let people know that's a great feeling, to just let yourself be excited about life and to be excited about things, you know, be like a child, because truly that's how you can really live every moment and never get tired of life, never get bored of life, never need to drink a beer in your life, because you're always excited about stuff. You're always, I mean, and that's why this work is perfect for me, because everything I do now, I can look at just a little simple event in my own life or in someone else's life or in the media, and I can just get excited about it and be a child. And it's like the perfect thing for me. I can't even describe how this whole thing with gematria and decoding is just perfect, you know. So
yeah, and shout out to you, Sean, because you were the one that brought that up in our read through, which just sparked my memory. I mean, that's honestly, Matthew 18:3-5 is arguably my favorite Bible verse, because to me, it's like the anthem of like what we're doing. It's like, you guys, we all got to be children. Can you guys all stop pretending like you know what the hell's going on? Can you all stop walking around like Conor McGregor, you know, being like, I know what I'm doing, and no, I don't agree with that, or I don't understand that, but I know what I'm doing. It's like, no, like if you can bring yourself down, not from a chakra perspective, like I was touching on, but if you can just humble yourself, like if you can reset your brain to be like, okay, I'm going to relearn. Now that I'm older, I'm going to relearn and better understand where I've been misled. And there's a lot of it, right? But like if you can start there and humble yourself, which most people can't, that is to me how I interpret it, and that you need to be like a child. You need to be like a child. Like you're just looking around and like you laugh and and you take in new information. But most people that are old enough now, whether they're my age or older or younger, I don't know how old are you, Cody, if you don't mind me asking?
33.
You're 33. I just turned 34. So, and I know, Sean, you're what,
Okay.
31?
32.
30?
32.
32. Yeah. So like, well, once again, we're right in this. Yeah.
I just wonder how many days apart we're born. I was just wondering now, because I think I actually looked at our days apart, Sean. Because I forgot your birthday now, but I think at one time I saw your birthday was, what is your birthday?
October 7th. October 7th.
Oh yeah, October 7th. Putin's birthday. I forgot.
Putin's birthday. I was going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I did a date measurement with me and Sean, and I found something. I just forgot to share it with you. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how all of our birthdays align. Because that would be, considering you just turned 34, you can't be that much apart from me. So,
no,
well, yeah,
you're
March 15th.
Yeah,
you're March 15th.
I'm March 15th.
So, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So you can plug that in the date calculator. But on top of that, I mean, Sean and I, we connected very early on. I had the chance to meet Sean 2 years ago. But him and I are also huge Blink-182 fans, and believe it or not, my one of the three artists, Mark Hoppus, him and I share the same birthday. Like, it was like, what are the odds? It was like, it kind of helped. Like, when I found that out when I was a kid, I was like, oh, that's so cool. I always wanted to play bass, but then later you find out that he always has the St. Peter's upside down cross on his guitar, and that ties into everything that I was mainly talking about in the last presentation. But anyways,
well, something I wanted. Oh, were you gonna say something?
No, go ahead, Sean. Go ahead, Sean.
Wait, something I wanted to bring up, going off of like us meeting, it's just like, it's so cool for me to be part of this, like to, like for this happen, like this conversation, because like both of you guys, I owe so much to, like my, just everything that I'm doing right now, because so Cody, if like basically what you've done for me, like giving me the platform, like really believing in me from the beginning when I was commenting during your lives, I had no voice or anything, and you gave me the chance to come and talk and stuff. Like before, like that's exactly what AJ did for me too, when I was like on Instagram, and like, I mean, I never really think things didn't work out for me on Instagram the way that they are here on YouTube, but like it was the same thing. Like he randomly decided to start doing lives, and then so here's what's funny about like this whole web is that I learned about his channel from The Illusion, and I met AJ and The Illusion in person at the same time. And now like The Illusion, like I know like The Illusion is like you've worked with him, and so like our web really is like a lot closer than like than we think. But what I was saying was, yeah, so I learned about his Instagram from The Illusion. Then I started like just doing the same thing. I was like commenting some things that I would find. Then he would like, I don't know if you've ever had Instagram, but then he would just like invite me, and I was like to go on, and I was like, what the heck? Like, I was like, what the heck? Like, you want me to jump on? And he's like, yeah, Sean, like I've never met you, but it'd be cool if you like wanted to, like, I don't know, like just talk. And then from that point forward, like he did that for a lot of other people. Like there was like a cool group of us, and so he and that like what you're doing on YouTube is like, it's so awesome, because what we were talking about, like all that drama and all this stuff, like like it's kind of like what you're doing is you're building like a new like a network within a network, I guess, like in the way that like how people are making like new social media platforms. Like that's the word I was like, trying to find, platform. Like you're making a new platform within a platform. So it's like people are making like truth Truth Social or like these new places where it's like a new space for people, like more like-minded people can talk. And like what you've done here on YouTube is like you're totally like creating that space for people. Like we all are on the same wave, and that's what like I enjoy about it so much. Because that's what, like, since you are like such a peacemaker and like you're like the spearhead of the whole, like bringing us all together, like we're all like that, you know, we all are just like on the same page. And it's good that, you know, like since like we know that I try not to, you know, name drop too much, but like since like that person is like really like the, I guess, one of the pioneers, but he like, I guess, anyways, you know what I'm trying to say. It's like it's good that like what you're doing, like creating a space where like that can all be avoided, and we can all like we're all able to share like amazing information because you're an amazing decoder, all the other people are amazing decoders, and like it's like and it's even like it's kind of like next level information too, you know, beyond what, in my opinion, that's how I see it. But I think like, yeah, like both of you guys are just pioneers. I like what you guys have done and how you guys have like given me the platform. Like it's like it's such
Sean,
a cheesy thing to say, but
you deserve it. You deserve it, Sean. You deserve it. You put out phenomenal work, man. And like it to me, it was a no-brainer. It was like, wow, Sean's always adding things that are just so good, and come on board, you know. Like I remember when I did my first live, I was so nervous showing my face and doing all that. And, you know, I know Cody, it's taken you a little bit to come around, but that's what makes it fun, like this, for us to connect, see each other's faces. I mean, we're not always going to be able to meet in person, you know? But yeah, Sean, you deserve all of it, dude. Like, you know, you just keep doing you, man. We'll always support you.
Yeah. I mean, I felt like you guys really like,
Sean, like,
oh yeah.
Like Sean, sorry, I just wanted to say, like, you're just a great person, Sean. And I can just sense that. I can read people pretty well. And you're just a great guy. And like, you're from a guy I would want to connect with for the long term, as a friend, as a partner in the space, and AJ as well. I can just tell. So, you know, and I feel like with what I'm trying to do on YouTube, like you said, is really trying to bring those type of people together, the people that really are just humble and just want to work together, want to not only break down the code, but also enjoy doing it at the same time, and really just being a community of people that can share and just be together, you know, in a world where you're not going to always find somebody at the end of the street who understands you. You're not going to find that next door, or most likely, you know. So
yeah. And then, yeah, just working with like people like you guys and like Casey, like the way that you guys like make everything like so positive, and you guys show that you can do this, and you don't have to have like animosity for like what's going on, because most people who really just focus on like, say, like, you know, that one guy we're talking about, but like if that is like the only example that people know of, and like they get into this work, they're gonna think like, oh, like you have to be like that in order to be in this line of work. But like you guys are setting examples for people, showing that it's like that's not what this work is all about. It's like you can totally like I've like me and AJ talked about it a lot. Like, well, I was kind of like working behind the scenes with him a little bit, but we're just like talking about how like fascinating all this stuff is. And that's what like really drives me to keep doing, just to keep moving forward, because like the more that I grow and the more that I learn, it like it's like so mind blowing to me in like a good way, not in a way where I'm like, I got you, I figured he's one of them, oh, he's in the club. Like it's like not about that at all. It's like
can we just appreciate like how beautiful this all comes together, right?
Yeah, like the more that I'm learning, like the more that I feel like I'm getting better, or like the more wise I feel like I'm becoming, the more I realize I have no idea what the heck is going on. Like I have no I like compared to in the beginning when I really thought I did. I was like, yeah, there's it's Jesuits in like in a room in a dark room with a supercomputer. That's what it is. But oh, maybe his connection got cut out. But yeah, I thought that's like what it was, and like the more that I learned, the more I realized like I have no freaking idea.
Yeah, well, yeah, you and I both, right? I mean, we all have our own interpretations about things. But yeah, I just love that you and I both have come to the agreement that, yeah, like just this work is fascinating, especially when you start going beyond the numbers. I'm not saying leave the numbers behind. I'm saying
leave the numbers behind.
I'm not saying leave them behind, but I'm saying like time to grow and start looking at some other things. And then guess what? The numbers, the gematria, that is a hell of a tool in your tool belt. When you start applying it, the more other connections that you find.
Yeah.
There he is.
Yeah,
but I'll say this, Sean. I know you're scared of saying Zach's name, but I'll just say one thing about Zach. I'm just like Cody in that, let's be honest, we all found this work through Zach. I will always thank him for that.
Yeah.
Always. I don't even know if Zach knows who I am. We randomly showed up, or he randomly popped in on a live I was doing with Joey, and I was like, oh shit, like Zach's here. But at the end of the day, I respect his work. I don't necessarily agree with, how he handles relationships and whatever, but I'll take that up with God. I guess my point is what I can relate to with Zach the most is I feel like him and I might be similar in the sense, like, it's hard for me to not get emotional, like kind of riled up when we get so much shit talked to us all the time, So like, I can relate with that because over the last couple of years, I've found myself being very emotional by opinions that don't matter. But so I can relate to that. I can't agree with everything that he's doing, but once again, Cody, it's like, hey, look, I'm not trying to create a divide with me and Zach. We don't know each other. I've called in on his show a couple times, but I don't know if he knows me. I don't really care, honestly, but like that's just one thing I just wanted to throw out there is like, I can understand how easy it is for somebody to get riled up when this work really brings a lot of hate and a lot of trolls and a lot of dumping on, you know what I mean? And it's a lot to emotionally harness. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, because I dropped out and I couldn't hear you guys, and then I just dropped back in and out. But what you're saying there, I just caught the last end of what AJ was saying. But yeah, I mean, with Zach, again, I appreciate his work. And I understand, because I've seen a lot of the trolling that he gets, like legitimate trolling for no reason by these people. And and it's just, it would probably drive me insane, especially if after so many years, I mean, I don't get as much trolling as he does. I mean, I think luckily because I think I've just been blessed, without not having too many trolls. The only trolls I had were the ones that said I was Joseph. And,
I'm just letting Cody, like just how you are as a person. Like I think it's like maybe just a blessing that you are like how you are, because I feel like it's just impossible to not like you. You know what I mean? Like just how nice you are, and like just I don't know, like how much positivity you give. It's just like it's one of those things where it's like I don't know if how much I really fully believe in the law of attraction, but like just what you give out, like the positivity you give out, like that's the only reason why you get back like such great like other people like around you, because you give nothing but just positivity.
I appreciate that, Sean. I mean, like I said, I have my own flaws too. I sometimes, get angry and do things, and my girlfriend, she can attest that I'm not always the thing about me is I do a lot of like spontaneous random things that gets me in tight spaces in my life. And that's what my mom hates about me. That's what my girlfriend doesn't like about me. But like the main thing is I just enjoy life, and I really like to like you said, give out, like, just give out love and just understanding, try to understand people. And like, yeah, but in my life, I've been in a lot of situations. Like I lived on a beach in Hawaii in a tent for a little while, and I did some crazy stuff. I was walking through a Los Angeles neighborhood where was gun violence I didn't even know, and some random guy just picks me up and takes me to his house, and
What the heck?
I just have the craziest story. Yeah, like I have some crazy stories. I mean, like, just random stuff that I've done that just most people don't like about me. That's the one thing people don't like about me, is the fact that I don't build a life for myself. I just do the most random stuff, but basically because I'm just out for an adventure. And like, I try to keep myself in check with that, and I'm getting better at it. But as I get older too, I don't have the energy to do all that stuff as much. But in my early days, actually, I spent most of my life in my hometown. But after I turned like 24, I just did all the crazy stuff, but anyways, like, I appreciate what you said, and like, that's my whole goal, is to try to just, as the Bible says, shine your light for others to see, and hopefully those other people will want to shine their light as well, and not to be better or to be better than anyone else, but just to let everyone see the light that's truly in all of us, that's really there, right? And if people would just be more transparent, that light could shine. And that's my whole goal. That has my, I've done a lot of stuff in my life, but that's always been my goal. So,
well, you're more than succeeding at that. Like I gotta say, man, like, for real.
And yeah, Cody, you said something interesting earlier. Sorry, Sean, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I was just gonna say, like, you're doing like more than a like excellent job at that. Like, you, I'm really, I guess, I don't know, I'm pretty picky with people. And I would, like, you're just, yeah, you're top quality person, man. So what you're doing, shining your light, like, that's what brought me to your channel and your work. And yeah, and like you said too, like, just as a friend, like, it's been cool, like, getting so close. And like, it was cool. Like, I was always wondering, I was like, man, I wonder who is this person that, like, I've been getting close with. And like, now I finally get to see you, and it's been a pleasure. It's crazy because it's like coming up on almost a year that I first talked to you on your live, and I had like a broken phone. Mm-hmm. Like, I remember, like, I couldn't, like, I was literally, it was so hard. I was like at work. I had to go downstairs and like whisper, and I had like just like all these things about earthquakes and stuff. But you were so patient with me, even though like my phone was like horrible. And like, you like gave me so much, like, you were so patient. Like I said, you're so patient. And like, you weren't like, hey, like, this isn't working now, I'm just gonna have to probably end it here. Like, you were like, you gave, and yeah, I think that was almost like a year ago. Maybe like, it might've been like June or end of May or something. So it's
I remember that. I remember that like it was yesterday. So
that's awesome.
I remember I brought this other guy on too, Chris Holding. Chris Holding was on there with you, I think. I remember that day, and I remember how your phone was broken, but I knew you had some great information. I just the phone wasn't cooperating with you. And I was like, okay, well, we're just gonna be patient and see if we can get this information out there. As I got to know you and everything, and I can't wait to meet up once I get back to this at some point. And yeah, we'll see. One day hopefully we'll meet up in person. We need to plan a decoders meet out one day. Hopefully one day I can plan that. That would be great. So
yeah, well, yeah, that'd be cool.
It's funny you say that, Cody, because I don't know if you're familiar with Joey Heim. I don't think you have an Instagram presence. If you do, let me know so I can follow you. But
no.
Him and I, he's got quite a platform, and him and I joined forces a couple years ago. He actually came out when Adam the Illusion and I, but we coordinated that 2 years ago, and that's when Sean came out. And I was going live with Joey the night before I flew out back to California. I told Joey, I was like, hey man, I'm sorry to tell you this last minute, but I'm going to be in LA for the next 2 days, meeting up with Adam and a handful of folks, Sean included, and he dropped everything to come meet me. And that has formed a awesome friendship. And we've been talking recently about doing that again. And we most likely, since Joey's in California, so is Sean, so is Phil, so is Vocal, the Decoder, etc. Looks like we're losing him again. But I'm just throwing that out there. We are talking about trying to do something like that.
But that's crazy. So I totally forgot about that. But like that was kind of like your guys' first time meeting.
And then that was the only time I've ever met Joey in person, and he only found out last minute about it, and he was like, "I need to come down and say hi."
That's crazy, because then like after that, like now you get like, look what you two.
Yeah, and like we've formed a beautiful friendship, and we got the Patreon going and all that stuff, which is really cool. I don't know where Cody's at, but we'll make sure to.
He's coming back.
Is Cody living in the sun or something?
Now,
those rooms where you put the pictures, like the black rooms or whatever.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, Cody. It looks like you live in the sun or something right now. The lighting is wild. I think he's frozen. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Dirk, I just want to say thank you for the kind words, Dirk. It was cool chatting with you on the live stream last night.
Yeah, for sure. I was hoping Cody would be here for the next thing I wanted to point out was, Cody talked about how he doesn't like fighting, like people just fighting with each other, and it reminds me, and Sean, I'm not going to share much about the conversation that you and I had just a couple of days ago about, your family, like your family was fighting over stuff. Right. And I'll be honest.
I told Cody about that too.
Yeah. And I'll be honest, in my life too, right now, there's a lot of turmoil going on just with my own family, and it sucks. And that's why I feel like it circles back to what I was talking about, elevation and the elevator and the heart chakra and the love chakra, the crown chakra. And how, it's like, it's all about love, you guys. It's all about love and appreciating and accepting each other for what we have to share, and just avoiding division any way that we can, because that's the only way that like we as humanity can grow. We're like ants. We're like ants, and ants are only successful when they work together, and they can build incredible things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel like that's kind of a backbone of everything we've been talking about. It's just like, can we not all work together? We don't have to agree on every single thing. We don't need to speculate on what exactly is going on, but can we not just pool together and further see as humanity how beautiful this web is,
Yeah. Oh, I think Cody's back. But yeah, it's hard to or I can understand why it's easy for people to start to think that like especially once you start getting better at decoding, and then you start finding things that other people aren't talking about, it's easy to get caught up in that, and to wonder like about other people, like, oh, how are they not talking about this? Why aren't they talking about this? And I've been there, definitely have been there. But
I mean, in a way, Sean, like the hand in this last presentation, I might be Zach 2.0 when I say this, but like no one's talking about it in this way. People have broken down the death of Andre Brower, Matthew Perry by the numbers, but no one's presenting how it all webs into like what we're literally living through in this moment, and how it's all connected. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Cause that, and like, well, for one, just like I was feeling that way about going when we were doing your book today, because I was thinking like, oh, like thank goodness for you, because like all this, like this whole crazy puzzle, I wouldn't have known it if like otherwise. Like I wouldn't have put any of that together, and I haven't seen like you said, like people have talked about each of those events, but like it's like maybe people are taking like little snippets of one event at a time, but then you can take those snippets and put it together, which is what you did, and like that's like kind of like an extra thing. Like I never would have done that, so it's like that whole book, like I'm just like I appreciate that work, because I'm like I would never have figured that out on my own.
I'll be honest, I didn't even expect me to find that. Like it just kind of snowballed. Like, Cody, fun fact. I know you were in the comments in the last read through of the hand, but like I only started that particular book because I was sitting on a golf course at my buddy's bachelorette party. And as we're on the golf course, and I'm not a golfer, I hadn't been on a golf course in probably 5 years before that. And Carl Weathers died. And like all of a sudden a ping showed up on someone's phone and everyone goes, "Oh my God, you guys, Chubbs just died. Chubbs." And we're on a golf course. And then it was just like this weird moment where I was like, whoa, this is weird, man. On the day of all days, I don't golf, and I'm just sitting here on a golf course wearing this hat, by the way, Arizona. I thought it was fitting for all the Valentine's Day stuff. But I'm sitting there and I was just like I got like kind of chills. I was like, whoa, what is that about? And then I just thought Chubbs in the wooden hand. And then I just started looking more into everything. And then all of a sudden it was like turning the faucet on full. And I was like, oh my God, like about to fall out of my chair, you know? Yeah, it just kind of happened.
Can you guys hear me, first of all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my phone or my connection, but I've kind of heard like pieces of this because I keep having to bounce in and out. But what you just said is crazy about being on the golf course and having that come through, and what you said about how like once you find something, if the universe, if God is really pointing you to find something, you're gonna it's not even by your own power. It's like it almost just comes to you so naturally that it's like once I start making connections, sometimes it's like I'm just destined to find this. There's no like I didn't really even do anything. I'm just like a vessel at this point, just following a trail that I'm being led through, you know. And it's just the information just comes and the connections just flow together. And yeah, I often say it's not even me doing it because I really think sometimes I feel like that. It's just like me being like a vessel for the code, and like I just try to stay out of the way and let it come through me. But like I think that's kind of how I like to feel about my work when I do it, is when I make connections, when I'm trying to force the connections. Like if I'm going there looking for a connection, I never find it. Like I have to have like this thing just has to pop up. It randomly pop up to me one day. And then once I find that first piece, it's just like a waterfall or snowball effect. And it just, you know, so I get what you mean, you know, by what you said. It just naturally came to you, and that's amazing, you know.
That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was, man. Hey, Sean, sorry, real quick. I'm going to give this back to you. So we talked about the Bible verse, Matthew 18.
Yeah.
With be like a child. So my second favorite Bible verse is this one. And it's from Matthew. Once again, Matthew 7. Mm-hmm. Matthew 7, verse 7 through 8. Keep on asking, and you will receive what you ask for. Keep on seeking, and you will find. Keep on knocking, and the door will be opened for you. For everyone who asks receives. People don't ask because they think that they know everything there is to know about the world. They're like, no, I got to figure it out. I know what I'm doing. I don't need to ask anything. I know. Right. But us as a child, we're the ones like, hey, you know, like we knock on the door, boom, whoa. You know, like we're humble enough to knock on the door and ask. And I got to share this. I shared that quote with Rambo. I wanted his opinion on it. And he said, he has a little bit of a different interpretation on it, but he agrees in the same way. But he's saying, but also keep in mind, be careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
Be careful what you ask for. You know, like, we want to know the truth. We want to know as much as we can. But be careful with what comes with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't know what's behind the door, but you're knocking and you want to see, but you better be ready for whatever's behind the door. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's another beautiful verse,
Yeah.
because at the end of the day, we are the ones knocking as children to learn more. You know, all you got to do is ask and it'll be given to you.
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah, like it's funny you say that, because I would like, before I was before I learned about like the number stuff, but I was starting to get into like truth, quote unquote truth, like but I was like praying every day, and I was like praying for wisdom, and I was like God, like, please, provide me with like all the wisdom that you want me to have, and like help me to become like to learn more and more. And then like when I realized where I'm at now, I'm like, wow, like you really answered my prayers. And I would have like moments where like sometimes I go through phases where I'm like this is like too hard, it's like it's too hard to be in this position, like, because I still live in like around like a lot of people who, most of the people that I live around, like most of my friends and my family, just how it is. But it gets so lonely, especially when I don't have like you guys to like talk to like all the time, which is why I like appreciate like you guys and everyone who's even here just watching at all, but just like the community at all, like in general, because if it wasn't for you guys like as an outlet, I would go insane. I would go absolutely insane. But yeah, I'll have those times when I'm like I feel really lonely, and then I'm like, man, like I wish I could just not know any of this, like, because like it just gets hard sometimes. But then I remember I was like, this is exactly what I was praying for. Like this is what I wanted. And
Yeah.
And God knows that. And he like what you said, Cody, too, like all of this is like, I know for sure like that like it's all like it's totally not me. Like it's all like a lot of it is like, I mean, I'm basically just repeating what you said, but yeah, I feel the exact same way, just as a vessel for the work. And um like you guys will probably argue with me, like, because like it's kind of like I'm basically just like hating on myself, but like I am not smart by any means. Like when I was not I'm not good at like I'm not good at learning or being a student, like in terms of just like things that I'm not really motivated for. Like that's why like when it comes to school and stuff, it was so hard, because it's just like I can, like, if it's something that I really love, I can really do good. But if it's like something that like I feel like I'm just supposed to do, like it's just so hard for me to do it. And um like this, like nothing has flowed so much more naturally than all this. And like I've never like learned something so fast, and like not even just learned it, like there's like it's just really mind-blowing, because like I was really gravitated towards like the I mean, based on my work probably shows, but I was really gravitated towards like the really complicated stuff that just made me like go like, what the heck am I looking at? Like people like Casey Jones, and then like 7-1. And then I was like, for a long time, I would like look at the work. I was like, I have no idea what I'm looking at. And then like once I finally was able to understand it, I was like, oh my God, like I feel like this feels like awesome. But then after that, it got to the point where I was like, wait, how am I like how am I doing this on my own? Like, what the heck? And it was it was just so surreal. It's totally not me. Like there's absolutely no way that I was just doing it on my own, out of my own like my own skills or my own like abilities. And yeah, I mean, like my own like my experience, my personal experience shows the same, that it was just like I was totally this was all meant to be like the whole time. Kind of want Cody to hear this part, but can you hear me, Cody? Anyways,
I can't hear him, but hey, maybe for a second, if I can add another quote here, I'm turning into Mr. Quote. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So with what you were saying, I think in my very first book, like the opening quote I put in was from Socrates, where he says, and I quote, "I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing."
Right. No, I love that. I love that.
Like that is an incredible quote. Like incredible quote.
Yeah, I love that.
And it just goes back to what you were saying. Like for me, it's like the more I'm learning, it's like the less I truly know.
Yeah.
Right? Like in a weird way, it's like, sure, I know more than a lot of people about certain things, but at the end of the day, it's you would think the more that you would know, you'd be like, oh, like I'm becoming more knowledgeable. And it's like, no, when that happens, you're like, oh my God, I don't know anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
because,
know?
yeah.
So
like
I think that's why, Sean, you and I have finally come to the realization where it's like, this work isn't about sticking it to the man and pointing out the New World Order and the Masons and stuff. Like, those things matter. They're relevant with what's happening, but we're not here to like give you the answer to life.
Yeah.
Other than, hey, there's a lot more out there for you to know, but we've all been brought up and succumbed to think that we know everything. That to me, that's the biggest thing is like most people think they know everything about the world. And then the moment that I bring something up that they can't process, they laugh at it, they mock me, whatever. But Cody, hey, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, what I was just telling Sean with what he was just saying before you dropped off was he was saying, like, I've realized over time that I truly don't know anything. And it reminded me of the quote from Socrates where he said, I am the wisest man alive, for I know one thing, and that is that I know nothing. That to me is like so beautiful, where it's like we're not here doing this to be like, hey, we got it all figured out. We got it. We're here to just share what we're seeing, and we can kind of share in the beauty of it. It's almost like the eclipse. Oh my God, you see how beautiful this is? You know what I mean? Rather than making it a dark New World Order thing. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know, but I'm not here to project that. I'm just here to show the beauty. Right?
Yeah, and that was because when you were bringing up the thing about that when we were talking about or when I told you how I had that experience on Easter with like my parents fighting, and Cody, I sent you that little snippet too of like remember when it was like my family was like fighting about like politics and stuff. It's like I'm there in this position where it's like I know like these things that they don't know, but my peace comes from just being able to be like, yeah, I like anything, like whatever opinions I might have about anything, like I could be wrong. Like I could be completely wrong about everything that I think, like I've never just like ever since I've started really like waking up, I've never felt any urge to like debate anybody about anything, and it's sometimes I feel like maybe it frustrates people like them. I'm not really standing up for myself, but I'm like, no, I just like, you could be like anything that I feel like that it seems right. Like I could be wrong. Like you could be right. And like, I just don't ever feel like I'm ever in the place where I feel like I'm more right than anybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I don't know if that's confusing, but
no, it's not confusing. For me, it's exactly how I feel too, because the point is, I think a lot of people forget that what you know as far as knowledge, and this is, I'm getting a little bit deep about my own research in my life about certain things that I've researched, but there's two types of knowledge. There's things that like things like facts or even there's people that you know. And in fact, your whole life is knowing, right? There's this movie called Knowing, right? And the word knowing is based off of the word knowledge, but there's two, and what people forget is there's two different types of words, knowing and knowledge.
Right.
You can know something, but the base layer of knowing is pure knowing. So what I want to get to with that is there's pure knowing and there's knowing something. Pure knowing doesn't need to know anything, because pure knowing is just pure knowing. It's just like the sun, right? The sun does not need to illuminate itself, does it?
Mm-mm.
The sun is ultimately not illuminating itself. It is ultimately illuminated as it is.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That is what it is. And Cody, if I could just say one thing about that, it goes back to the hand, where we talked about just the idea of numbers and how numbers was the first language, meaning numbers was already there before we put a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5 in front of it. Meaning, however we got here, there was always one tree. There was always two trees. The element of numbers was already there. So I just wanted to say that it kind of correlates with what you were saying about the sun is like it illuminates itself. Like it's the essence.
It's nature.
It's nature. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what is our nature? Besides knowing something, our nature is pure knowing, because without knowing itself, the pure knowing itself and when I mean pure knowing, I mean is knowing before it knows something, right? The thing that knows is always knowing, regardless of whether it knows an object or a fact or an idea or a thought or because even a thought is an object in our head, right? A thought is an object that we can know, or a feeling is an object that we can know. We can feel it, because perceptions, feelings, thoughts, they're all objects. You can know them. But that base layer of knowing itself is prerequisite. I can't say that word very well. It's prerequisite. It has to be the nature of what we are before we know anything else. So it's just like Solomon says in the Bible. He says he spent his whole life gaining knowledge, gaining wisdom, gaining objects. I don't know if you guys have read the book of Ecclesiastes, but basically the whole book is about Solomon saying, I did all of this. I had all the concubines. I had all the wealth. I had all the numbers. I had all the buildings. And at the end of the book, he comes to the one understanding truth. And he says, basically, what I'm saying here is basically he comes to the understanding that all that was pointless, because the very thing by which he had all that was the thing that he was overlooking the whole time. So, and that was God. So you could say God is that pure light, or that's why I say, let your light shine, because that pure knowing. And that's why I always go back to this movie called Knowing. And Knowing is a movie about the sun wiping out everything essentially on Earth. And the way I see that movie is basically the sun is that symbol of pure knowing, because again, the sun does not need to illuminate itself. Its nature is light. It is light. It is knowing. So this is a bit deep, but this is my own feeling of how basically a lot of stuff gets overlooked. And my next video actually is going to be bringing this together. And it's funny we're talking about this now. My next video is going to kind of bring the numbers that I discovered that come with this. And it's all going to go back to the Tetragrammaton. And the Tetragrammaton, I believe, is the example of the I am, or the pure knowing. Because in the Bible, Moses asked God, what should I tell the Israelites that your name is? What's the name that I should tell people what your name is? He doesn't give them the word I am God. He doesn't give them the word Jesus even. He says, tell them, I am that I am.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't read this sentence. They read it, but they don't really read it. I am that I am. So basically he's saying that I am aware.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I am aware that I am.
Yeah.
That is the prerequisite.
And Cody, that's beautiful. If I could just add one comment to that. My opinion, just my opinion. I'm not preaching anything. I've realized in this work with everything that was shared today, the last book, etc., is that the Bible, in my opinion, is not to be taken literal. I think so many people take it literal, verbatim, you know, all the stories of Adam and Eve and the flood and et cetera, et cetera. They take it all literally. They're reading it like it's a newspaper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like,
yeah,
when you elevate in consciousness to understand that, hey, potentially this isn't literal. I mean, Jesus himself spoke in parables, like that. That's one thing that Zach mentioned a lot, which to me always resonated with me. Jesus spoke in riddles and parables. You know what I mean? He always gave an answer that people didn't want to hear, but it was the truth. And so that's why I always challenge people to like just think about the symbolism and why they're mentioning certain numbers, right? We talked about the miracle catch of 153 fish. Why was it 153 fish? That's a very specific number. Why was it 144,000 angels, right? That, or like the 144,000 that were to be saved, right? Like, those things. Why does the Bible have a chapter called Numbers? So yeah. I just challenge people to think about that. To just don't take it so literal, like, but because the moment you do that, then you're going to see how beautiful the Bible is.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing is, if you take it literal, again, I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that taking it literal, it limits it, in my opinion. Only taking it literal, you could say that there's parts of it that are literal, but when I read the Bible, I see the beauty, and that's why my favorite part of the Bible really is that verse I just told you guys, because there's a guy on YouTube that I follow, or that I've watched videos for a while. His name is Rupert Spira. So I recommend checking his channel out. He basically describes some of the things I just said about knowing, about God being, he sometimes even references the Bible, but there's a lot of things that I think, like you said, taking it literally, I don't necessarily, I mean, to be honest, I really see the beauty in what the message is, without trying to get caught up in too much of the, like you said, the literal. So the message is beautiful, and it's what we should be focusing on. And again, I think there's a reason why Jesus says, be like children, and I and my Father are one. And there's so many things that Jesus says throughout the whole gospel. And I've read it so many times. I had a crazy experience, a Christian experience myself, where I was very radical. You guys would not believe what I've actually done with the Bible. I mean, I don't want to tell that story here live because again, I was a very radical Christian at one time, and I did some crazy stuff with it, almost cult-like. And
I think I know the story. I think I heard one time when you talked about it.
Yeah.
Did you ever talk about it or unless it was something else? But
I did mention it a bit in one of my videos, I think. But it's such a long story. I don't want to get into it here. But in reality, I think that taught me a lot about where I was going, or how taking it literally. And when I mean literally, I mean I had this guy come into my life that was taking it literally. Okay, and he was having me and my wife at the time walking in the streets barefoot like Jesus would, walking around talking to people on the streets about Jesus. And
this is what I was referring to.
Yeah, also praying in my room when we weren't eating, which we weren't eating much because we were fasting most days. We were walking around the streets barefoot, and we were talking to Jesus, or we were in the prayer room for like 4 or 5 hours a day, just sitting on our knees praying, right? And this was very radical, and it gets even worse than that, but I don't want to go into the details. But what I learned from that was a lot. And basically what AJ's saying is spot on to me, because again, the message is what I always loved about the Bible. And when that guy came into my life, it ruined it completely. And I could no longer see Jesus for what his message was, or what he is, which is the light. and the light of the world. So
Cody,
again,
can I chime in real quick with that, with the light of the world? The opening of my last book, The Hand, the very first thing in the intro is I ask why, like for those that really study the Bible, and I'll be the first to say I'm no Bible expert by any means. Oh, he's cutting out now. Are you there? Can you hear me, Cody? Sean, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Well, damn, we lost him. Really, what I was trying to add to that is just that Jesus and Lucifer in the Bible are referred to as the morning star. You know, the light. Hey, what's up, Philly? Philly's here. What's up, dude? But yeah, like so that's really interesting. I only say that not to say that Jesus is Lucifer. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that it's very interesting that they were both referred to as the morning star in the Bible. Go look it up. And in the world of gematria, what's very interesting is that, first of all, Jesus is not his actual name.
Right.
So, you know, shout out to Sven Dabs. Love his contributions. But what I will say is like, okay, the Bible is facts. Well, then that means that you would be taking it literal, but you are acknowledging that, you know, yeah, it's written trippy to hide stuff. In other words, you know, just think higher than just the literal. But in gematria, right, Jesus and Lucifer have not perfect overlap in the 4 base ciphers, but I want to say 2 of 3. You know, it goes back to kind of the yin and yang, you know, the bad guy and the good guy. It begs the question, why did they change Jesus's name in the Bible once the New English translation and stuff came into effect? And when they did that, they just so happened to come up with the name Jesus that just so happens to overlap with Lucifer by the numbers. I mean, that raises a lot of questions to me. And it's not to hint or anything to say that Jesus is Satan or Lucifer. That's not what I'm saying, you guys. Anybody who's thinking that, like, I want to emphasize that big time. I just want to emphasize that there's a reason why they changed the name to Jesus. And I don't have all the answers. If anything, I know nothing, right? But like, people need to understand that the numbers of Jesus and Lucifer overlap in just the base ciphers of English. And the name Jesus came out during the New English translation, you know, before it was Yeshua or Yahweh. But then it turned to Jesus all of a sudden, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. Once again, for a final time, I am not saying that Jesus is Lucifer, you guys. I don't want you guys to freak out. We're not pitching anything here. We're just pointing out what we see.
Yeah, and it's also not saying that like the Bible is wrong or Christianity is wrong. Like not at all. It's just
not at all.
I think to me, I've just started to wonder. I'm like, when I look at any like any pastor or any church, I'm like, has anyone got it all figured out? And then I almost feel like nobody has it fully figured out, you know? Like I just feel like it's so deep that there's so much more to like there's so much to learn. And it's not like about like right and wrong. It's just like I don't know, I feel like it's so beyond that. And that's the kind of space that I feel like people are afraid to be in. Like they don't want to be in a space, especially if you've believed what you've believed for so long. And yeah, like I mean, because I remember I would talk to my family, and they would obviously like sometimes they would question like what I do and stuff. And and then I'd be like, yeah, you know, I just I stumbled upon like these, you know, really, really low key channels, like compared to like channels you guys are probably familiar with, because most, I guess, mainstream people are familiar with channels with like millions of subscribers or stuff like that. Those are probably the easiest people for mainstream people to listen to, you know, people who have huge followings. And I was like, yeah, I just, you know, some of the smartest people I've ever like learned from, they have like hundreds or a few thousand like followers and subscribers. And then right away she'll be like, well, she's like, do you ever listen to pastor this or pastor that? Like, she's like, why, what makes you think that these people are smarter than them? And I just think like, well, that's the problem right there, is that like, I feel like it's so easy for people to give credibility to anybody who's just a pastor or who has like a title. It's like,
Yeah, I mean the Bible itself, Sean, right, says do not worship man. So why are people
exactly, yeah.
why are hundreds of thousands of people piling in to talk or listen to Joel Osteen?
Yeah.
You know, or
Yeah.
even any priest or pastor for that matter, you know?
Yeah, because Joel Osteen's like that's like a really like extreme example, because he's, I think like most Christians like know his work to be like really like, I guess, heretical. I don't know, not good, not great. But what's really ironic is like when I you know I was when I was getting really into Christianity, like on the radical side too, like I was like really trying to find like the most hardcore Christian pastors, and then like I was like, oh, like Joel Osteen is like satanic, you know, he's like a false teacher. And I'm sure in a lot of ways like he says things that he shouldn't or whatever, but like people would bash on him for saying like, oh, um like if you believe, like you'll receive, like things like that. And like that sounds like, it sounds so dangerous to like preach that, but it's like there is parts in the Bible that say that, like the Bible does say that, you know. So
Right. Yeah. It to me, it's the selective. What's it called? Just selective hearing.
yeah,
I think is what it's called. You know, they choose to hear and acknowledge certain things that resonate with them, but then the moment that they hear something that doesn't resonate with them, that kind of makes them feel uncomfortable, they just laugh at it, wash it away, call it evil, whatever. And at the end of the day, we're just trying to paint a bigger picture, because the Bible itself, once again, it's like, explain to me how, somebody who is a Christian or a Catholic believes in Jesus Christ and all that, which, by the way, I believe in a creator. I believe in Christ. Absolutely. But like, how can those same people just ignore, like what we've talked about in other ways, because numerology evil, gematria evil,
yeah. That's another thing too. Like, so, because I remember like this was one of the things that really made me start to, I guess, give credibility to like astrology, not in the way where like I would practice it like a religion or anything like that, but like maybe I could share my screen real quick because it kind of has to do with
yeah, I do have to cut out like ASAP.
okay.
Just so you know, I'm
Yeah,
way
okay.
over my time.
Okay, yeah, we'll end it
Yeah,
soon.
let's end here.
Yeah, so it has, so I mean it applies to the OJ Simpson thing, which is crazy, but like so my dad died of cancer when he was 40 years old. And I can't pull it up right now, but you guys know that like a crab, like a sign of cancer is a crab, right? Like you guys know that, like, you know that, right, AJ? That
Yeah, the
cancer is a crab.
pincher. And the other thing I'll say, the last thing I'm going to say is that, remember, Sean, what we talked about, I showed you how the Last Supper painting, Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper painting, which, by the way, also did the sunflowers painting, which we talked about a while ago. It's in perfect order based off of the hand positions of the disciples, where Jesus is next to Mother Mary, Virgo, all that stuff. That painting that so many Christians, Catholics have in their house, it means so much more than just the Last Supper. People taking it literally, right? Because it's a perfect in order of the wheel you're showing right now. It's a perfect order based off of the hand signs and how everyone's positioned of the zodiac.
Yeah, I remember you showed me that. That was like really fascinating. But so yeah, like Cancer is a crab. So what's funny is that was the number one thing that like I remember about my dad. Like he, like when I was growing up, he was like, he loved crab, and he would have us like eat crab. So I was like, oh, that's interesting, you know, that like I was like, he died of cancer, and he loved crab, and he made me love crab like as well. And then
Wow.
I can't really look it up all because my keyboard is messed up, but like, so there's also I learned this from Casey Jones, that there's this like thing called medical astrology, where, oh yeah, I mean you we were talking about it too, like in the book, how like the anatomy, no, did I say it right? There's anatomy astrology. I don't know what I just said, but
so in other words, think about when you lay down flat. We talked a lot about the crown chakra today, but the Aries is the ram.
Yeah.
The ram, the head, the Taurus field. We are not going to go there right now.
Yeah.
But the point is that, you know, at the head of the table is Aries. At the foot of the table is Pisces. You know what I'm saying? And then everywhere in between, Jesus just so happens to be right in the middle, going back to the heart, right? The heart chakra. Anyways, yeah. So that's what we were talking about.
Yeah, and like there's, and so then I was like, okay, what house? I just looked up like what house does the lungs belong to? Because I know I saw that there is like different sources, but one of them, I looked up the fourth house, and the fourth house is associated with the lungs. And my dad died of lung cancer, and I was like, what the heck? Like cancer, the crab, the lungs.
Cancer looks like lungs. It kind of looks like lungs, right?
Yeah.
Like
I see
there's
that.
two lungs that kind of are up and above on each other. Like it looks like lungs.
Yeah, and it's crazy because I was like, I was really into, or I started looking into the way that opposite houses are associated with each other, like detriments, and my dad was a Capricorn. My dad was born the last day of Capricorn, which is like right here, or maybe right here, but he was born the last day of Capricorn, and I was like, what the heck, like, and then I put together, I said the 10th house is Capricorn, the 4th house is Cancer.
Capricorn is the opposing side of Cancer.
Exactly. And
that's amazing.
And then my dad died at 40. He died at 40 years old. And then 10 times 4 is 40. And I was like, what the heck? I was like, that's insane. Yeah. And then, so that was already like, I was trying to show my mom, and I was like, Mom, like this stuff is crazy. Like, I don't know if you just are open-minded to it. And then she's like, oh yeah, Cody's back. And if you have to leave too, I can continue.
Yeah, I really do got a jam.
Okay, I can let you go, and I can continue. Well, so just to finish that thought.
Yeah.
So then it was crazy because so then OJ Simpson, so I tried to show my mom, and she's like, oh, like you need to stop doing this. I was like, okay, like but then recently OJ Simpson, he died of cancer. And then I found that connection with him and Capricorn, because Capricorn is the 76, and O.J. Simpson died at age 76, and he died of cancer, and cancer is right opposed to Capricorn. And OJ, and he died on 410, like 410. He died on 410.
Or 10-4, written 10-4.
And O.J. Simpson equals 40. So I was like, what the hell is going on? And that's
I wonder if there's an orange or a juice connection with all that, because they said that when OJ.
Oh my god! Wait, dude. Oh my god. I'm tripping out. Because
what I do?
because with the juice thing, because that's another thing. Oh man, I wish I could like talk about this stuff to my mom, but like that was like one of her like the number one memories of him with her is that he would like, because she loved to like be a mother, like to serve him and do everything that, like let him be the king and just like sit on his like throne and stuff, and he'd be like, Cindy, juice, like he wouldn't say like, can you give me some juice, he'd be like, juice, and that, I swear that's the I kid you not, you cannot make that up. Oh my god,
dude,
I'm tripping out.
Dude, that by the way, just so everybody watching, like these are the conversations that Sean and I have off camera. Like, you know, we call each other and talk about this stuff, and then all of a sudden something hits us where we're just like, oh my god, dude, what the, like what, oh man, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, I know you have to get going, so wait, Cody, I don't know if you can hear us. So AJ has to get going, but I wanted you guys to be able to like say your last thoughts. But I could keep the stream going for a little bit. If anyone else wants to join, I can put the link in.
Yeah, hey Cody, can you hear us? Doesn't sound like it. Oh, there he is. Cody, you there?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think my phone is just overloading, so I'm gonna keep the camera off because I think it's adding extra storage to it. So I'll just keep the camera off. Hopefully, I don't get booted out again.
Yeah, no worries, man. I have to go. But in closing, all I want to say is, Sean, thank you so much again for giving me the time and the platform to share this work and to share this insight and take in people's comments. And, you know, I love the comments that come in. It's just so nice to be a part of a community that sees what we see and continue to share on top of other things that we're pointing out. Cody, it was really, really nice to finally meet you. Not necessarily in person, but to finally get a face to the name. And I look forward to reconnecting with you again soon at some point. But thank you, Sean, once again for doing this. I really appreciate it. I'm forever thankful so much. And yeah, well, once again, if anybody wants a copy of the PDF that Sean scrolled through today, just send me your email via Instagram. My tag is right there, the bottom, right over here. And yeah, if you want a hard copy, let me know. Hard prints will come in about 2 weeks or so, give or take. So really appreciate it. Thanks again, Sean. Thank you, Cody.
And thank you too. And I'm gonna put all of his like information in the description. And yeah, I really hope that we could turn this into like a thing, like AJ's Corner or something like that. And like, even if it's not always about a book, like it'd be dope just to like designate time, just to like, I don't know if you have anything you want to share. And like,
bro, I have five other mini books. You remember my clay book?
Yeah, oh yeah, we could do that too.
Play in the 4 elements of water. I mean, that one is mind blowing.
Yeah, we could do that too. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, we could. So hopefully, we can do this again soon.
Absolutely, we definitely will, Sean.
Yeah, and AJ, yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what you already said to me. It was great meeting you. Great, it's great. Again, Sean has introduced me to your work because I honestly hadn't seen your work, probably because I don't have Instagram or anything else. I just really have YouTube. But yeah, great to meet you, and your work it's great, and I'm glad to finally be connected with another great decoder, and I'm excited to see, more meetups, more live streams together. And one day, and once I have my next roundtable, my decoders roundtable, hopefully you can join one of those in the future too, and get you on there. So yeah, it's just great to meet you, and yeah, I just echo everything you already said. So
absolutely, yeah, Cody, I really look forward to it. Obviously, I'm juggling a slave job alongside all of this, and a marriage, and Cooper, and all that stuff. So time's limited sometimes, as you can understand. But yeah, absolutely, man. I will definitely be joining one of those roundtables sooner than later. And I think you cut out when I was going to say this earlier, but my buddy Joey and I, we are talking about doing another meet and greet kind of thing where we can all get together as coders and, see each other in the flesh. And we'll make sure to let you know where and when that'll be. It'll most likely be in LA. But yeah, we'll keep you posted.
All right. Yeah, like I said, I don't know when or if I'll be able to make it, but I mean, at some point, I hope to make it to one. It just depends on what goes on with me and my girlfriend, and again, my life's a bit complicated too. I don't have as much as you do, like many things to juggle, but I do have my main situation right now is figuring out how to make some money, money online, so I can stay afloat because, just a bit of a money situation, but hopefully, everyone can meet up. I really look forward to that. So
we're gonna make it happen, man. We're gonna make it happen. And hey, Sean, if you can send me Cody's number or whatever, that way we can start a group chat or something on the back end. That would be cool. I really look forward to reconnecting with you guys soon.
Sounds good, man. Yeah, we'll do.
Yeah, man.
All right.
Good.
It's my time. I'm going to exit stage right here. And once again, thank you. Really, really appreciate it. We'll be in touch. Hit me up. Instagram, Ball Don't Lie.
Catch you later. Yeah. You can see his handle right there in the blue thing. Thanks again, man. Thank you so much. And Cody, you have a little bit more time?
Yeah, I have a few more minutes.
Okay. Dude, it was a pleasure, man. Again,
Always, Sean.
Your book was just amazing, dude. So I just had to say it again.
I appreciate it, man. I'm just glad that other people appreciate it like we do. So thanks again. Thank you, Coffee Girl. Appreciate you joining. Thank you, everybody else in the chat and that was been watching. Thank you, Cody. So nice to meet you. Sean, you're the man. And I'll see you guys again soon. All right.
Peace out, AJ.
Take care.
All right. Later.
So, let's see. Cody, you still there? Still there, Cody? Oh, I think you're muted. Hey.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I accidentally hit the button. Sorry.
That's all good. Dang, I don't know what happened to my keyboard. My keyboard just stopped working. But yeah, there's I don't know if you. Well, I started sharing it when you were cutting out. It was just this really crazy thing. Like it ties into what we were talking about with kind of just. And I want you to go back and finish that thought too. But like about the pure knowing and all that. But I was it just kind of has to do with just the ability to, like, I don't know, to open your mind and just kind of know that, I don't know, like, for instance, I was really radical with Christianity too, and I was so against like astrology, and like I was like I didn't want to hear about it at all. I didn't want to be near it at all. And then, like, as I just started really I guess becoming more, I consider it spiritually mature. I'm not trying to gaslight anybody, but that's how I see it for my sake. I started to at least look at it and see where other people are coming from. And I started to see, like, I had this huge, like, connection with, like, myself and my dad, that I realized there's definitely something to it. And it's so big. And I can't, like, I tried to show it to my mom, and she listened to it, but then she was like, you need to stop doing it. But it's just, is it okay if I, like, show you real quick, and then I could show other people too, because it just kind of, it's also somewhat of a little bit of a decode, but it's just like a personal synchronicity.
Yeah.
Are you willing to check it out?
Yeah, man. Sure. I think I caught the very end of this before. So
yeah. So it ties into O.J. Simpson, which sounds random, but I'm gonna my next video is actually gonna be about O.J. Simpson, and it's all about astrology. I'm really new to astrology, but, like, I've been really inspired by Casey, and I've been learning so much from him, and I think I've learned I have a huge decode that's just it's like so centered around astrology with the O.J. Simpson thing. But anyways, my dad, he died of cancer when I was 40, or when I was 40, when he was 40, when my dad was 40, when my dad was 40, he died of cancer, lung cancer. And so I remember I was like thinking about like, the signs, and I was like, oh, cancer, okay. And Casey brought it up too. I totally forgot to mention, but yeah, so cancer is home and family, like, my dad. I was like, oh, that's interesting. And there's medical astrology where it's like are you familiar with that? Like how like the anatomy is connected to astrology as well?
Yeah, I'm not real familiar, but I've heard of it. But I don't. My astrology is, like I said, I need to start learning more from Casey too, because I need to upgrade my astrology. But yeah, I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, like after I put this together, and this is another one of those things where I realized it really is God that's like giving me this like the eyes to see this, because like I wasn't even well knowledgeable about it at all. Yeah, my dad was a smoker. Yeah, he smoked a lot. But this stuff just, it fell into place, and I was like, this was God. There's no way I figured this out. And it also just made me realize like it was just something that really had to happen, But anyways, so I looked up, I Googled, I was like, what is the fourth house? Like, or what part of the body is associated with the fourth house? Because like Cancer is the fourth house, right? So there is a few different sources. Casey, let me add him. There's a few different. Casey, what's up, man?
What is up? I think I gotta turn my YouTube off.
Okay. Okay. I'll try to get this real fast, but not rush too much. But so I looked up. Okay, what is the fourth house associated with? And it says the lungs. So the fourth house is the lungs. So I was like, what are the odds of that? Like Cancer. My dad died of cancer. Fourth house is the lung cancer. And and you know how the cancer, the symbol of the cancer is a crab.
Right.
Yeah.
So like that was the number one thing that my dad, like his legacy was like for my family, was like he raised me to eat crab like as a little kid. So I'm like I'm obsessed with like seafood and crab, because he taught me how to eat crab when I was a kid. And so I was like, what are the odds of that? Like Cancer, crab, home and family. The fourth house is the lungs. And I've been learning about this thing with like opposing houses, where how they are associated with each other. And my dad was a Capricorn, so my dad was the house opposite of Cancer. So my dad was born like right at the end of Capricorn. I was like, it's another like crazy thing. And then and so he coincidence, my mom's calling. But and he died at 40 years old. So then you look at the 10th house and the fourth house. 10 times 4 is 40, and he died at 40 years old. So I just thought that was insane, like just that alone. And I was like, I tried to show my mom. I was like, Mom, isn't that really like crazy? Like all those connections, and she like kind of got upset. But you still there, Cody?
Yeah, I'm still there. This is pretty insane, because this is pretty insane because I my dad is a Cancer, like that's his astrology symbol. And but my next decode is a lot about the 40 and the 4. So I that's why it seems like I'm on this 40 and 4 thing, and then you're telling me about all these 40 and 4s connected with your dad. So it's kind of insane how this is connected to what I've been researching also at the same time. But
it seems like it's like it's being put out there in different ways for us. Like there's probably a reason why we're seeing it in like separately, but like I was seeing the 104s, the like the 4s and like the 40s a lot when the Super Bowl was coming up, because I knew it was the 104th Super Bowl, or the 104th NFL season. And I knew like Taylor Allison Swift equals 104, and she was like huge. And so I was like, I was like really looking into that 10-4 connection, and I had a feeling that it had to do with. I mean, this was one of the reasons why I feel like it's relevant. But just to tie it into like the OJ Simpson thing, because this is I haven't shared this yet, but this is like what my decode's gonna start with. So like he died at 76, and the sign of Capricorn is a 7-6, like put together. He died at 76 of Cancer. He died of cancer, he's opposing Cancer.
Yeah.
And he was in the movie Capricorn 1, so that like confirmed it to me. And he died on 410. He died on 410, like the 4th house and the 10th house. And OJ Simpson equals 40. So all that.
Hey,
I was like,
sorry, Sean. You know, the Super Bowl.
That was the end. That was the end of it. So yeah, Casey, please, like.
Oh, my bad.
No, please.
You know, the Super Bowl is going to be on the 40th day of the year next year.
Oh wow.
And it'll be 701. Adam Sandler will turn 701 months old. And I think I shared a picture with you and Cody about how at the start of Happy Gilmore, he goes to his apartment and his room number is 701.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think too with Adam Sandler seems to be a water theme. You know, he did the Water Boy, and I don't really have any notes or anything right now. Just kind of, I'm actually on the job. I'm delivering mail. I got a few boxes to go. But also with the 40 is a big Mercury number. I think Mercury is 40 and one of the reduction ciphers. And if you look up the god Enki on Wikipedia, he's associated with the number 40. You know, 40 again with the water theme, of course. Noah and the flood, 40 days, 40 nights.
Yeah.
And I know you were mentioning the 40s and 4s. Of course, Cancer is 44.
Right. Yeah.
So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is crazy because I've been looking at the Tetragrammaton, and I found some wild stuff. And of course, it's connected to the 4 because, and I found this because of WrestleMania 40. And so isn't it crazy that this year lined up perfectly with WrestleMania 40, which featured 4 main characters: Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes, The Rock, and Roman Reigns, the 4 main characters, the 4. And it was WrestleMania 40 the same year as the 104th NFL season. So you have the 104 and the 40, and it was the 58th Super Bowl, and Tetragrammaton equals 58. And the tetragram equals 40. And I showed in one of my decodes how WrestleMania equals 40, like the tetragram equals 40. And of course, the tetragram is 4 letters. And so this is a little snippet of my next decode. But the whole point was that what Casey's also saying here is crazy too, because how he's saying that next year the Super Bowl is on the 40th day of the year. And And yeah, I mean that's insane, because what you're saying with your dad is also insane. The fact that he loved crab, you know, and like, come on now, that's insane, man. Like the fact that I mean, and the OJ thing, like I haven't even really, because when the OJ thing happened, I was kind of disconnected from everything, and so I didn't really get a chance to look into it or decode it, and so I haven't even got a chance to look really into it. But the fact that he equals 40 is really interesting, because again, I've been looking a lot into the 40, and basically, you know, the Tetragrammaton all goes back to the 17, but I can tie that back into the 40, and I can tie that back into, so basically, Sean, you know the prime numbers, right? You know that 17 is the 7th prime and 7 is the 4th prime.
Yeah.
So basically, 17 breaks down to 4, and 7 breaks down to 4, which is the Tetragrammaton. And I think that's why Jesus equals 74. It also points to the Tetragrammaton, because again, 7 is the 4th prime. you add the numbers together, you get 74, which would also explain why you always see the number 47. Again, those are just the reverses.
Yeah.
And anyway, the gematria I'll show in my next decode. I'll lay it out for everyone to see. But I don't think it's a coincidence that that the tetragrammaton that 17 breaks down to 4. So, but yeah, anyway, I'm getting off keel, but yeah. What do you
No, that
I think.
okay.
I was just saying, something I like to bring up a lot is the lesser known pentagrammaton, which is the 5-letter Hebrew word for Jesus. And it's actually, I didn't realize this till recently, it uses the same Hebrew letters as the tetragrammaton, but it has a shemesh in the middle. So like where you have with the tetragrammaton, it's like Yahweh. The pentagrammaton is like Yahshua, But the interesting thing about the shemesh is that it's a Hebrew gematria value. It's 300. That's really interesting in light of the recent eclipse. It was it brought us into millennium lunation 300, and then 7-1 did the video about the Moby 300, and then about how it's basically in the Moby 300 you have the Greeks versus Persia, which is Iran, and they just supposedly sent over. The reports are that they sent over an estimated 300 rockets and drones to Israel, and then that was on the day of UFC 300. So there's a lot of things going on with 300, stemming from the eclipse. Yeah. Another thing I wanted to throw out there is that the tetragrammaton has a Hebrew value of 26, and with that letter added, the shemesh, it brings us up to 326. So the pentagrammaton has a value of 326, and of course we know how important the 326 has been with the key bridge collapsed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point about the pentagrammaton. I think this somehow ties into what I'm going to show in my next video, but I haven't looked so much into that yet, but that's a good point to go with adding the 5th, right? Because the 5 is like phi. Also, we have 5 fingers. We have 5 toes. We have the pentagon. We have the pentagram. So somehow this tetragrammaton video I'm going to do is probably going to kind of morph into a tetragrammaton is going to morph into the pentagrammaton. But that's really interesting as far as in light of what I'm researching right now. So
yeah, and the fact that I know it seems like crazy because I was bringing up like the 10-4 like in a completely different way, but I think that just really shows like there is like a singular thing that is like out there that we're all kind of looking at, but we're seeing it in different ways, and I think this, you know what I mean? So I think that's like that's how that's happening. It's like we kind of are looking at the same thing, but like where you're seeing it is like closer to the core of it compared to like I'm seeing it like I'm pretty much seeing like the similar numbers, but yeah, I think like there's a reason why those 10-4s are so relevant right now, especially like the thing with OJ Simpson, him dying. Like there probably is a reason for that has to do with what you're looking at right now.
Well, yeah, I think with you right now, you're like extension. Like I'm looking at this, but then you're telling me you're also seeing this in your dad's life, connected to you, and it's kind of mind blowing because again, the 104 again, like you said, has been so big. I mean, you had the 104th NFL season, and 10 times 4 is 40, and we had all the drownings, and I believe that drowning equals 40 and 104, or something like that.
Oh wow!
And again, we had WrestleMania 40 in the 104th NFL season, and then next year Super Bowl's on the 40th day, and we had the emergency alert last year on 10-4.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I was thinking about that too.
And then we had, of course, that was not tied to Trump. And then Trump is obviously a Gemini ruled by Mercury. Mercury equals 40.
Mm.
And yeah, and yesterday was like, I don't know. It's a bit mind blowing right now because I'm seeing even more now than what I was already. I haven't even had a chance to put together my presentation yet because I don't have a computer to do it. But it's once I put it together, I'll be able to lay it out and hopefully, yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit mind blown right now. I'm a bit speechless because the fact that you're looking into this now with your dad and the OJ thing happening just recently also, it's just insane, man.
Yeah. Oh, and then VL Jones, he reminded me, well, not on purpose, but like the OJ thing was connected to the whole golf thing too, like we were talking about earlier, because it was during the Masters, and then there's the whole thing with the glove, which kind of connected to the golfing. And then I think AJ forgot to mention it, but there's like an article saying that his last time talking on social media, he said that he wanted to be back on the golf course. Like that's what he said in his last time he was shown on social media. And my dad, he golfed. My dad was a golfer.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, so it's like it's
Wow.
just yeah. I mean, if my dad he didn't play football, so that would have just took me over the edge, but he did teach me how to play football, soccer football. So I guess that's
Right.
kind of close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and this whole thing with golf just keeps coming up because Donald Trump is really big into golf too, and
Yeah.
and
There's something I wanted to bring up to you about that, because I know remember how the New York earthquake was, the epicenter was his golf course. Like one thing I was kind of thinking about was maybe if it had to do with like the whole like symbolism, because it was like, you know how like in golf it's like a hole in one.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was kind of thinking about. I was like, okay, hole in one. Thinking about maybe that's what they're referring to, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's the hole in one just reminds me of what I was saying earlier about the origin, like the one. Again, what you said a bit ago is we really are looking at the same thing from different perspectives.
Yeah.
And so it's there's always, and that's what makes it. It's hard to explain, but if you have a reality where there's basically, the way I see it is there can only be one.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because because God, even in the Bible, God says multiple times there is only one God, right? So
Yeah.
Because if God is infinite and is all things, which it says in the Bible, then how can the infinite ever be not infinite? Is that even possible? Because as soon as as soon as you divide something, you're no longer. How can the infinite have anything in it that's not infinite, right? So
Exactly.
you're either infinite or you're not.
Right.
There's no middle ground. There's no like it's hard to explain, but that's what I mean is you're either, again, another example would be a light and a darkness. When a light shines, there's no more darkness.
Right.
And can there be any darkness in pure light?
No.
Yeah, so that just, there can't be. So when we look at things and we make these connections with the numbers and with in how we're all seeing the things and we all can make these different connections, I think it's just proving to us more and more that we're seeing the same thing from a different perspective. And the whole fun about it, the whole point of it, is that we're playing this game. We're finding the truth, but we're finding it, and we're all finding the same thing, but in different ways. And that's the point of this reality, I believe. And if we can really come to the truth of it, I think we'll really see that there's something so much more beautiful than what it seems to be. So
Yeah. And I think about that also. Or Casey, do you have anything to add, or are you chilling? Because I was thinking like, okay,
the only thing I've been thinking about is, I mentioned the 326. You said your dad is a Capricorn, and Capricorn has that 326 gematria in the Latin cipher.
Oh right. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. It's interesting too that next year, because you were bringing up the connection with Adam Sandler next year, the Super Bowl, and being on the 40th day of the year. Because you said that Hubie Halloween, that the number 59 was big in that movie, and how the 701 is from Happy Gilmore. But anyways, for Hubie Halloween, the number 59 you said was a big part of that movie, and my dad was born in 1959. So, and it's also kind of interesting too, like this year, my dad would be 65 and my mom is 56, and Abraham Lincoln, he died in 1865 and he was 56. So I thought that was interesting. But
yeah, I laughed when you said that because at the end of Happy Gilmore, the alligator Chubbs and Abraham Lincoln are in the clouds. So I guess you could say they're in heaven waving at Happy. And
oh my God.
Here we are on the 16th day of the month, and we're in the 160th year since Abraham Lincoln's death, and he was the 16th president. And I've talked a lot about the Tower tarot card, how it's the 16th. It's the 16th tarot card, and the Tower is a real big theme in the movie Happy Gilmore, because when they go to the miniature golf course, the final hole is you have a tower that falls over, which is foreshadowing the 18th hole at the tournament, where a tower falls over there as well. And we also talked about how that the Tower card is ruled by planet Mars. There's a lot to be said about the Tower. Tarot
card. We're also in the 16th week of the year right now. Also,
I had no idea.
So that goes perfectly with all the 16s, man. Yeah, something could go down this week, man. The 16th week of the year. The Tower card. I was thinking the same thing the other day that Casey just said. I was thinking about the Tower card and how the 16th week of the year is here. And we just had this thing pop off in Israel. Is there going to be another retaliation that's going to cause the markets to collapse or something? I don't know, but that's kind of what I was thinking. But it may not happen. But there's some.
Yeah, Cody. Cody, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, but I was just saying that some interesting dates coming up with the April 18th looks really interesting to me for multiple reasons. But even April 19th, because like I said, April 19th is the supreme leader of Iran's birthday, and it just happens to be when Taylor Swift is releasing her new album, which is called the Tortured Poets Department, which doesn't sound so good. So yeah. I don't know.
That interests me because I think 419 is the 81st prime, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Venus equals 81, and right now Venus is in Aries. I think it's still in Aries, but yeah, I think Venus is in Aries, and that's another one of those detriment relationships, because Venus rules Libra, and Libra is right opposite of Aries. So I think like when it's, Casey, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's like when the planet is in the house that it's the opposite of, that's when it's like really like the weakest, or like like at its worst. And Israel was founded in Taurus, and Taurus is ruled by Venus. And when Hamas attacked Israel in October, that was in Libra, and Libra is ruled by Venus. So it was really interesting that this happened
Yeah.
with Venus.
419 is it's a big date for Taurus. That's been the Taurus start date for a number of years. I think a lot of years it falls on 420, but I hadn't looked at it this year. But that could, like the Last Dance. It's about the Chicago Bulls. Which, Taurus is the bull, and it came out on 419, and then a year later, Taurus started again on 419 the following year. That's when Scottie Pippen's son died. So yeah, there's a lot to be said about 419.
Yeah.
Also, with The Rock just being at WrestleMania and being a prominent figure, being the bull, and him losing actually in the, well, he didn't lose, but it ended up being that Roman Reigns lost. So yeah, and the next wrestling event has got me very interested because it's on May 4th, 2 days after The Rock's birthday. And May 4th it's in France. And this is the first ever WWE main event pay-per-view in France. And
interesting.
It's in Lyon, which kind of sounds like lion. But it's very connected to the Templars. It's very connected to this Jerusalem thing going on right now. Again, Jerusalem equals 104.
Yeah.
And Templar equals 104. And this connects back to the Tetragrammaton again, because the Tetragrammaton is connected to the Solomon's Temple, and there's a lot to it. But what I'm saying is that it's very interesting that they're having this event in France for the first time ever, and it's going to be Cody Rhodes' first match. And then, of course, later this year you have the Olympics in France. So, and there's a decoder in my community or on my channel. Her name is Sandra or Sandy. She's an amazing decoder. She often writes books. She writes such long messages to me. So I can't even sometimes process all of her stuff, but she's an amazing decoder. And she's really been talking a lot about May 4th as well in connection to the Mary connection, because the month of May is very connected to Mary. So I don't know. Woman president
Venus. Venus is 54 in Gematria.
Yeah, good point. I was thinking that. I forgot to mention.
Guys, I need to sign off. I'm about to be back to the office, so I'll catch you guys in the next stream.
Yeah, we should do this again soon. It was fun.
Yeah, man. Take care.
Yeah, good talking to you.
Take it easy. And Cody, just let me know whenever you gotta get going too, because it's late, right?
Yeah, I think I should probably get off. When I get excited about this stuff, I can probably stay up all night. But
yeah, I can give you a few more minutes you can whatever you want to share, and then I'll just give you the full floor. But yeah, if you want to elaborate on anything you're talking about before, or if there's anything else.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. It was something I was saying before that I wanted to say, but
yeah, because you're talking. I know that we kind of got a little off track when you were talking about just nothing could be more if it's infinite it has to take up the full space. I think that's when we kind of went off tangent there. But I don't know if there's anything you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, so basically, what I was saying was that, and it says this in the Bible even many times, if, dark, basically it's people think that there is a chance that if God, the only thing God can't do, if you want to relate this to God, the only thing God can't do is not be God. Does that make sense?
Right. Exactly. That's a great point.
So the fact that the infinite or God, the only thing that the infinite cannot do is be finite.
Right.
So,
right.
And that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about the knowing.
Yeah.
The only thing that the knowing can't do is not know, right? So that
Exactly.
pure light, and I think that's why in the Bible God comes to Moses in a burning bush that never burns out. Okay, so
Okay.
the burning bush represents the thing that can never not be.
Oh, I see. I see. I see.
And that's why the sun is also a burning ball in the sky. Whether you believe that or not, that's what they say it is. So the
Right.
sun is a burning ball that never supposedly, I mean, of course they could say it can go out, but in reality, it's a burning ball that is pure, and it can't be anything other than the sun. Again, its nature is to burn and to shine. So again, this is just a basic thing, but there's more to it. But I think when we're talking about knowledge, you can learn a lot of things, but what is the base? What is the most important thing about knowing anything? You first have to be aware, or awareness is another word for knowing in this case. I'm just using these words synonymously. Awareness or knowing are the same thing. So, and we talk about being aware, because how would you know anything without first being aware of it?
Exactly. Like there has like it's, and once you become aware of it, I think like, I'll try not to butcher this, but that like become the state of awareness is where the illusion of separation comes from, I guess. Because it's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Well, I think where the illusion starts to really kick in is where people forget about the I am, which is basically just a when we talk about ourselves, for instance, when you talk about yourself, you start your sentence with I am, and that is a reference to God's nature. That's not your nature. That's a reference to God's nature, because God said I am.
Right.
But because basically your nature is God's nature. And when you say I am, you're conscious, you know that you are. Because how could you say I am without knowing that you are?
Right. Yeah, and then, like, another thing that I've really thought about is like, when you like, I've always wondered, like, at what point, like, if I rip off like each one of my like body parts, starting with my finger, like each finger, if I keep breaking it down, like, at what point do I stop being who I am, like me? Like, what is it? And until you keep doing it slow by slow by slow until you're at the very last strand of hair, and it's like, what point of that do you stop becoming like like an essence, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, and that's the thing is that's kind of what I'm pointing at, is that a lot of people get kind of lost in the body itself or in the objects, right? Because there's awareness and there's knowing and there's the objects that the awareness knows, right?
Right.
So these objects like your body, for instance, you said if you could just take off your body parts, you know are your body parts made of knowing, or what are your body parts? What are they made of? Like
Exactly. Yeah.
because how do you know a body part without knowing? So again, what I'm saying is it gets a little bit deep and it gets a little bit hard to understand. But a good analogy is to think of a TV screen or any kind of screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're looking at a screen, and we're talking about this from a third person point of view, but if you're just looking at a screen and looking at reality as a screen, there's two ways you can see it. You can either see the blank screen, or you can see the objects that appear on the screen.
Right.
Or the for instance, if you're looking at your screen now, you see the lights and the colors on your screen.
Yeah.
However, at the end of the day, are those lights and those colors on your screen, are they separate from the screen, or they just are the screen?
Right. Right.
So you could easily get confused and say, oh, the screen is separate from the lights and the colors on the screen. But no, the real reality of the numbers or the lights and the colors on your screen is the screen itself, the blank screen. And a lot of times this is pure knowing this is the analogy I'm making, is the pure knowing is the blank screen in which all possible things can appear. all potential things can appear. So this is kind of God's infinite potential to be anything, or to, except for himself, right? So he can't be anything but his infinite potential. So again, it gets a bit hard to explain, because at the end of the day, you can't even really fully explain it with words at the end of the day either.
Of course, because if it's like, when you keep thinking about the infinite, that means that it's like that it's coming from a level of intelligence that's beyond what we even have right now. Because it's like, then we're only like seeing, like, if we can fully understand it, then we're seeing it at the highest level that it is, but it's like further than the level we're at.
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's where it comes in to knowing that there is no, basically, there is no way for our finite minds to see the fullness of God's infiniteness, right? So that's where the Bible says, humble yourself and understand that you cannot see the fullness of you're ultimately, you derive your existence from God, but you can't see the fullness of God because you're finite in the state that you're in now, at least in the state that we're in now.
Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, have you ever compared this to like the story of Jacob wrestling with God? Like,
no, but that's probably.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I haven't thought about that, but that's probably a good something to think about. Yeah.
Yeah, because like there's actually a guy on Instagram who's like he's one of the only people that I feel like he just explains it so well, but he's like, he ties in what you're saying, but like he shows how like that's kind of like what the story of Jacob is really describing. And like when you think about it, it's interesting because it says that he like wrestled, like, I mean, just that story itself just seems really peculiar, you know. It's like, oh, like there's a man by himself, and now all of a sudden he's wrestling with God. Like a man is wrestling with God. Why is a man wrestling with God? But anyways, it says he's by himself and he's wrestling with God and he wins. And then he's at the place called Peniel, or he names the place Peniel, I think. But then later on in the Bible, it says that nobody has seen God. So then it's like, how are these things like what's really going on? Like it's more than just like, it's not that the Bible is contradicting itself, but it's like there's like a bigger message, you know?
Yeah, well, I think the point is, you know, kind of, yeah, I get what you mean. How can a man wrestle, in that analogy, how can a man wrestle with God, but no man has seen God? So it seems contradictory. But
yeah.
Again, seeing God is different than experiencing God.
Right. Yeah.
So we base our reality off what we experience, our own personal experience. And there's only one experience. There's only one experience that every human being has that shares. Right. And do you know what that is? I mean, there's only one thing that we all have in common that none of us can say we don't have.
Love.
Well, no, because I think there's a lot of people that don't have love. Like if you're looking at it that way, like,
well,
what's the one thing that each one of us have every day, every hour, every second?
Oh, just consciousness.
Yeah. Is that not the prerequisite for everything?
Right.
We all know that we are. We all know at every second. Even when we're sleeping, we still know, because we can wake up in the morning and say, I had a dream.
Right.
So you knew. So the prerequisite for reality is to know. And so that's why I think that the saying is, I think, therefore I am. Right? So that just goes back to the whole point of I think people overlook the very basics, the simplicity of this whole thing. The simplicity of, if the one thing that we all share is just knowing itself without knowing any objects, just forget about the objects and the knowledge for a minute of knowing something. But if we can all say that we know, because I can be aware without knowing an object. I could be in a comatose state. I could be aware, but I may not know anything. I may not know any object or feeling. But if we all share that, that must be the nature of what we are. That must be the essence of what we are.
Right, like the source, like what they say, I guess. But yeah, like the source of where everything comes from.
Which is why I believe in the Bible, the first name that God gives for himself is I am, which is just this is the way we put that into words. When we say I am, it is our way of saying I know that I am. Because the only way that you can say I am before every sentence about yourself is that you're aware of that you are.
Right. No, so, I totally get it. It's super deep, but yeah, I totally get it.
And so that's where how do you apply this though? How do you apply that understanding to what you're experiencing now? Well, I think it's just understanding that, have fun with it a little bit. I mean, because so basically, I don't think there's anything more I really need to say. I think that, there's just a lot that I just try to go back to the simplicity of it. And I've known this for a long time. I don't talk about it a lot, but like every day I wake up, I center myself in that, and I try to remember that God's presence or that knowing. And I think about it in a bit of a different way, but it still goes right back to how the Bible describes it. And so.
Yeah, no, I agree too. And I feel like when I think about just like, I don't know, like what direction I'm like trying to move towards, like I feel like when you can like just like get through all like, I don't know, everything, like I kind of like what the book was about today, like just like going back to like just going back to love, like I think like the place that I really need to get to, which I feel like a lot of people have over me, even people who don't know some of the things I know, is like what they actually do like for other people and for the world. Like I know of like, I've talked about the contrast between me and my mom, because she's against like the stuff that I look into, but she's a nurse, and like that's her career, so she like all the things, like she does that for a living, and like I respect her so much for that, and like a cancer nurse too, so she's always being there for families and people, and like I'm like, okay, like I can know all this stuff, but then like at the end of the day, like it doesn't make me more like have more of an impact on the world than someone who doesn't know this stuff but who is serving others,
Yeah, and that's I mean that's a good way of looking at it, because there sometimes with what we do, we kind of help people in our own way. We expose the nature of the code, the thing that a lot of people want to see. There's more people waking up every day to it, but your mom, she provides that service to help people. And again, I think if you understand the basics of what I just explained before, the knowing or God or love or Jesus, there's automatically going to be a desire to, again, the golden rule, treat others as you would like to be treated. So the only way that you can truly want to do that is if you truly understand in your heart what you truly are and what the other person truly is, which is, again, pure light, right? Pure knowing, God's nature. So only God would treat himself, again, as if you're a vessel for God, God can only treat himself. Why would God treat himself other than, just like how you would treat yourself nicely, right? So just look at the other person as yourself. Why does the Bible say, love your neighbor as yourself? Not because
Exactly.
not because your neighbor is different. It's actually telling you in a secretive way in that verse that's saying, no, your neighbor's not even different from you. You love your neighbor as yourself because your neighbor is yourself.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's actually a verse that I've pondered on a lot, and I've had that same revelation about it. Because yeah, it's like it's one of those things where, like the other verse you talked about, how when it says like I am that I am, it's like there's these like ways that they're written, and they've kind of been like, there's like a main way that they've been taught that that's what it means, but there's like this actual like treat others as yourself, like not just like, not like a cliche thing like, oh, treat others like how you want to be treated. It's like, no, treat others as yourself, like how you're, like as if you're treating yourself, like you're looking in a mirror.
Exactly.
And
That's exactly what, at the deepest way of looking at that verse, that should be how you understand it. Because
right,
if you're looking at, if your base presumption is that that person that you're treating as yourself is different from you, you still have not been able to fully understand them or love. You do not understand that the base layer, what that means, if you still think that person is different from you.
exactly, yeah.
Because again, why was Jesus able to be so patient as he was going through his ministry? Because he understood the person he was talking to. It just like what you said, it's a mirror. So
Right.
you should be looking at that person as you're looking at yourself in the mirror, which the person in the mirror that you're seeing is you.
Yeah, it's
It's a
like,
reflection.
yeah, like we're, it's like, I think someone has, I heard someone put it this way, but it's like what we're seeing is like, it's like a green screen, like a projection of what's within us. And but it's also like, I guess it also, if you think about it in like an intellectual like aspect too, it's like what you're perceiving is directly connected to you anyways, because it's like what you are, everything that you're experiencing like is an aspect of you, and you're experiencing it as a piece of you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
So like if you're looking at somebody else, or like somebody you like that that you're close to, you each are a piece of each other, and you're each nothing without each other.
Yeah, exactly. There's that old saying that, there's two sides to every coin. So how can there be how can there be one side of a coin without the other?
Yeah, and then so like when like I guess I say like you and your girlfriend, like if like you guys are like you continue to be what you guys are, like you're like what she is a reflection of what she's I guess absorbed from you. So you're looking at yourself in a way, and then that just keeps going back and forth, like it keeps going in a cycle, because then what you take from that, you give back to her, she gives back to you, and you're always giving back to each other in that way. Like I thought it was really interesting, because I mean, this is just like a little example. Because Zenith of the Alpha, um he commented in one of my videos like my a few months ago, and then I commented on something, I added on to it, and then it just like kind of like increased his, like, I guess decode or whatever he put in my comments even further. And he was like, oh, he's like, you just like extended that even more. And I was like, well, the funny thing is like you were one of the first people I learned from. And so you're really looking at the information coming back to where it came from, because I didn't, like, at the beginning I didn't know like what I know. And then so now that like I've added on to whatever you just told me, but that is still what you were teaching coming back and finding itself in the beginning. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's reflecting itself back and forth.
Yeah.
It's yeah. I mean, why a mirror is so important? I mean, what do we do every morning? We usually wake up and look in a mirror, So there's
Yeah.
this reflection, and you got to understand too. If you're using this reality as an example, the first mirror would have been water. So
Right.
there's always something to look at more with that, but the base thing is, this trying to just remember what that one thing is that we all share. That's our essence. It must be our essence, because without it there would be nothing. And that's why I think that quote that AJ shared earlier is, I'm a wise person because I know that I know nothing. And
Right.
I think the key word there is, I know that I know nothing, because there is no thing without knowing first. Because
Right. Exactly.
what things would exist without, when you say no thing, you're like saying no things. There's no objects to know without knowing first. Again, I wouldn't even know that you were here, Sean, without me first being aware and conscious to know that you're there. So there's that prerequisite, that base layer. It's like a canvas, right? Another way to look at it,
Right.
a blank canvas. An artist is that canvas is a blank piece of paper, right? And that
Right.
paper is a representation of pure potential, pure, right? There's not a spot on it. It's just pure. But there's the
Yeah.
potential there. There's the potential to appear anything that wants to appear on that paper.
Yeah.
So,
And yeah, exactly.
and it's the same thing with music, because I'm a musician. So I look at it more like, what's the base layer of that? Well, that's silence.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah. And then, oh, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say also, like, I guess maybe if you think about it in terms of money, it's like how would you know what you could do with money, or like what the quote unquote value of it is without the knowledge of having none of it, you know?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
if you just like if no one ever knew what having no money meant, then it's like okay, like what is this? But then it's like to have the knowledge of like what you can't do with it, or like to have the knowledge of lacking, or like the consciousness of it, then it's like then you can. But then again, maybe that's a bad example, because some people just who have so much money, then they don't really know the value of it. So that's probably a bad example.
Well, but all examples have a limitation. That's why I
Oh,
always
that's
say,
true. That's true. Yeah.
that's why the Tao Te Ching says, the God that can be named is not or the name that can be named is not the real true name. That's like the first line of the Tao Te Ching.
Oh
And
wow.
so the God that can be intellectualized or understood with a limited mind is not the true God. Because
Okay.
how can something that is limited fully understand something that is infinite, right? And that goes back to why the Bible always talks about humble yourself, and what it really means. Are you a sinner? Well, this word gets thrown around a lot, a sinner. Well, a sinner just recognizes that his reality is not his own.
All right.
He's a sinner because his reality
Mm.
is not even existing. It's non-existent, because
Oh, okay, that's good.
only God's reality exists. So you must humble yourself and recognize that I am nothing, because the I am is what is truly there, right? It's just like if the drawing on the piece of paper were to say to the piece, so picture the piece of paper that has an image drawn on it, right? And it's
Right.
as if the image on the paper was to say to the blank paper itself, I am not you,
Mm-hmm.
right? The image
Right.
was to separate itself and say, I do not need you, paper. I can be an image without you.
Right.
How could that image exist without the paper?
Right. Right.
And what did Lucifer do? In what did Lucifer say? I am God, right? I don't need you, God.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. To say that I don't need you, God, is to say that I am above you, or that I exist apart from you, God. And how can anything exist apart from God? How can the image on the paper exist without the paper?
Right.
You know,
That's a good. That's a good one. I'm gonna ponder on that one.
yeah, and there's many different ways you could also look at it, just like the screen image. You know, how can the images on the screen exist without the screen? You know, how could the music exist without the silence? How could anything exist without the pureness that lies behind the image? Because again, everything that has, like the canvas, the screen, the silence, what's the one thing all those have in common? They're all pure.
Right. I feel like, I guess, like tying this into symbolism, like have you thought about how this applies to like the like Rosicrucianism, like the rose, the rose cross?
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Have you thought about how that like applies to that?
Not really, but I mean, there's always some amazing ways to look at like how this applies to it. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking it's like the cross. Maybe I could pull it up so we can look at it. But the way I see it is, I mean, oh yeah, my keyboard's not working. So it's like the cross is representing like the directions of the like north, south, east, west. You know how like for directions they start from the center but they go outwards. So like north,
Yeah.
like north exists from, they all exist from a center point. So like they're all like, the cross is like, it's all going towards the middle, which is why there's like the flower and the rose, which is representing like the pureness that you're talking about. Like, and I think that's kind of representing like Eden, like going back to Eden, like the Garden of Eden, where the like I've like the rose representing the garden, and
right, yeah,
and that's, I feel like that's why it's like in the center, because it's like, I think this is like one of those things where it's like, this is actually what they know, or what they, yeah, I think this is what their symbolism shows, is like all going back towards that center. But sometimes I almost think that they are playing this role of the bad guys, or like whatever, like, because when you see things, like you see them as separate from you, like they create this division. So then like the more truth that you find, the closer you get towards the center, and then you start having these realizations that what we're talking about right now. And I think that I feel like that's what they actually know, you know.
You know, it's funny you say that, because I also think that, because even today I got more confirmation of that. When WWE released this new teaser for Bray Wyatt's brother returning, they showed Plato's cave, allegory of Plato's cave. And if you look at that picture, I sent you the picture. I can't pull it up here to show you, but the picture is of a flame. And in the background, the flame, basically the whole allegory of the cave is that these people in the cave see the shadows of the images because the flame, right? First of all, how do you get shadows? The only way you can have a shadow is if there's a light.
Right.
So, and again, the light represents the burning bush, the flame, the eternal flame, consciousness, awareness, God.
Oh, right.
Okay, and it shines and it casts its shadow, and an image cast its shadows on the wall of the cave, and the people in the cave who are tied to the prisoners of the cave, which is what this allegory is about, they're seeing these images, these shadows on the cave wall, and they believe that these shadows are the true reality.
Right.
And we are the shadows. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
We are the shadows of consciousness, because consciousness shines on us, and our shadows seem to appear. Sean, you seem to appear because of consciousness, right? You are aware of yourself. God's
Right.
consciousness, God is aware. He's pure awareness. He shines his light, and now all of a sudden, a shadow on the wall named Sean appears, and there seems to be a Sean there. But really, it's it's just a shadow. And when you step into the light, and that's what this whole allegory is about, is stepping out of the cave and no longer believing in the shadows, but seeing only the light.
Right. And
So
I was gonna say, I feel like that also, like, people could disagree with me, I'm sure they will, but I feel like that is what it means to die to yourself and to become with the body of Christ.
yeah,
I think that's
exactly.
what it's talking about, because it's like, that's why, and I think that is also why I feel like the Masons have they have some of their imagery kind of shows that, like, if you look at like the golden, the arch, a lot of people kind of miss it, but they usually have like a casket at the bottom, kind of representing the dying of yourself. And um yeah, and like it says, like, so many times, like, to be becoming crucified with Christ, like we were crucified with Christ, and we were resurrected with him. But
Yeah, because if you die, there is no more you.
right, yeah. And that's like one of the things I try to, like, you can't really tell, like, any Christian, like, if you ask them, like, well, what does it mean to you to be one with Christ? Like, what does that mean to you? Like if you feel like you aren't one with him, then how do you feel like you're one with him if you don't feel like you're the same thing?
But the thing that I think gets really confusing, I think, is that people think that they were to begin with. I think again, going back to the illusory allegory of this cave, the shadows on the wall are not actually even real. And another way to look at it is, there's no true reality that these images or these people, again, the word exist, right? This is a word that gets thrown out a lot. Exist. It means to stand out of. So to say that you exist, to say that Sean exists, is to stand out of. So what are you standing out of, Sean? If you say that Sean exists, right? Or even the microphone in your hand, the microphone you're holding, it exists. So that means, again, the word exist, if you break it down, it means to stand apart or to stand out from.
Right.
So what are you standing out from? Are you standing out from, what is there to stand out from? This goes back to what I was saying before, is how can something stand out from, if God is infinite? And why does the Bible start with God? God, there was only God, right?
Right.
And then things start to stand out from God, right? Things start to come into existence. And over the next 7 days, everything starts to appear. But is it appearing outside of God? Or is it coming into existence apart from God? Or is it becoming is existence ever coming into true reality? Because if the word exist means to stand out of, how can something, if God is infinite, how can anything stand out of infinite? Because then what does it become? Again, that's what I told you earlier. It's what Satan says. Satan says, I stand out apart from you, God. I don't need you. Right?
Right.
So Satan says, I exist apart from you. When in reality, that's just an illusion.
Yeah.
Because how could he possibly do that? So it becomes this like illusion that this dream world that we've fallen into, thinking that we stand out from the reality that's there. And we think that we have our own reality apart from the true reality, when we really don't. We appear to have it.
Yeah.
And so the only thing that God can't do is not be God.
Right.
So
and that's why like we're designed how we are, like in a way where we're just like, we're literally designed like computers, where like that's like what everything that we're understanding, like the individual experiences that we're having is all like everything that we're just downloading individually. And so we're like just the essence, like what we're experiencing is just the essence of all that we've been in, like inputting. And but that's not like everything, like you would just feel like such a different person. You wouldn't even feel how you feel right now if you had taken a different course at any point in time, So it's like,
I honestly don't think it's this is just the way I see it, but I don't think it's possible for us to take any other course than the one that we're meant to take.
Yeah.
I think that it may seem that we have this ability to stray away, but again, the shepherd will not really allow it. And then when I say the shepherd, I mean Jesus. And again, to go back to your analogy earlier, what I was thinking, the reason I've been looking at the tetragrammaton is because it has four, right?
Yeah.
And Jesus was crucified on a cross, which is 4.
Yeah.
So Jesus was crucified on a tetragrammaton of 4 points, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jesus being in the center of the cross, right? So Jesus, in a way, acts as the center of the rosy cross that you were talking about, the rose, right? The middle. So
right.
In a way, there's 5 there, though. There's the middle path right in the center. So that's where it kind of goes to the 5, which sits in the middle of the 4, because the cross, there's always a middle point of the cross, right? Which
Didn't
you could say is like.
Didn't you do a decode a long time ago about a flag that was, it was like there's 4 lands, but there's like a 5th land, like I forgot what flag that was, but I remember.
Yeah.
I feel like that relates to that.
Yeah, that's funny you mentioned that, because that was about the wrestling thing
Mm-hmm.
happened in Montreal. And it's funny because just yesterday, they were back in Montreal again.
Oh wow! Because like it's like
France.
Because it's like the 5th unspoken piece is like the piece it's like all of it together, right? Like that's like it's like the hidden piece or something.
It's the point from which everything else goes out of, right?
Right. Yeah.
And you looked at it, you the way you looked at the cross was a perfect way, because a lot of people would look at it the other way, would say the cross is, they would just look at the cross as 4 points, but they wouldn't focus on the center point, from which the center point is from which all the points go out of.
Yeah.
So the center point, and if you go up, you're going to the north, and you're going to the east, and you're going to the west. But from where did all of those points come from? There has to be a center point. Would there be a cross without a center point? No, because in order to draw a cross, even on a piece of paper, you need to have a center point from which you're drawing the cross, even if it's not a defined.
Yeah. And like if you think about like also in terms of the like, because I feel like that symbolism carries over to a lot of different things. Like when you think about the Garden of Eden and the 4 or like the 4 lands that were created by the 4 body, like the waters, like the rivers, the 4 rivers that created the 4 different
right.
It's like that water is technically like holding those together as one piece, and it's like creating the illusion that they're like separate from each other, but they're actually it's just one land. But it's like it kind of creates like the rivers kind of create an illusion of separation between each each land when it's really just one whole thing. And
Right.
and
Again,
that
that's
kind of, I
perfect.
think that has to do with like Eden, like the Garden of Eden, which is why in Revelation it talks about going back to the tree of life.
Right. Yeah, and if you think about it, the tree of life and then the tree of knowledge, basically, again, the tree of knowledge just represents the thought that you can stand out from, right? So it's the knowledge that you are apart from. So the true
Right.
tree of knowledge, in my estimation, again, this is just the way I see it, but in my estimation, the tree of knowledge just represents the thought in the thought in our heads that we say to ourselves that I exist apart from God.
That's what I
So
was
that's
thinking too.
the knowledge that I am, and that the I am is the little I am. So there's two ways to look at it. You could look at the I am, or the true I am, and then these little I ams that are walking around saying I am, and I'm apart from the big I am, right? So when you say I am, that's why whenever I say, I actually do this a lot. Whenever I start a sentence and say I am, I always make sure when I say that, I don't believe that I am, that Cody is, that I'm not even talking about Cody anymore. The I am that I say, I'm referencing, I try to remember that I'm referencing the great I am, the conscious I am that I draw my reality from. Otherwise, there is no me. So again, that's dying to,
I know what you mean. That's a really good way to look at it.
Yeah, and that's why I think, and again, that's why I believe that the Bible emphasizes it to Moses in the burning bush. Again, the burning bush that never goes out, the eternal burning bush that doesn't lose steam. It's always burning, always there. Again, that's where we derive our existence from, our seeming existence. Again, it's an apparent existence because we don't truly exist apart from. So it's apparent. It seems to be that we exist apart, but it's not the true reality, because again, if there's going to be a reality like what we're experiencing, it can't be experienced by pure consciousness, because imagine pure consciousness experiencing anything. How could
Right.
something that is pure, like a blank screen, for instance, how could it experience anything other than blankness,
Right.
or pureness? So there
And I
has
think
to be this.
I was gonna say, I think what I was trying to get at when I was mentioning like us kind of like being designed by computers projecting what we're inputting, I think I was trying to connect that to like the Plato's cave thing, because it's like that projection that person's looking at on the cave, that's kind of like what we're seeing. Like each of us is like the projection, like that's the projection of like we're perceiving that like illusion of a reality, which is just the things that we've like inputted individually. Like we all have our own individual like wiring that we've done to ourselves, we've inputted, and what we're how it's projecting outwardly. Like we're all seeing different things, but I feel like that's what, like that projection is what that Plato's cave thing is, where it's like he's looking at the cave and he's looking at these images in the shadow, but it's like we're just looking at the shadows. Like you said that pretty much earlier too, that what we're seeing is we're seeing the shadows of what we truly are.
Right. Yeah. It's the best way we can put into terms the reality that we can't even explain with words. Again, I always tell this to people, like when I'm trying to explain, it's like there's always a limit to what I can, because I heard this from Rupert Spira, which he said a true master, a true understanding person of conscious of God would know that the true way to truly honor this reality is to be silent. And because at some point you realize that words do fall short at every turn. That's why there's so much confusion in the world, because everyone's trying to explain their own thoughts and feelings, and then they get into fights because they take the words the wrong way, and no one understands the words the same way. So you're always having all this fighting. And if everyone was just silent and just be present, you wouldn't have that. But the whole point of this reality, though, I think sometimes is to learn, so we're on this journey kind of to remember, to remember what we are and to not get lost in the confusion of it. And that's just kind of just how I see it. But for me, I don't have it all figured out intellectually. Again, there's intellectual understanding and there's just experiential, right?
Right.
And I know what I experience. The only reason I speak about these things is because I know what I experience. When I look at myself, I say, what would I be without just knowing that I am? What would there be for me? The only thing that I know is that I know, right? And Rupert Spira says this often. He says, know that you know, like consciousness knowing that it is, right? I am that I am. That's basically what it's saying, right? And that's the true like epiphany. Like that's the true epiphany. Like that's like, oh wow. Just that simple thing. Because we try to make it complicated and we try to think, oh, I know that I'm Cody, but what if I just leave the Cody off for a minute and I just say I am?
Right.
Because who is Cody? I mean, what is that? It's a name, but and we need that name to be practical in what we appear to be experiencing. I need to have a name so you know what to call me, but at the same time, in my own experience, I just look at myself and say, hey, I am, and the only way I know that I am is that I must be aware. I must know.
Right.
And I also look at everyone else and say, like you, Sean, and like every other person on this planet, they must also have to have that also. That's the only thing that I see that we all have in common.
Yeah. I think what kind of scares me in a way is like when you think about like the prophecies and the things that like they show in like the movies that like predict the programming and stuff, it's like what if it is like this cyclical event that is gonna wipe out everything, but it's a good thing because in the end we're gonna come back to the place where we're at the purest like form of ourselves. And it's like that's why it's like we have to go through that. We have to go through that to get to the other side, which would be, I guess, paradise or the golden age or whatever.
Yeah.
But it's like a scary thought because it kind of does seem like that is what we would have to go through, which doesn't seem far off from what is like what we might have to go through. But it's like like we have, I guess it's one of those things where we have to it's like it has to, like we have to get through like the hardest thing that we could possibly imagine in order to get there, which it sounds scary, but I don't know.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because you still feel pain in the
Yeah.
And it's that ultimate thought of like, well, what do I feel at the very when my body is when my last and why it's so hard to explain death, right? Because death is like I think it's why the number 4 is also associated with death. Because death ultimately is that return. And just going back to the numbers for a minute, I think I showed you this, but the tetragrammaton, the 4 letters in Hebrew, in reduction Hebrew, equals 17. And if you go to the Chaldean cipher, which is one of the older ciphers, and you type in the English version. You still there?
Yeah.
If you type in the English version of the tetragrammaton in Chaldean, which is YHWH, it equals 17. And what's interesting about the Chaldean cipher is that because in the Chaldean cipher, the W and the V are the same value, there's two ways to write the English version of the Tetragrammaton. It's YHWH or YHVH. But both Tetragrammatons in Chaldean equals 17.
Wow.
So you have both ways of writing the English versions of the Tetragrammaton equals 17 in Chaldean, and you have the Hebrew version of the 4 letters equaling 17 in Hebrew. And so once I found that, I was like, and then I remembered Freemasonry founded in 1717. And exactly 59 years later, in 10 days, the United States was founded. Well, what's 59?
The 17th prime number.
Yeah. Yep. And
Dude,
when was the...
Go ahead.
And when was the date that the United States was founded? 59 years later, the 17th prime. It was founded on July 4th. Well, what's the 17th prime?
7.
And what's the 7th prime?
4.
Do you see it?
Dude, I have so much to show you about 17. Like it'll definitely have to wait another time. But it's crazy. It kind of just corroborates like how we're seeing the same thing but in different ways, because before I rebooted my like YouTube channel, it was around the time when during the Israel war, I had a full like decode about the number 1, or just the relationship between 1-7 and 7-1, like in regards to the Israel war, or like when that attack happened, because well, for one, I could just probably share my screen real quick, but it's fine. Like, or let me do it real fast. So like it was because of this relationship here, the 1 and 7, because first of all, Jesus said, or like, I am the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega. Well, this is the Alpha and the Omega. Aries is the Alpha, Libra is the Omega, and like the Israel war started here, or the attack was here in Libra, which was opposite of Aries, and Aries is ruled by Mars, which Mars is the god of war. So I thought that was the first interesting thing. I was like, like it's interesting. We're in Libra, and it's opposite of Aries, and then everything I just said, and then I started seeing all these things with like the 17s. Like, what's really interesting is if you put the number 1759, because you know how you said 59 is the 17th prime.
Yeah.
Well, 1759 is really interesting because that's the 274th prime, and I think Isus Hominum Salvator equals 274. But besides that, when you look at the prime factorization of 274, it's 2 times 137, and that's the 322nd prime number. So I think there's like a little clue that the 322 might be a little clue to what you're talking about with like the significance of the 17, and like I completely agree that there's something to that, like the 17 and then the 4 and the 7, because also when you look at on the calendar, when you go from 4404, like April 4th 2004, to 7707, like July 7th 2007, that's 1189 days apart, and that is the total amount of chapters in the Bible, 1189. So there's something big to that 7-4 connection. Like I've noticed too, but I didn't know about it in terms of like the Tetragrammaton. But like I said, like I think it's like something we've been looking at. We're looking at the same thing, but from a different angle. But everything you just brought up about 17, like it's been like confirming what I've been finding. I haven't really posted much about my 17 findings, but the last thing I'll say about the 17 is what's interesting is like if you look at 17 as a number and then you look at its mirror, which is 71. So if you take the number 1771 plus the mirror of that, which is 7117. That's 8,888, and that connects to Revelation because Revelation is 22 chapters, 404 verses, and when you multiply 404 times 202, it equals 8,888. So I think there's something really big to that 1-7 connection. Like you're spot on. I'm basically what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, that's insane because I did think also about that connection with the 8, because 1 plus 7 is 8. So, it just with the 17. As soon as I saw that the tetragrammaton in Hebrew reduction equals 17, and then in English it equals 17, right?
Yeah.
Or in Chaldean it equals 17 both ways when you type it in English. And then I realized, well, remember, I originally discovered this because Roman reigns, his reign was 1,316 days. And in Jewish, the tetragrammaton, the 4 letters, YHWH equals 1,316. And I realized that Roman reigns, represents that tetragrammaton because he had a group with 4 people.
Oh, right.
And him, his 2 twin cousins, and his other, well, basically all 3 were his cousins, but him and his 3 cousins, right? And he called himself head of the table. And head of the table equals 58 in the same cipher as tetragrammaton. And the group that he was part of was called the bloodline, which just happens to equal 58 in the same cipher as tetragrammaton, and in the same cipher as secret society, the same cipher as Rosicrucian, the same cipher as Almighty God, all 58. And Freemasonry equals 58 in that same cipher as well. But I just realized, what are the chances of that, him reigning for that amount of days and then having all that connections to the 58, which is the tetragrammaton. And there's more too. There was something else. Oh, yeah, because the tetragrammaton is the phrase that references the I am that I am.
Oh, right.
That's why I saw this, how important this was, because as soon as I realized that the tetragrammaton reference is connected to the I am that I am, the Moses thing, I realized that this must be it. This must be the centerpiece that I need to look more into. And when you type in the phrase, I am that I am, I believe, I can't remember for sure, but I believe it equals, let me just check, because I don't want to be, I believe that it equals, in Jewish, it equals 289 in Jewish. Are you there?
That's 17 square.
Yeah. So you have this, because if you go look up the tetragrammaton, it actually tells you that it's referencing the I am, the to be, because the tetragrammaton just means to be, right? Or which is another form of I am to be, and it references the I am that I am. So when you type in that phrase, I am that I am, it just happens to equal 289 in the Jewish cipher, and that's the 17 square.
And what's interesting, like how there's like a lot of connections with like 76 and 59, like just in terms of, I don't know, like what they've been putting in the movies and stuff lately.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting because 17 plus 59 is 76, and also, I think 7-6 on the calendar. I think, so 7-6 leaves 289 days left in the year.
Does it really?
Yeah. And they're really hinting at this. They're really hinting at this with like the OJ thing, because I think he died at 76, 59 days after the Super Bowl. I think after the which was the end of the 104th season. I think that's what people have been finding, but I think that's so like I know like Zach's channel he talks about like how the 69 oh you there? Hello? You there, Cody? Cody? You there, Cody? Thank you guys for watching. Jeez, this has been such a fun. This has been so fun. Hopefully we could do this again. Like I love having conversations like this where it just flows so naturally. Hopefully Cody comes back so we can at least say bye. We'll give him a few more minutes, but yeah, thank you guys all for being here, and I know like we've talked about some pretty some heavy subjects and some very maybe ways that you perceive it differently than how we were talking about it. But again, at least for me, I'm coming from a place where like I feel like I'm always trying to be a blank canvas every day. I'm trying to treat every day like that, and I'm trying to learn about things differently than I did before. You know, I'm trying to see everything differently than I did the day before. And yeah, so I don't know. I don't think he's gonna be able to come back, but yeah, thank you again for everybody. I'm probably just gonna end it here. But we'll definitely try to do this again. Have some conversations like this. And again, thank you so much to AJ. Thank you for giving me the time to review your book. And again, it was an amazing decode. And thank you for every single person who's been here this whole time. I've never live streamed this long before, but it won't be the last. Maybe because it happened so naturally, and I really like having conversations like this. So again, thank you, Dirk, Sven, kind of kosher, VL Jones, and Kim. Thank you, Kim, and everybody. I'll see you guys next video, and yeah, take care, God bless, and see ya.